The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to the October 8th, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I am your host, Matt from the past, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1418 AD, great stand on the Ugra River standoff between the forces of Akamak Khan, Khan of the Great Horde, and Ivan III, Great Prince of all Rush, ends with a Tutor Mongol retreat leading to the disintegration of the Horde. In 1769, Captain James Cook lands in New Zealand for the first time, now present-day Gisborne at Poverty Bay on the east coast of the North Island. A misunderstanding, possibly over a ceremonial challenge, causes the English to shoot and kill Nagati Wanwan, leader Timoro. In 1856, the Second Opium War, or Second Anglo-Chinese War, begins with the Arrow incident on the Pearl River. In 1915, Battle of Loos on World War I Western Front ends. German forces contain British attack. 85,000 casualties. In 1917, Leon Trotsky named chairman of the Petrograd Soviet as Bolsheviks gain control. In 1945, microwave oven patented by U.S. inventor Percy Spencer. In 2001, U.S. President George W. Bush announces the establishment of the Office of Homeland Security. In 1922, the second 100 years silent film released starring Stan Laurel and Oliver Hardy. First Laurel and Hardy film with them appearing as a team. In 1971, John Lennon releases his mega-hit single, Imagine. In 1818, John Broughton designed a padded glove first used in a competitive boxing match between two unnamed English boxers at Aix-la-Chapelle in France. Born on this day were John Perrin, Frank Herbert, R.L. Stein, Shagik Khan, Fred Stoll, Sigourney Weaver, Matt Damon, Nick Cannon, Bella Thorne, Johnny Ramone, Bruno Mars, Lawrence Doherty, Billy Kahn, Bill Elliott, Matthew Bondini. And dying on this day were John Hancock, Franklin Pierce, Clement Attlee, Willie Bandit, Al Davis, and Whitey Ford. And that was This Day in History. Now we'll get on with the shows.
Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. A hold-up of a United States mail truck at 3rd Street and Traction Avenue. Suspects escaped in a large black touring car, license unknown. That's all. Rosenquist.
Ladies and gentlemen, many people ask us where we get the name cracked for Rio Grande's great gasoline. Here's the answer. This name is derived from the up-to-the-minute refining method known as cracking. In cracking, the crude oil is subjected to terrific heat and pressure. The result is a gasoline which averages 10 points higher in anti-knock than those which are not cracked. To this gasoline is added tetraethyl. As a result, you can buy Rio Grande cracked with tetraethyl, the gasoline which powers more police cars, fire engines, and other emergency equipment in the great Southwest than all other brands combined. It is now our privilege to introduce the man through whose civic-minded cooperation calling all cars is made possible. Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Scotland Yard has been internationally publicized as a law enforcement agency which has never lost a case brought to it for investigation. This great branch of English government reaches across the face of the earth to bring to certain justice thousands who perpetrate crimes against the Crown. In Canada, the Northwest Mounted Police has established a world-renowned reputation, the ideal of every imaginative youth, that of always getting their man. Few people know that the Los Angeles Police Department and the departments of the United States are equally as efficient and equally as successful in the pursuit of criminals. Due to public lethargy, lack of public interest, and limited means of publicity and propaganda, the police departments of this nation have been unable to establish themselves as a united peacetime army whose tenaciousness in the battle against criminals actually keeps this nation and the lives and property of citizens safe from dangerous attacks and complete control of underworld characters. It has been my desire, ever since the day I entered the police department 21 years ago, to help make the Los Angeles Police Force a powerful and efficient crime deterrent. During my first term as chief, I began departmental reorganization, which I am now attempting to complete. The public little knows the constant vigilance necessary on the part of a chief of police to keep a great organization such as ours functioning smoothly and efficiently with its limited manpower over an area of some 450 square miles during these times of social unrest. We believe we have to date brought about remarkable results in crime prevention, and this is due to the cooperation of the public and to the loyalty and personal pride shown by the personnel. It is my honor to lead. Shortly before coming here tonight, I received a monthly report of the crime activities, several features of which should be of interest. To all citizens listening whose investment this department is, these figures show that burglaries decreased 33% in May 1934 over May 1933 last year. Burglaries decreased 16% in May 1934 over April 1934 last month. Robberies decreased 44% in May 1934 over May 1933 last year. Robberies decreased 23% in May 1934 over April 1934 last month. The story I have brought to you this evening will give you a colorful picture of how the Los Angeles Police Department, through its able officers, tracks down and brings to justice certain criminal types. I feel particularly proud of my men for the part they played in solving the crime to be portrayed for you here tonight. This story should make you keenly conscious of the little publicized fact that your police department has but few failures in criminal investigations chalked up against it.
The scene is the Los Angeles County Jail. The time is the summer of 1925. The cast is comprised of Herb Wilson, ex-parson turned notorious mail robber, awaiting transfer to San Quentin to begin a life term, and Chuck Wagner and Sam Sandberg, being held under charges of robbery for the theft of $19,000 from an oil company messenger. The curtain rises on two adjacent cells, one occupied by Wilson, the other by Sandberg and Wagner, who are at this moment being readmitted to their cell by a guard. The play begins.
Well, Chuck, that's well.
Yeah, it won't be long now till we're out of this.
Pipe down. Listen. Tap back to him. Can you hear me? Not very well. Come on up to the front of the cell. Okay. Yeah, how's this? Better. How'd you make out? Our mouthpiece is going to spring us okay. That's swell. How much, Peter? $10,000 bond. A piece? Yeah. Hey, that's pretty high. You think you guys are worth it? Why, sure we do. How about it, Chuck?
You're damn tootin' we are. Once we get out of this bogey, we'll knock over that much in no time.
How? Holding up messengers?
Maybe.
Then why don't you birds wise up? What do you mean? Well, if you don't, you'll be spending the rest of your lives in stir. You're a fine one to talk. Look where you are. Yeah. Well, I never went to the canyon for no lousy few grand. I done pretty well while I was knocking them over. And now they've got me for good. Well, that's okay, too. But it ain't no reason why I shouldn't just stare a couple of pals of mine straight. Of course, if you don't want the benefit of my advice, that's different.
No, it ain't that, Herb. Sure. We'd like to hear your angle.
Well, how about you, Sam? Sure, I would. Come on, let's hear what's on your mind. Okay. Now get this. Sam, you got the big stride of Leavenworth this fall for that car, then, don't you? Yeah. And you've got to be there, don't you? Well, if I ain't, the rats will come after me. Right. Now, if you ride the route back to Leavenworth, you won't have a prayer of beating that rat. You got to have dough for a mouthpiece. That's right. That's what we were trying to get when they picked us up on this job. Okay, that's because you were dumb. Now, here's what you ought to do. As soon as your mouthpiece springs you ought to knock over the United States mail. The United States mail? Quiet. Here comes the guard. Get back into your cell till they pass. Shall do something. Go on, sing.
I wish I had an angel over the
Pipe down. Pipe down. What was that whispering I heard down this way?
What whispering? Nobody was whispering. I was just trying to get the words to that song.
Well, stop trying. And if you do get 'em, I'll turn the hose on you and cool you off. You mugs ain't here to study community.
Answer him, Sam.
Hey, we gotta be more careful. That turnkey move was a party. Sure, I got guts. Okay. Now, there's some tricks about robbing the mails that you ought to know. For instance, it ain't no good knocking over the regular mail trucks. All they carry is love letters, advertisements, and magazines. You want the registered mail.
Yeah, but how do you know the difference?
Well, in the first place, you got to hold up the trucks. It's no good walking into a post office. Get the postal next to your work for you. How do you mean? Well, when the mail leaves the downtown post office from the railroad station, it's divided. Straight mail goes in one truck and registered mail in another. Well, how do you tell the difference? I was governed to that. Regular mail is guarded by the driver alone. The registered mail truck carries a driver, a guard, and a postal clerk. Knock over the truck with 3 guys in it and let the other one go by. Say, that's simple. Sure it is. But now sometimes the registered mail truck carries some sacks of regular mail, and you don't want to bother with that.
Well, how do you know the difference?
It's a cinch. The locks of the sacks are different. The lock on a registered mail sack.
In Sandberg and Wagner, Herb Wilson finds eager pupils. During the long days they pass in prison, waiting the arrangements for their bail, the 2 tyro mail robbers learn in every detail the technique of the highly specialized job of looting the post. Then, as soon as they're released on $10,000 bonds, they propose the mail job to their confederates, Dago Frank Pesciona, Jack Davidson, and Harry Burke. Plans are carefully laid. And at 9:20 on the night of October the 7th, 1925, Wagner, Pesciona, and Sandberg are loitering in the shadows along 3rd Street.
Herb tells me the truck leaves the arcade station at 9:15. They ought to be along here any minute now.
Guess they load onto the Eastbound Limited that pulls out of the Santa Fe at 9:45.
Yeah, I think they do.
Say, where's the jock and the kid? I thought they were going to be along, huh?
No, I sent them out to steal another car. We're going to have to make a quick getaway when we pull this job.
Here comes the truck now.
That's the regular mail.
How you know that?
Just the driver aboard. Here's number 2. Let's see what she carries. Regular mail, too.
Look, here comes another one.
That's it. See those 3 guys up front? Sure. It's the guard and the postal clerk with the driver. And say, look, it's the last truck. If they run them in that auto tomorrow night, it's a cinch.
At the same time the following night, a high-powered touring car is parked, motor idling at the corner of Traction Avenue and 3rd Street. Sparsely spaced arc lights throw a feebly flickering glow on the deserted street. A busy mart of trade by day. At night, this quarter of the city furnishes a splendid setting for the crime. Oh, the picture is perfect. 6 desperate criminals, armed with sawed-off shotguns, lurking in the shadow of a warehouse, waiting to rob the mail. It's the mail. It sounds like the dream of a dime novel author, but it's a fact. This is what happened.
Ought to be along any minute now. Everybody know what he's to do?
Sure. Chuck and me, we hold the guns on him.
Right, Jack, drive. And don't let that motor down.
Oh, don't worry, I won't.
And the kid and I cover him from the car.
Yeah, and I throw the spot on him.
All right, now hold everything. Here they come. That's the regular mail. Here comes the next one. Come on, on your toes, boys. Number 2. That's regular mail, too.
That's a break. You won't laugh at it.
And here she comes. All right, boys. Let's go, Jack.
Okay.
Okay, Jack. Crowd them over.
All right. Get over you. Get over you.
Hey, what is this?
Get down, all of you.
Madame a quick stew.
Lay off that gun, mister. I'll spray you. Take them gaps away from him, Frank.
Hold on, I'm going to get...
Now pile into this car and keep your trap shut.
Hey, what are you getting me in for, Sam? I thought you wanted me to help on a hijacking
Well,
job.
what's the difference?
Yeah, but this is the mail.
Well, it's still hijacking. You're in on it, so shut up. Come on, you guys. Get in there.
Okay, Chuck, you drive the car.
Right, come on, Frank. Follow us, boys.
Piloted by the bandits, the mail truck is driven 12 blocks, closely followed by the robber's car. At the end of the trip, it is steered into a vacant lot and parked against a brick wall. Safe from the prying eyes of passing traffic, the bandits line up, the post office employees facing the wall. As one of the mob pulls a shotgun on the terrified men, another frisks them for the keys to the truck. Then, under the glare of a spotlight, 20 stacks of registered mail are quickly transferred to 2 other automobiles that have been parked in the lot. This task rapidly performed, the outlaws get into an argument.
Yeah, but I'm trying to tell you something. We should have bumped them all off.
I don't see what we got to do that for, Frank.
What's the matter then? You're too much, huh? They've seen us enough to recognize again.
Yeah, but it don't seem right to kill him in cold blood.
But I'm going to tell you, it's the only way. If you don't do this thing, you're going to be sorry.
Hey, what do you boys think about it?
You're right, Chuck. Shoot him.
Well, I don't see any sense in adding murder to the rap.
What's the difference? When you monkey with the federal government, you might as well go the whole way.
Hey, wait a minute. How's this? Let's give him a sporting chance. We'll toss a coin for it.
Well, all right, but I'm telling you, you're going to be sorry, that's all.
Sure, that's fair enough.
Hey, you over there.
Who, me?
Yeah, you do.
What do you want?
I'm going to toss a coin. Call your choice.
What's the big idea?
If you lose, we bump you as me. Here goes. What do you want?
Heads.
Heads it is.
Oh, but I'm telling you, we should have pumped them off.
Oh, shut up. We said we'd give them a chance, didn't we? And they won. Well, come on, you birds. Get in this truck. We're going to make some registered mail out of you.
What are you going to do now?
Well, don't worry. We're just locking you up in the cage here so you can't tip them off too soon. Come on, get in there and make it snappy.
Step on it, step on it. Come on and get in there. The trouble with you, you've got too much of good luck. Now, come on. Now, snap onto the padlock.
A fine-looking bunch of Christmas packages you are.
Robbery detail, Captain Cato speaking.
What?
Yes, right away. Hey, boys, it's a holdup, United States Mail. Certain question. Wallace, you and Hamlin come along with me. Make it snappy.
Captain Cato and his men arrive at the scene of the robbery a few short minutes after the bandits have made their getaway. They release the frightened post office employees, and from their excited and garbled accounts, they reconstruct the crime. However, everything has happened so quickly, and there's been so little light, that none of the men can help the police with a very adequate identification of the robbers. No fingerprints are found on the mail truck, and although Captain Cato prosecutes the investigation to the utmost, little headway is made until late the next day, when a suspicious citizen unwittingly comes to the assistance of the police.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Policeman, I've been all over this place, and finally they sent me to you.
Yes, well, what is it?
Well, I shouldn't want to cause any trouble, but I got my suspicions.
Suspicions about what?
About this $20 bill here.
Well, what about it?
No, a fellow owed me $20, see? And he paid me back today, and he says, this ain't counterfeit, but don't take it to the bank. And so I got my suspicions. I ain't going to be done out of no money, and I want you to tell me if this money's good or there ain't it.
Well, where'd you get it?
I'm telling you where I got it.
Yes, but what was the name of the man who gave it to you?
Why, Robert Cargill's his name.
Where does he live?
Start, I don't know.
Know where he works?
Sure, in a garage by Victor Boulevard. But would you tell me if this money is any good?
Well, I can't tell you tonight. Our money expert isn't here. But I'll tell you what I'll do.
What will you do?
I'll give you 2 $10 bills for that 20.
What? Mr. Yamashuga? What do you want it for?
Well, I can't tell whether it's counterfeit or not. And you want to be sure. So I'll give you good money for it.
Why should you be taking a chance like that?
Listen, do you want good money or not? I'm doing you a favor.
Well, I should be turning down good money. All right, so I'll take it.
Good. Here you are.
Thank you, mister.
You're welcome. Good night.
No, good night.
Send Wallace in here.
You want to see me, Captain?
Yes. You got the serial numbers of that dough lost in the mail robbery?
Yes, right here.
Let me see it. Here it is.
What's that?
One of the bills stolen from the mail truck last night. We're looking up a mechanic by the name of Cargo in the morning.
Early the next morning, Detectives Hamlin and Wallace park their car a few blocks from the garage in which Cargo is employed. And Wallace walks to the garage, tells Cargo that his engine has gone dead, and asks him to come to look at it. The young man, suspecting nothing, returns to the waiting car with the detective.
Here we are, this black sedan.
Now, what seems to be the matter?
And that's what we want to find out. You're under arrest.
Hey, what is this?
Snap the bracelets on him, Hamlin.
Right.
Now get in that car.
Hey, wait a minute.
Shut up and get in. I'll drive.
Now, Cargo, what do you know about that mail robbery the other night?
What mail robbery? I don't know nothing.
Oh, yes, you do.
Well, I tell you, I don't.
You know plenty about it, Cargo, and you're going to tell us everything you know.
Well, Wallace, what did you get on Cargo?
Nothing, Captain. He denies everything, but he's guilty as the devil.
Well, I've been checking up on his acquaintances. His girlfriend got $600 from him this morning.
Yeah?
Yeah. We just bought her in. She says that he told her that he had gotten it from a sale of some property back east. She looks innocent enough.
Well, in that case, I can see a way to make him talk. He's just next door. Let's bring him in.
Okay.
Come on in here, Cargo. Sit down. Where'd you get that $600 you gave your girl this morning?
What?
You heard me. Where'd you get that dough?
Oh, I never gave no one $600.
Oh, yes, you did. You gave it to your girl.
I haven't got a girl.
Yes, you have. Her name's Betty Park.
How did you find out?
She's under arrest right now.
Under arrest?
Yes, under arrest. Now, where'd you get that money you gave her?
Oh, I got it from the sale of some property in Chicago.
That's a lie.
No, it isn't.
It's a lie, Cargo. You got that money from mail robbery.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did, and you gave the money to your girl, and she's going to the penitentiary for receiving stolen goods.
What?
To the penitentiary for receiving stolen goods.
No, wait a minute. You can't do that. She hasn't done anything. She thought I got that dough from the east.
But you didn't.
No, that is...
All right, Cargo. Come clean.
Listen, if I do, will you lay off, Betty?
Well, I think that could be arranged if you'll tell us what you know.
Okay. In the first place, I didn't know we were going to knock over the mail. Chuck had propositioned me to go into a hijacking deal with him.
Who's Chuck?
Chuck Wagner.
Go ahead.
Well, I didn't know any of the other guys. I never met them until the night we pulled the job.
What were their names?
I don't remember. Honest, I don't.
All right. What happened?
Well, we started off at the corner of 3rd and Traction, and we got there about... Cargo's confession leads the officers to Chuck Wagner's apartment. They enter the place with a pass key while he is out and lock the door behind him.
Well, doesn't look like he skipped.
No, his clothes are all here.
Uh-oh. Look here. A pearl-handled revolver. Say, it's a beauty. Look at that design.
Yeah. I want to take a look around and see if he's cached any of that dough around here anyway. Hey, come on. Quit playing with that gun. Let's search the joint.
You know, the construction of this gun interests me. I never told you about my granddad's collection of guns, did I?
No, save it for a quiet winter's evening.
Look, I got an idea.
What?
We'll wait till he comes in, hide in this closet here, and then we'll let him walk over to the dresser.
Yeah, so he can get that gat and bump us off, huh?
No, I want to play a joke on him.
Oh, look, we're not here to play jokes.
Pipe down. Now, here's someone in the hall now.
Quick, in this closet.
You're under arrest, Wagner.
What? Why, you're dirty. What's the matter with this cat?
It's no use, Wagner. I took out the firing pin. My granddad had a gun just like that.
Okay. I guess you got me.
Stick your arms out, Wagner. There. That's just to make sure you don't run away on us.
What?
Sure you don't run away on us.
What?
Sure you don't run away on us.
Well, maybe you wouldn't mind telling me what the charge is.
Robbing the mails.
What is?
Robbing the mails.
What? Say, you guys are making a mistake. I run a tire repairing business. I don't know nothing about a mail robbery. I don't know nothing about a mail robbery. What mail robbery?
Well, we must tell you. It was the one the other night on 3rd Street. I suppose you don't know anything about that.
Well, only what I read in the newspapers.
Yeah? Well, you're coming along with us for a while. Maybe the accommodations down at headquarters will help to refresh your memory.
Wagner stoutly continues to deny any knowledge of the robbery, but the investigation goes on.
From correspondence found in Wagner's shop, the trail leads to the house of Frank Teschiona on 106th Street. Wallace and Hamron present themselves at the home of the Italian.
Your name, Teschiona?
Sure.
What do you know about a mail robbery on 3rd Street?
A mail robbery. You come here asking me about a mail robbery when I forgot my own trouble.
What's the matter with you? You look like you lost your best friend.
Sure, I've lost my best friend, my wife. She's run away on me.
Well, that's too bad. Now, what about this mail robbery?
She's take $2,000. All of my life's a saving. She's my sweet bambino, sweet little lady. Then she's a leave me, dirty tramp.
Get that, Hamlin. She swiped $2,000 on him.
Yeah. Where'd you get the $2,000, Frank?
Well, the money
She's coming from my savings, from liquor I sell to man Orange County.
Yeah, what was his name?
Oh, please, go away. Can't you see I'm all sick and
Who'd you sell the liquor to?
What?
Who'd you sell the liquor to?
Oh, I can't remember the name. I'm tell you, I'm all broke up. Please go away. Please.
Sure, we'll go away, Frank, and we'll take you with us.
After days of questioning, Teschiona finally admits his participation in the robbery when faced with thousands of dollars worth of loot unearthed by officers in his house. Wagner, told of his pal's confession, denounces him as a double-crosser. But in the end, he leads the officers to a cache near Long Beach where $400,000 worth of bonds and banker's checks are recovered. Lengthy investigation reveals Jack Davidson is a close friend of Wagner's, and he finally admits his guilt, and another $2,000 worth of loot, this time cash, is brought to light. Sandberg is picked up in Kansas City en route to face trial in Leavenworth. $900 more is found in his person. Testiona's wife is later apprehended in Chicago and returned to Los Angeles under a charge of receiving stolen goods. But the technicality of California law preventing husband from testifying against the wife and vice versa makes it impossible for the prosecution to build a case against her. In October 1925, Cargo, Davidson, Wagner, and Sandberg go on trial. They plead guilty and are quickly sentenced to 25 years in the federal penitentiary on McNeil's Island. Frank Teschiona pleads not guilty and several months later goes on trial. Witnesses from all over the United States appear at the trial to identify the jewelry found on his premises. It is a sunny spring afternoon when the judge delivers his verdict.
Frank Teschiona, you will stand and face the court. Before I pass judgment on you, have you anything to say?
Sure, boss. I'm going to tell you, I'm not guilty. It's a big, lousy firm up. I'm not to do anything.
Frank Teschiona, the jury has heard all the facts before it. They have given their verdict, and it is now my duty to pass judgment upon you. Frank Teschiona, I sentence you to serve 32 years in the federal prison.
32 years? Oh, Bartholomew. Oh, Judge, that's too much. It's too much. Where's that lousy cop for the rest of me? Where is he?
Want to see me, Frank?
Sure. I want to tell you one thing. When I'm going to get out, I'm going to kill you.
Well, Frank, my boy, that doesn't worry me much. They'll pat a good many of us on the face with a spade before you get out.
Within 3 months of the time this daring mail robbery was staged, 5 of the 6 bandits were serving time in the penitentiary. 1 man remained at large. He, Harry Burke, was sought all over the United States. In May 1926, Captain Cato received word that he was once more in Los Angeles. Lieutenants Hawtrey, Barr, and Lloyd staked for Burke, and after a wild chase and gunfight, the 6th criminal was wounded and taken into custody. Burke, it was learned, was wanted for a bank robbery in Michigan, and $35,000 worth of his loot was recovered in Los Angeles following his arrest. He pleaded guilty to the mail robbery charge and quickly followed his pals to McNeil Island to serve a term of 25 years. Too much praise cannot go to Captain Cato for the manner in which he brought this case to a speedy conclusion, and through the case he developed, secured a 100% conviction.
Thank you, Chief Davis. The modern police radio car and the modern fire engine are built to deliver dependable service under all conditions and at an instant's notice. It is necessary that such equipment must be powered with dependable gasoline. Rio Grande Cracked with tetraethyl is such a gasoline. In Los Angeles alone, the average mileage of a police car is 216 miles per day, or 78,840 miles per year. With this undeniable proof of dependability to guide you, don't you think that a tank full of Rio Grande Cracked is worth at least a try? Remember, it costs no more. Now, here's a pointer on lubrication. Why not use as good oil as you use gasoline? Sinclair, Pennsylvania, and Sinclair Opaline motor oils are made by the largest independent refiner of lubricating oils in the world. They are sold only in extra-measured tamper-proof cans, thus guaranteeing you against substitution. They are extra refined, giving longer life. Yet Sinclair, Pennsylvania, and Sinclair Opaline cost no more than ordinary, often inferior oil.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 28. The suspect in the U.S. mail robbery now in custody. That's all. Roll and quit.
Based on the confidential files of the Los Angeles Police Department, Calling All Cars is written and produced by William N. Ropen. The orchestra is under the direction of Frederick Stark. This is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Next time on Star Trek The Next Generation.
So what's the cause of my headache?
I haven't the slightest idea.
An old enemy is playing tricks with the captain's mind. In a deadly game of revenge.
You murdered my only son.
Now he's forced to relive a terrifying battle.
Look for a silver sphere. Destroy it!
On Star Trek The Next Generation.
I grew up with Southern fried chicken in my blood. Mama used to fix it all the time. Well, I'm a mama now, and we love Northern fried chicken from Weaver. Weaver starts with tender, juicy chicken. It's cooked and seasoned to perfection. And then they quick freeze all that homemade taste inside. Imagine that. Great tasting fried chicken from way up north in Pennsylvania. Next thing you know, they'll be growing cotton in Pittsburgh.
Come on up to Northern Fried Chicken from Weaver.
Greetings. When you're in a fly-by-night business, you get depressed. That's when I dial a joke. 999-3838. That's 999-3838. There's nothing like a good laugh to raise your spirits. So when life drives you bats, dial a joke. You'll die laughing.
Here are the current readings under partly sunny skies, barometer 30.1.
When you're out fishing, you count on your radio. So use the batteries you can count on, too. Duracell.
Tests show that after regular carbon batteries wear out, Duracell keeps going strong. Because Duracell batteries last longer.
And that means a lot, whenever you use your radio.
Duracell. The copper top battery. No regular battery looks like it.
Or lasts like it.
See, please stand by Friday night at 7:30.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thank you, Durward. Nice of you and Gary to leave us all this nice, fresh air for broadcasting.
Said they had a good show, didn't they?
Always a good show. Could I sing now?
That's a good idea.
I see a new sun up in a new sky, and my whole horizon has reached a new high. Yesterday, my heart sung a blue song, but today, hear it hum a cheery new song. I dreamed a new dream. I saw a new face, and I'm spreading sunshine all over the place with a new point of view. Here's what greets my eye: new love, new luck, new sun in the sky. I saw a new face, and I'm spreading sunshine all over the place with a new point of view. Here's what greets my eye. New love, new luck, new sun in the sky.
I really enjoyed that, Rosie. Now I guess I'd better warble one, huh? Great old standard by Richard Rodgers and Lawrence Hart. We'll have Manhattan, the Bronx and Staten Island too. It's lovely going through the zoo. It's very fancy on old Delancey Street, you know. The subway charms us so when balmy breezes blow to and fro. And tell me what street compares with Mott Street in July. Sweet push carts gently gliding by. The great big city's a wondrous toy, just made for a girl and boy. We'll turn Manhattan into an Isle of Joy. We'll go to Greenwich, where modern men itch to be free. And Bowling Green you'll see with me. We'll go to Coney, we'll have bologna on a roll. In Central Park we'll stroll, where our first kiss we stole, soul to soul. I'd like to take a sail on Jamaica Bay with you, and fair Canarsis Lakes we'll view. The city's bustle cannot destroy the dreams of a girl and boy. We'll turn Manhattan into an Isle of Joy.
Here comes September Good Housekeeping to help you lead the creative life you want to live. First of all, there's a Keep Young Guide to Happy Eating, 22 pages of wonderful food, including trim luncheon and dinner menus, and recipes that'll keep your family's health up, weight down, spirits sparkling. And handsome color pages of fall fashions, town clothes that take you to the country beautifully, country clothes that go anywhere in the city. Also, for those who may be wondering about the controversial new birth control pills, Good Housekeeping has a medically authoritative report. And don't miss the house for all seasons, with interiors beautifully presented in color, a down-to-earth dream house priced well within the reach of many young couples today. Also, Good Housekeeping brings you Let's Have a Draft for Girls by famed columnist and educator Max Lerner, a stimulating and forceful suggestion that a female home Peace Corps be drafted. All this and much, much more in September Good Housekeeping. Buy your copy today.
All right, friends. Stand by. Stand by for a salute. Today, we've got to hand it to the city of New York.
There is a city you can hand it to any day.
It's a great city.
I'm a bit late, I know, with my congratulations, but I just got to thinking about it recently, and I want to thank New York for returning to the romantic days of the 20s and the old-time butcher shop.
In what respect, Bing?
Well, they have a law in New York that butchers must grind individual orders of meat in public view.
Oh, that's right. I read something about that back in, about February, I think it was.
That's the time. That's when the law went through.
Now butchers grind meat orders individually in full view of the customer. Is that it?
Yep. Personal hamburger. It results from the fact that the housewives complained that the butchers were substituting poor cuts of meat, when they ground orders out of sight. All sorts of shenanigans going on in the back room. So now, whenever meat is ground, it's got to be in full view of the customer.
And, of course, this means a whole new thing for the new generation that's never even seen meat ground.
There'll be meat watchers or grinder watchers.
Yeah, like sidewalk superintendents.
Onward we go. Backwards.
Back to the old grind with hamburger, huh?
Yeah, time marches backwards. And boy, are the housewives lucky. Ken, as a matter of fact, 3 pounds out of every 10 pounds of meat that is consumed in New York City is hamburgers. You know that?
Why not have hamburger ground out in the open all over?
I'm for it.
Bing, now that the butchers are working in plain sight again, that may mean the return of Schultz the butcher.
Clap hands, Schultz the butcher is coming back.
Well, sure, this may just be the beginning. The hamburger may be the opening wedge.
That's what I mean. We'll have the old-fashioned butcher standing there, leaning on the chopping block, dishing the dirt with the housewives.
Oh, the housewives are going to love Schultz. Oh, they'll be mad for him. He used to be radio, TV, hi-fi, and psychiatry all wrapped into one.
And he may come back.
We need him.
Wouldn't it be delightful if Rosie would sing a song, especially for Schultz right now?
Here's to Schultz, our hero, the lady's choice.
I should have told you long ago how much you mean to me. I should have opened up my heart for you and all the world to see. I was a fool to let you go. These tears that fall should tell you so. Darling, I love you, and I know I should have told you long ago. I should have told you long ago.
Boy, I do hope we've predicted correctly. I mean, wouldn't it be grand if the old-time butcher did come back?
Indeed, yes. Schultz, the butcher, with his sailor straw hat tilted back on his head and his rosy cheeks.
And nose.
His straw sleeve gauntlets, remember those?
Recall them vividly.
And the big white apron draped across his up-tilted, more than ample stomach.
Sort of leaning on the scale.
Mm-hmm.
As he passed along a bit of gossip to a lady customer who, of course, was all ears.
Yes, I guess we have to say that Schultz often did include his elbow with the order, but at least he did it in plain sight.
That's the way it should be. Too much secrecy these days, I think.
Too much top secret, even.
Good old Schultz. Sometimes, of course, you know, he did weigh the elbow. Or his hat, maybe, threw that in. But he always threw in a few scraps for the dog, you remember, for free.
Sure, and if you had the kids with you, they'd each get a frankfurter on the house.
Freebies.
Golly, how did the old-time butchers ever make money?
With their elbows, naturally.
Well, they were entitled to a profit.
Yeah, well, all that dishing out of gratis scraps and frankfurters was their only recourse.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? We never get anything for nothing. Ever, never, ever, never.
Yes, but it's nice to think that we do, isn't it?
It's nice to dream. You can't beat dreaming.
Or singing.
Well, fortunately, we feature both here. At all times.
Just you, just me. Let's find a cozy spot where we can cuddle and coo. Just us, just we. I've missed an awful lot, and my trouble is you. Oh, gee, what are your charms for? What are my arms for? Use your imagination. Just you, just me. I'll tie a lover's knot round wonderful you. Imagination, just you, just me. I'll tie a lover's knot round wonderful, lovable you.
Rosemary, may I tell you that it's wonderful to have you here on the show and brighten things up with your radiant personality.
And do half the work?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But also brighten things up.
We can't call this work, Bing.
You're so right, Rosie, really. Singing is a joy.
Right you are. Say, you don't happen to be in a sentimental mood by any chance, do you?
Always.
Well, then let's sing something to remember you by.
I'm game.
Something to remember you by. When you are far away from me, dear.
Some little something meaning love cannot die. No matter where you chance to be.
Though I'll pray for you, night and day for you, it will see me through. like a charm till you're returning. So give me something to remember you by. When you are far away from me. Night and day for you, it will see me through like a charm till you're returning. So give me something to remember you by. When you are far away from me.
Goodbye for today. Remember, we'll be right back here tomorrow.
Try to give us a listen, will you?
Certainly been nice being with you, and we'll see you tomorrow then.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music may be heard over these same stations each weekday, Monday through Friday. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
No matter when the Crosby kids are home, they always enjoy the same great taste of Minute Maid orange juice. You see, even though the taste of oranges can differ from season to season, you can always count on the fresh, delicious taste of 100% pure Minute Maid.
That's because they blend the juice of different kinds of oranges for that special, fresh Minute Maid taste every time.
It's a taste your family will love. I know mine does.
Minute Maid. Goodness you can taste.
Hi, may I help you?
I want an original recipe. Extra crispy.
Heidi wants extra crispy and Becky wants original recipe.
To get your chicken different ways, come to Kentucky Fried Chicken. Only we can give you both kinds of finger-licking good fresh chicken.
Here's your original recipe, Becky.
I'm Heidi and I want extra crispy.
You're Becky?
It's so nice to feel so good about a meal, so good about Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Summer belongs to sailing in the sun.
Having fun.
And Hellman's. This summer when you're making potato salad, try adding cubes of ham and cheese. Then blend in creamy Hellman's real mayonnaise for a summer treat that's different and delicious.
Hey, my favorite.
Me too.
Summer belongs to Hellman's. Always so creamy, always so fresh. So bring out the Hellman's and bring out the best.
Isn't the country neat, Howard? Here, pretend you're a farmer.
These are times of your life to remember.
And smile.
In pictures. To help make those pictures look their best, ask for Kodak paper behind them. And remember, using Kodak film doesn't mean you automatically get Kodak paper. So look for these words. Look for this sign when you get your pictures developed and get them on Kodak paper for a good look.
Howie, who took this one?
Baby, put a charge in your life.
There's a new personal car in town. Zephyr Z7 from Lincoln Mercury.
Baby, put a charge in your life.
High voltage styling, slant Z roof, wraparound tail lights, buckets, rack and pinion steering, and Z7 equals the best mileage rating in its class, with a price that comes as a very pleasant shock.
Zephyr, what's a charge in your life?
Look out for mystery with Candy Matson. Coming up next.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 28209. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence tonight's Candy Matson story, it's a very great pleasure to welcome as our distinguished guest this evening the widely read radio columnist of the San Francisco Examiner, who conducts his own radio column under the title Day and Night with Radio and Television. Mr. Dwight Newton.
Thank you, Dudley Manlove. Recently, I conducted a popularity poll to determine our readers' favorite radio program originating in San Francisco. Heading the list, and a top-heavy favorite, was your Candy Matson program. In behalf of the Examiner readers who participated in the poll, I am happy to present this award, which reads as follows. 1950 San Francisco Examiner Favorite Program Award. This certifies that readers of the San Francisco Examiner have voted Candy Matson their favorite local radio program in a poll conducted by the undersigned writer of the column Day and Night with Radio and Television. Congratulations to all who participate on the Candy Matson program, to Monty Masters, who writes and directs it, and to you, Natalie Masters, the Candy Matson star.
Thank you, Dwight Newton. We're doubly proud of this award tonight because next week's program will mark Candy Matson's first birthday. From all of us here at NBC in San Francisco, to Dwight Newton, the San Francisco Examiner, and most of all, you, the listeners, who've made this award possible, our very sincere thanks.
We continue now with Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Just a moment, I'll be right there. How do you do?
You are Candy Matson, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. And who are you?
Willa Gray.
Come in, won't you, Willa? Is there something I can do for you?
I don't quite know how to explain this, but it's my brother.
Your brother?
Maybe you've heard of him, Miss Matson. Gordon Gray.
Why, sure, the songwriter?
That's right.
Who doesn't know him? He's written almost as many hit songs as Irving Berlin. What about him, Willa?
Well, like many people I know, Gordon is a crime student for relaxation. He reads all the books, listens to all the radio programs, and naturally he's heard and read a great deal about you.
Well, I'm flattered.
When I suggested talking to you, he agreed immediately.
Talking to me, Willa? What about?
Well, it's his mental condition, Miss Matson. He's suddenly become extremely childish. All day long he sits at the piano playing nothing but uncoordinated notes.
Are you sure they're uncoordinated, or is it some new style he's trying to develop?
Miss Matson, you're familiar with Gordon's work. Songs like Lazy Old June, The Tenderness of You. What he's doing now is just musical gibberish.
How well I remember Lazy Old June. I was just a kid in high school at the time. Oh. Are you living with your brother, Willa?
No, I'm not. Just as well, too. I don't think I could take it.
Why do you say that?
These foolish notes he plays. He says he's working on a thing to be called Symphony of Death. That someone is going to kill him.
What? Now you've got me interested.
I hope so, Miss Matson. He won't talk to me. Every time I drop by, Gordon just sits at the piano, laughing horribly, and playing these kindergarten notes. As I said, he's a great fan of yours. Won't you go and just speak to my brother?
Sure, I'll see him. Gordon Gray with a shattered mind. What a pity if true. Think of all the jukeboxes that would have to settle for promissory notes.
Candy Matson, San Francisco's well-known gal private investigator. merely trying to get her penthouse on Telegraph Hill cleaned, and she walks into a stack of memories. Memories created by a songwriter named Gordon Gray. Symphony of Death. It never became a popular composition, but it will always be on Candy's all-time hit parade, a tune she'll never forget, because it brought about a very strange chain of events and a fascinating finish to the entire story. Oh, and the in-between department? Well, here she is, the gal who never suffers from gaposis, Candy Matson.
When I went into the cold, hard world to make a living for myself, Gordon Gray was an American institution. That's when he wrote his never-to-be-forgotten The Rhapsody of You. I'd had no idea that Gray was in San Francisco. The last I'd heard, he was in New York, working on the score of a brand-new musical. So when his sister confronted me like that, naturally, I was caught a bit off base. She wrote Gordon's address for me, and like the rabbity little elf she seemed, ducked out as abruptly as she came. Then I dressed, drove over to an apartment house on Powell Street, just down from the family club. I pressed the button. It blew an ugly little noise back at me. I entered, went up the stairs to 221. The door opened.
Yes?
Mr. Gray?
Yes, that's right.
I didn't call you on the phone. I thought I'd just more or less barge in on you. I'm Candy Matson.
Candy Matson. Do come in. Oh, please, do come in.
Thank you.
So, my little sister finally got up enough gumption to call you.
Yes, she came by this afternoon. We had quite a nice little chat.
A nice chat. With my sister? Impossible. The little mouse doesn't know how to put one word after another. Oh, here. Do sit down, won't you? Place is a mess. I've got manuscript all over the floor, the highboy, the whatnot, everywhere. Highball? Spot of sherry?
Thank you. No, not right at the moment.
As you say.
I beg your pardon?
It's nothing, really. I'm just thinking of my monstrous joke. I'm going to be killed, you know.
Yes, so your sister said. Do you mind?
My sister. Young. She's young enough to marry a grandchild. Do you know what? She thinks I'm slipping my cable.
Do you mind if I call you Gordon?
I'd love it. Providing I can call you Candy.
I'd despise myself in the AM if you didn't.
Candy, you're just as delightful as I had you pictured.
Thanks, Gordon. Now, frankly, what do you think? Are you slipping your cable?
Of all the idiotic... Of course not.
Willa seems convinced you are.
Willa's a mere babe, a suckling.
What about this new thing you're working on, Gordon, this Symphony of Death?
She told you about that, too, huh? That's part of my monstrous joke, Candy.
Want to confide in me? Let me know what this joke is?
I don't mind in the least. You have brains. Not many people have brains in this world, Candy, but you do. And because you have brains, I'm going to give you a challenge.
Okay, let me have it.
Oh, no. The challenge will only come after he kills me.
He? Who are you referring to, Gordon?
That's part of the challenge, Candy.
I see. Do you really believe that someone's out to kill you?
But of course. That's the delicious part of the whole thing. I'm going to be killed. It can't be avoided. That's why I'm writing my Symphony of Death.
Oh, sure. Now I see.
You're making fun of me, Candy.
No, I'm not, Gordon, really. It's just that, well, I've never met anyone who was happy about the prospect of getting knocked off.
I don't mind, actually. I've lived a full life. I've seen the world, made lots of money, been wined and dined by people in all walks of life. My music will live after me. That's all I care about.
Now I can understand.
There. You see? That's why I like you. You have brains. Shall I play my new composition for you?
If you like.
Very well. As you will discover after I'm dead. It's all part of my monstrous joke. Excuse me. Pay no attention to the technique, Candy, my dear. My fingers aren't quite as supple as they used to be. There. What do you think of it?
Gordon, I think it's a great, monstrous joke.
I knew you'd see it. It's part of the joke. You're really sharp. I knew it. That's part of the joke, and you can see it.
You pay wonderful compliments, Gordon. Thank you. But don't you think this Symphony of Death is a complete departure from your usual style? From something like, well, the Rhapsody of You, for instance?
Certainly. It's because of him. I had to write something dedicated to him, didn't I?
Well, to scramble a dangling participle, who's him?
The man who's going to kill me.
As I left, I tried to shake the picture of a cackling man playing one-fingered doodles on the keyboard, but I couldn't. The impression was indelible. When I arrived home, I was greeted by the sight of a familiar auto parked out in front. It was my number one boy, Inspector Ray Mallard of San Francisco Homicide. I invited him up to sit a spell and chew the fat.
What's new, Cupcake? I haven't seen you for several days. Seems like weeks.
Ha! A compliment. That means you're after something.
I am not. Can't I ever say something nice without you misconstruing?
Oh, okay. Compliment accepted. Good. What brings you around here this time of day, Mallard, dear? Aren't you on duty?
That's the trouble. I've been on duty for almost 48 hours straight. I had to take a little breather for myself.
Working on a deal?
Yeah, a hot one. No leads, no clues, no nothing.
For a slight consideration, I might be inclined to help you crack the case, Sherlock.
By the way, what are you working on?
Nothing but hope and what's left of the bank account.
You mean to say the great lady Private Eye is temporarily at liberty?
I mean to say just exactly that.
Well, if I'm any judge of your business ability, you've got enough money tucked away to buy the Philadelphia Athletics from Connie Mack. What do you do with all your loot, Candy?
Sew it in hair mattresses and sleep on it. Oh, excuse me a moment, Mallard.
Sure, go right ahead.
Oh, hello, Willa. I didn't expect to see you so soon.
I hope you won't think me a nuisance, but I just had to see you.
I understand. Come in.
No, thanks. You've been to see Gordon. I just spoke with him on the phone, and he told me.
Yes, that's right.
What do you think, Miss Matson?
Very sad, Willa. How long has he been like this?
Just a week or so. He flew in from New York, and I could see the change in him right away.
How long ago did he leave for New York?
He left Hollywood for New York last month.
Was he all right then?
Oh, yes, just fine. He seemed so happy. He just finished writing the music for the new show in the East. But when he got there, the backers, as they say in show business, told him the music was no good. He said he'd return to the coast and redo it. But instead of going back to Hollywood, he came here, took that apartment on Powell Street, and he's been holed up there ever since.
Do you think being told his music was no good had anything to do with his present condition?
Oh, I'm sure of it, Miss Matson. He's always been such a sensitive person.
No, Willa. I've known several people who snapped momentarily under a terrific strain. Maybe it's not as serious as you think.
But what am I going to do?
Well, first, he needs aid, immediately. I know a Judge Conway here in town. I think he'll help you get Gordon committed to a sanitarium where he'll get the finest medical aid available.
A sanitarium? Oh, no, Miss Matson, that would kill Gordon.
Well, it's either that or have him get progressively worse.
I suppose you're right. Would you talk to Gordon? Explain what must be done? I don't think I'm capable.
Sure, I'll do it, Willa. You sit tight, and I'll call you just as soon as I speak with Judge Conway.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I imagine I should inquire as to how much you charge for your services.
No, forget it, Willa. Getting Gordon Gray back to normal will be pay enough.
You're just wonderful, Miss Matson. Goodbye.
Poor kid. So helpless.
Poor kid is right. I couldn't help overhearing. She's about 90% mouse.
She and Gordon must have been poured right out of the same mold as far as sensitivity is concerned.
Is that the Gordon Gray, Candy? The famous songwriter?
That's the one.
And he's cracked up?
Mm-hmm.
Downright sure. Well, thanks, pal. Just the sight of you has picked me up considerably. I'll be getting back to the grind.
Melly, dear, hold me tight for just a moment, will you?
Sure. Don't let Gordon Gray get you down, Cupcake.
Well, it wasn't a very pretty sight. And I've got to face him again. Thanks for the hug, Mallard. I'll return it someday. Mallard released his grip and left. I snapped my ribs back in place and steeled myself for the ordeal ahead of me. It wasn't going to be easy, but it had to be done. So once again I found myself ducking down Green Street, over Powell, across California, and down the roller coaster of a hill to Gordon's apartment. He answered the door, and I was met with just as much enthusiasm as before.
Candy Matson, I was wondering where you'd been. You've been gone for ages, darling. Do come in. I've got a surprise for you. When did you get back from Europe?
When did I get back? Oh, just a day or so ago.
Your letters were wonderful. I especially adored the one from Naples. What a time you must have had.
Yes, quite a time, Gordon. How's the new symphony coming along?
That's the surprise, my dear. It's completed. Long last, it's finished. To be perfectly frank, Candy, I think it's great. I've been in touch with Toscanini. He's going to give it its premiere performance at Carnegie next month. I've already sent him the revised manuscript. Can you picture it, Candy? A hushed crowd. Maestro raps his baton. The orchestra comes to full attention. Then that magnificent, firm downbeat of Toscanini's and Symphony of Death is making its debut. First, the Allegretto. Then the Molto Andante. The audience is at first inclined to scoff, to think that Gordon Gray could write serious music, from Lazy Old June to Symphony of Death. Too much of a step, they'd say. Then Toscanini glides into the Conmotto. The audience tenses, not believing their ears. Little by little, they understand what Gordon Gray is trying to express. Then, as if it were not enough, Toscanini moves into the breathtaking finale. It soars, it moves. It transports everyone in Carnegie Hall into another world. And abruptly, Symphony of Death. The Symphony of Death is over. The audience arises as one. They shout for Gordon Gray, the composer. History's being made. More shouts for the composer. But Gordon Gray isn't there. Gordon Gray's dead. Because of him.
Gordon, listen to me.
Because of him. The world will have to be denied any further music from the pen of Gordon Gray.
I said listen to me, Gordon.
Oh. Go on.
I want to talk to you. And you've got to listen very carefully. You're sick. You need help. Your sister and I are arranging to have you sent to a home nearby. They'll have you on your feet in short order.
Sent away?
Yes.
That means he will visit me sooner than I'd planned. Very well, Candy. Tell Willa to do whatever she thinks best. I won't give her any trouble.
It's for your own good, Gordon. Believe me.
I know. Candy, you never went to Europe, did you? You were here earlier this afternoon. Isn't that right?
That's right.
You just went along with the gag.
That's right, Gordon.
Yeah. You'll be here sooner. Much sooner than I expected.
Gordon Gray went into the other room and lay down on his studio couch, face down. That's when I tiptoed out of the apartment. If only I could have peeked into the future, I'd never have left, because that was the last time Gordon Gray was seen alive. I went home, fixed myself something to eat, turned the radio on low, and sat down with a book called That Frail Vessel, a book about the behavior of the human mind. Out of one corner of my ear, I heard it. It was the 10 o'clock news over NBC with Sam Hayes. And there it was. The body of Gordon Gray had been found in his apartment. The book clattered out of my hands, and I sat there for a moment stunned. But only for a moment. In another second, I was driving over to pick up an old pal of mine, Rembrandt Watson. There was a good reason for it. Rembrandt's studying to play the cello. On the way over, I noticed the headlines. The police had the net out for Gordon's sister, Willa. Rembrandt was home. He was agreeable to going to Gordon Gray's apartment with me. And before you could bat an eyelash, providing your batting average was good, we were in said apartment alone.
My word, girl. What a garish-looking place.
It didn't belong to Gordon personally, Rembrandt. He was merely renting it.
He still doesn't deny the fact that it's garish. Candy, the truth now. Why did you want me to come to this Victorian mausoleum with you?
Just a hunch, Ducky. Are you still taking cello lessons?
Taking them? Girl, don't be ridiculous. I'm now giving them.
Even better. Just as I thought. The boys in blue haven't touched anything. The manuscript for Symphony of Death is still on the piano. Can you play single notes on the piano, Rembrandt?
Well, I can try.
Good. Run your hangnails over this.
Strange. This isn't music. Just a series of notes with no meter, phrasing, or regard for the proper time to the bar.
Exactly. Play it just the way it's written.
Very well.
And call out the notes as you go along. I think I'm beginning to understand Gordon's Symphony of Death.
As you say, B, A, D, and for no reason at all there's a rest, Candy.
D, A, D, and a rest. Go ahead.
E, G, G, and another rest.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes D, E, A, D, then a long gap in the manuscript.
You know what that spells musically, Ducky? Bad egg dead.
Utter confusion.
Mm-hmm. On the other hand, I don't think so. As we say in the movies, continue on.
F, A, G, G, E, D. No timing at all.
That spells fagged.
So am I. However, it goes on like this. D, E, A, F. Another rest, then B, E, E. Fini.
What?
Through. It's kaput. Finish.
Let's see now. Bad egg dead. Fagged. Deaf. B.
Candy, love. If you're going with the notes of the musical scale, you could spell practically anything out of A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, even from a tune like Ragmuff.
But this means something. I know it does. Gordon told me it was going to be a challenge. What? Who's there?
Don't be alarmed, Miss Matson. It's only me, Willa.
Willa, how did you get in here? Don't you know the police are looking all over town for you?
Let them look. I don't care. My brother's dead. I read it in the papers.
How did you get in here, Willa? The cops are surrounding the place.
I just walked in through the front door.
Oh, wait till Mallard hears about this. Willa, you didn't kill Gordon, did you?
No, Miss Matson. I didn't. Honestly, I didn't.
I believe you, Willa. Because I think I know who did kill your brother.
You do? Tell me. Oh, please, tell me.
Down at the Hall of Justice. Okay, let's go. Oh, Rembrandt, bring along that bust of Beethoven sitting on the piano, will you?
Pleasure, dear. I'll be glad to. Candy, this thing must weigh at least 15 pounds.
Well, you're the only man in the group.
Oh? Oh. Very well. Come along, bust. Hall of Justice or likewise.
Candy, what are you doing here at a time like this? Can't you see I'm busy?
Sure, I only want to see you busier. This is Willa Gray. Remember her?
Just the girl we're looking for.
Well, save your breath, Mallard. Willa's innocent. She had nothing to do with Gordon Gray's death.
Okay, you know so much. Who in tarnation did?
Put that bust of Beethoven on Mallard's desk, Rembrandt.
I was wondering how long I'd have to hold this thing.
What in the name of Schenectady do I want with that?
There sits your murderer.
Candy, are you out of your head?
No, it's so complex it's simple, Mallard. Gordon Gray works like a beaver for 2 months writing a musical score for a new Broadway show. He takes the score to New York. The producers tell him it's no good. It's the first time it's ever happened to Gordon. It does something to his mind. He broods. He comes to San Francisco. His mental condition becomes worse.
So is yours.
Where you're concerned, yes. But let me finish. Here, take a look at this.
Bad egg dead. Fag. Deaf. B. Okay, I give up. What does it mean?
Bad egg dead. Gordon Gray is referring to himself. Fagged, that means he had come to the end of his rope. His musical knowledge and creative ability were running dry. Gray had nothing more to live for.
Okay, Miss Edgar Allan Poe. What does deaf B mean?
Well, that had me stumped for a while, too. Then I got to looking at this bust of Beethoven standing on the piano. It seemed to dominate the entire room. Then I put 2 and 2 together and got Ludwig von Beethoven. B was an abbreviation of Beethoven. Beethoven was deaf, deaf B.
I don't get it.
You will. Beethoven is going to hit an all-time low. The answer lies inside that plaster bust, I'm sure. Stand back, Mallard. I'm about to splatter a genius. Take a look.
Good gravy. A small fortune in greenbacks.
That's right. And a note, too, if these eyes don't deceive me. Congratulations, whoever you might be. You learned the true meaning of my Symphony of Death. You've also just executed my killer, von Beethoven. Now perhaps he knows how it feels to be cracked up, too. Thanks for participating in my little joke, my last charade. This is my entire estate. Put it to whatever good use you may see fit. Gordon Gray. Oh, Rembrandt, do me a favor. Take Willa outside. The poor kid's pretty badly shot.
Certainly, Duff. Come along, young lady.
I still don't get it, Candy.
It's easy to fill in the gaps now, Mallard. Gordon's music was falling apart. He knew it. So he started swiping melodies from obscure Beethoven themes. But Gordon, with only his flair for writing popular music, couldn't grasp what Beethoven had originally intended. Consequently, the things he wrote were terrible. The more he copied, the more he realized that Beethoven was becoming an all-ruling obsession. It was Beethoven in the morning, Beethoven at night, Beethoven 24 hours a day until it drove Gordon completely out of his mind.
That I can understand, but what's this joke he mentioned?
Well, he was a great mystery fan. That's why he wrote this gibberish thing called Symphony of Death. A group of notes that spelled out bad egg dead, fagged, death be, and so on. All part of his warped mental condition.
Well, that makes sense. Except for one thing. How did Gordon Gray die? Exactly when he wanted to die.
Mallard, dear, I now know there are some mighty strange things in this world. Even a completely sick mind such as Gordon's has great powers of concentration. Gordon was like a captain without a ship, like a man who's been married 50 years who suddenly has no wife. You probably won't believe it, Mallard, but Gordon Gray, knowing that his mind was shot, and knowing, too, that every last bar of creative music had been drained from his heart, his soul, willed himself to die. Fantastic? Not necessarily so. There are many stories about animals who have done the same thing. And if animals can do it, why can't a human being with a so-called higher plane of intelligence do it, too? So that's what Gordon had done. Taken his life savings, sealed them into a plaster bust of Beethoven, along with his last laugh note, and sat himself down to die. In Gordon's mind, Beethoven had killed him. I can understand why, too. For just before we left his apartment, I found another manuscript. I had Rembrandt run over it. Note for note, it was the Moonlight Sonata, backwards. But in one respect, Gordon had outscored the old masters. He had completed his Symphony of Death, and Beethoven was in little pieces. That left him one up on another old master, a fellow named Franz Schubert. He'd left one entirely unfinished.
The characters in tonight's story are entirely fictitious. Any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. Actors heard this evening were Phyllis Skelton as Willa Gray. John Grover was her brother, Gordon Gray. Jack Thomas as Rembrandt Watson, and Henry Leff as Inspector Ray Mallard. From the star of our program, Natalie Masters, and from her husband, Monty Masters, who writes and directs Candy Matson, and from the staff of the National Broadcasting Company, we wish to express our deep thanks and sincere appreciation to the San Francisco Examiner and Dwight Newton, radio columnist of the Examiner, for tonight's presentation, naming Candy Matson as the #1 program in the San Francisco metropolitan Bay Area. Listen again next week at the same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
The program came to you from San Francisco. Dudley Manlove speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Janet is writing down her reasons for quitting her old mop and shine.
Didn't clean well. Dull shine.
Try Step Saver. Smell.
Ammonia.
Step Saver has ammonia to clean better so its wax can shine better. Now, you're standing on your old mop and shine. I'm on Step Saver. Let's simply pour and damp mop. See, Step Saver out cleans your old mop and shine, and the better it cleans, the better it shines.
I'm coming over to Step Saver.
Get Step Saver from Johnson's Wax. It has ammonia to clean better so its wax can shine better.
Happy Endings, brought to you by Jell-O Brand Gelatin.
Cheesecake!
You said you were bringing the sales manager
He
home.
always says no to dessert. He says dessert fills you up and slows you down.
Well, he won't say no to Jell-O gelatin.
Looks good. You sure it isn't filling?
Positive.
Fabulous dessert.
Thank you.
Light yet so delicious. I see how you keep on your toes, Turner.
Sweetheart, you're the best.
So for happy endings, don't say no, say Jell-O Gelatin.
That's me and my father, Will Rogers. He taught me a lot of things when I was a boy, and I'll always remember what he said about food. Know what's in it before you eat it. I know exactly what's in grape nut cereal because it's so simple. It's just natural wheat and barley with vitamins added, and it's baked into crunchy little nuggets that even look simple. So if you're looking for something good with breakfast, I got a simple answer for you. Grape nuts, the simple cereal.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. You've just completed an investigation on an East Los Angeles murder case. You get a hotshot call. A shooting in a liquor store on Pico Boulevard. Your job? Check it out.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, February 16th. It was cool in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Homicide Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. We were on our way back from the interrogation room, and it was 8:46 p.m. when we got to room 42. Homicide.
You think he'll cop out?
I don't know. Probably won't make much difference anyway.
Yeah. Mel keeping the gun, that was his big mistake.
Yeah.
Wonder why she gave him the chance.
What do you mean?
Well, he'd beaten her a couple of times before, and neighbors all said so.
Yeah.
You'd think she'd have walked out on him.
Maybe that's what she was trying to do.
Well, she should have tried sooner. You got any plans for dinner?
No, not especially. Why?
Well, I guess I'll grab a bite with you. Faye said she's not going to want any dinner. She'll fix something for the kids and told me to eat downtown.
Well, that's a switch, isn't it?
Sure is. Tell you the truth, Joe, she's kind of sore at me. This is her way of getting even.
Is that so?
Yeah. Woman expects a man to remember everything. Let him slip up just once, it's the end of the world.
Is that right?
Birthdays, anniversaries, Mother's Day, Christmas, Lincoln's birth, everything.
What'd you forget this time?
Valentine's Day.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I knew there was something eating her when I got home that night. She didn't say a word until the next morning. Then she hands me a tie. Stripes like that brown and red one from last Christmas, only this one is maroon and gray.
Yeah.
Said she didn't want to give it to me on Valentine's Day because she knew how embarrassed I'd be. You know, on account of not having a present for her.
Well, why don't you get her some flowers or some candy? You can make up for it.
She told me not to, Joe. Said she didn't want anything unless I thought of it myself and on the right day. See, you don't understand women, Joe. You can't make up for a mistake. They won't let you.
Hot shot, I got it.
For us?
Liquor store out in Pico.
Yeah?
Dead body. Would drove out to the Evandale liquor store on West Pico Boulevard. The owner, Cecil Evandale, was lying on the floor behind the counter. He'd been shot through the chest, and he was already dead when the body was discovered. A team from robbery detail and Sergeant J. Allen and a crew from the crime lab arrived a few minutes after we did. They began their investigation, and we talked to the patrol car officers who'd found Evandale's body.
We were just cruising by, and we saw the front door standing wide open. No sign of Evandale, so we thought maybe we ought to look around.
Yeah.
Came inside, gave the place a once-over, spotted him just like he is now.
You're sure he's the man who owned the store, huh?
Oh, yeah, it's Evandale, all right.
He's had trouble before.
How's that?
A couple of boys held him up, must be about a month ago now. We answered the call.
I see.
They were picked up the same night. Evandale had their license number.
You got a conviction?
First-degree robbery.
Well, it can't be them if they're in the joint.
I'll check on it, Joe.
Right.
If it was another hold-up, they didn't get away with much.
Oh?
Cash register was open when we came in. Still full. $50, $75, that's my guess.
Well, maybe something scared them off.
The street was empty, no cars, nobody.
Funny they left all that money just lying there in the drawer.
That's not the only funny thing around here.
Who you got, Jay?
Found the casing. Take a look.
Mm-hmm. It's 38, huh?
Yeah. Slug went right through him, in his chest, out the back, right through, clean as a whistle.
Mm-hmm.
Sure got me, Buffalo.
What do you mean?
The slug.
Yeah?
Can't find a trace of it.
Frank came back from the telephone with the information that the two men who had previously robbed the Evandale liquor store were now serving their sentences in San Quentin. While Sergeant J. Allen and the crew from the crime lab continued to search for the missing slug and any other physical evidence, we canvassed the area for somebody who might have heard the shooting. 9:53 p.m. We found a drugstore in the next block that was still open for business.
Fountain's closed, if that's what you're after.
No, sir, we'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Talk? What about?
We're police officers. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Police, huh?
That's right.
Thought I heard sirens a while back. What's been going on around here?
Well, there was some trouble at the liquor store down the street.
Cease Evandale's place?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have let it happen.
Beg your pardon?
You're police officers, ain't you?
Yes, sir, we are.
He was robbed just a few weeks ago. You should have figured somebody'd try it again. You should have been watching him, making sure he was all right.
Well, it's a pretty big town, sir. There's a lot to watch.
Too big, if you ask me. Why don't they go home?
What's that?
All them folks who keep moving to L.A. 25 years ago, I come here. Things were a lot different then. Man could drive down the streets, find a place to park his car. There was room to move around in. Elbow room.
Mm-hmm.
More people coming all the time. Getting so crowded a man can't breathe.
Yes, sir.
You see anybody who might have done the shooting?
Tonight, you mean?
Yes, sir. Anybody suspicious?
Nobody suspicious come in here. Not since I got back from supper, leastways.
When was that?
7:30. Right around in there.
Uh-huh.
Don't think I've had more than a half a dozen customers since supper time. Miss Jacobs, her youngsters got the croup, sold her some cough syrup. Ought to relieve it some. Then there was a couple of boys. Bought Cokes, read the magazines.
Well, how old were they?
10, 12, just shavers.
Uh-huh.
Fella come in for a carton of cigarettes. Don't know his name, but he lives around here somewheres. Been in a half dozen times before. Don't recall anybody else.
Well, how about out on the street?
Hmm?
Did anybody walk by or hang around who doesn't belong in the neighborhood?
How the heck would I know? You can't even see the street from in here when it gets dark.
Yes, sir.
Black as pitch out there. Been after him for the last 5 years to put up a street lamp. Been begging them. What do? Just raise my taxes and spend the money on freeways and gadgets so's more strangers will come flooding in on us. Whole darn shooting could have took place right there on my sidewalk. I wouldn't have been able to see it.
Yes, sir. Well, thanks anyway.
I say, wait a minute. Come to think of it, I did spot a couple of fellas. Acted kind of funny, too, like they didn't want me to see them. You know what I mean?
I think so.
It was then when I was walking home to supper. No, it was when I was on my way back.
That'd be about 7:30?
Give or take a couple of minutes. Well, they were just standing there in the doorway, kind of. Turned their backs toward me as I walked past them.
Could you describe them for us?
I said they turned their backs.
Yes, sir.
Not that it made no never mind. It's so darn dark out there, I couldn't describe them if they'd been coming at me head on.
Uh-huh. You got any idea how tall they were?
Medium height, I guess.
How were they dressed?
Didn't notice. Except for one of them.
Yes, sir?
Jacket he was wearing. Notice that. Remember thinking it was so loud you could see it in the dark. Kind of plaid. You know big crisscrosses?
Mm-hmm. What color was it?
Must have been light. Some kind of light color. Tan, maybe with green in it. Not sure.
Now, is there anything else you can tell us about these two men?
I think I've done pretty good to give you that much.
Yes, sir, you have. Thank you.
I'm not saying they had anything to do with shooting Cease Evansdale. You understand?
Yeah, we understand.
It's up to you to find out who did it and bring him to justice.
Yes, sir.
Don't know what's getting into this town. Man ain't safe in his own store. More crime all the time. More criminals. Wasn't like this 25 years ago.
Maybe not.
Why should there be more now?
Well, you gave us the reason.
Hmm?
More people. 11:36 p.m., we went back to the liquor store. The body had been moved to the county morgue. J. Allen told us that he and his crew had searched the walls, the floor, the furniture. There was no physical evidence and still no trace of the slug that had killed Cecil Evandale. The next morning, February 17th, we again returned to the neighborhood and questioned shopkeepers in the vicinity. None of them had any leads. 12:05 p.m., we went back to the office.
Well, guess you were right, Joe.
What about?
Faye, when I got home last night, she was expecting candy or flowers or something.
Well, I thought she told you not to buy her anything.
Yeah, but that didn't keep her from being disappointed when she didn't get anything.
Oh, what'd she say?
She didn't say. She just looked.
I got it. Homicide, Friday. Yes, that's right. No, we're on that. When? I see. My tie-in, yeah. You give me the address? Okay, right. Thank you. Office just got a report from a clinic out on Wilshire. Man came in to see him this morning.
Yeah?
Had a .38 slug in his chest. We drove out to a small medical center a few blocks west of Vermont Avenue, and we went into the offices of Dr. J.Y. Springer.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon. Dr. Springer in?
Do you have an appointment?
The police officers.
Oh.
The doctor busy?
Well, he does have a patient with him right now.
I see. We'll wait.
I'll tell him you're here. I'm sure it won't be long.
Thank you. Might as well sit down. Huh?
Yeah. You think we're on the right track, Joe?
I don't know. That slug isn't in the liquor store, that's for sure. Jay says there isn't a mark on the walls.
Yeah. Sure had to hit something.
Or somebody.
Yeah. You want a magazine?
No, thanks.
That's funny.
What?
There's a brand new issue. See right here? February.
Mm-hmm.
New magazine in the doctor's office.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
What's the matter?
It's a medical journal.
The doctor will see you now.
Thank you.
In here.
Thank you.
Dr. Springer?
That's right.
Police officers. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
What can I do for you, gentlemen?
I understand you took a bullet out of a man's chest this morning.
Oh, that.
Mind telling us about it?
No, not a bit. The young man came into the office. Must have been around 10 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
He told me that he and a friend had been looking at some guns last night. One of them went off accidentally. I examined the wound. It was quite superficial. Bullet had barely penetrated the skin.
Mm-hmm.
I removed it, put on a bandage. That's all there was to it.
I see.
Very superficial. Didn't even need instruments. He could have squeezed it out himself if he'd tried.
Was he a regular patient of yours, Doctor?
No, I'd never seen him before. He said he was just passing through L.A.
Could you describe him for us?
Well, he was in his late teens or early 20s. Dark hair, stocky, weighed about 170, I judge.
About how tall?
5'7", 5'8".
Mm-hmm. Any distinguishing marks or scars that you recall?
No, nothing like that.
How was he dressed?
Slacks, sports shirt, loud jacket.
Loud?
Yes, a plaid of some sort, green and brown. The shirt was open at the collar, no tie.
Mm-hmm. Well, when you called in, you reported that his name was Clyde Beaton?
That's right.
You think it might be his real name, Doctor?
I'm sure of it.
Oh?
You have to be very careful whenever you treat a bullet wound. I always ask for identification.
Yes, sir, that's a good idea.
The young fellow was a little embarrassed at first. He didn't have any.
No driver's license?
It was in his other suit. I told him he'd have to stay here until I could contact the police.
What'd he do then?
We fished through his pockets, found a letter he'd recently received. I took the name from the envelope, Clyde Beaton. Seemed sufficient identification under the circumstances.
Mm-hmm. Did you get Beaton's address?
He said he was staying at the Crown Prince Hotel on Sunset.
That what the letter said?
I'm afraid I don't remember. It was the name I was chiefly interested in.
I understand.
Did you keep the slug, Doctor? The bullet you took out of his chest?
No, I'm afraid not. He wanted it for a souvenir.
Well, your report said it was a .38.
That's right, .38 caliber.
You sure of that?
I've handled guns all my life. It's a hobby.
I see.
Is this a serious matter, Sergeant?
I'm afraid we don't know yet.
The wound was very superficial.
Yes, sir.
I remember telling him how lucky he was that the bullet hadn't gone in deeper.
Well, he could have been luckier.
How's that?
If it hadn't hit him at all. We drove over to the Crown Prince Hotel. They told us that no one by the name of Clyde Beaton had been registered during the past month. They also told us that they had no guests who answered the suspect's description. We checked the name through R&I. They had nothing on him. We also checked the telephone books, city directories. We came up with 2 Clyde Beatons. The first one was an elderly man who lived on Highland Avenue. We interviewed him and learned that he suffered from arthritis and had been bedridden for the past 2 years. He had no living relatives except for a daughter who kept house for him. The second Clyde Beaton lived on Washington Boulevard. We drove out to the address. It was a 2-story brick and stucco apartment house.
Yes?
Mr. Beaton in?
No, he isn't.
You know where we can find him?
What for?
We're police officers.
What?
It's Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Are you Mrs. Beaton?
Yes.
Mrs. Clyde Beaton?
That's right.
Could you tell us where your husband is, please?
Well, he's not here.
Yes, ma'am. Where is he?
Chicago.
Oh.
Been there since last Friday.
You sure of that?
What's this all about?
Police business.
Do you mind if we come in for a minute?
Well, no, I guess not. We can't talk very loud. The baby's asleep.
Yes, ma'am.
You say your husband's in Chicago?
Since last Friday.
Business trip?
Well, in a way. He's a plastic salesman. Company's having a convention.
I see.
He did a bigger gross last year than any other West Coast representative, and that's why they picked him to go.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite an honor. He's only been with him a couple of years, practically the youngest man in the force.
Yes, ma'am.
He even had a dinner last night. Gave him a plaque.
Last night?
He called me afterwards. Long distance.
From Chicago.
Don't you believe me?
Yes, ma'am. Does your husband have a gun, Miss Beaton?
What?
A pistol or a revolver?
Well,
Well, does he, Miss Beaton?
yes, he has a gun.
You take it with him?
No, of course not.
Mm-hmm.
Why would he take a gun to Chicago?
Would you get it for us, please?
Well, it's in the bedroom, bureau drawer. The baby's there.
We'd like to see it, Miss Beaton.
All right.
Well, the convention in Chicago should be easy to check.
Yeah, too easy.
Hmm?
Well, if a guy was setting up an alibi, he'd pick something tougher to crack, wouldn't he?
You think we've struck out?
Could be.
I'm sorry.
Ma'am?
Well, the gun isn't there.
Oh?
I looked all through the bureau. I don't know what could have happened to it.
Well, maybe your husband did take it with him then.
I packed all his things. He couldn't have.
I see.
Well, we've always kept it in the top drawer where it'd be handy.
Mm-hmm.
You know where your husband's staying, Miss Beaton?
The Waterfield Hotel. I've never been in Chicago, but it's right downtown someplace.
What's the name of the company he works for?
Federated Plastics. Can't you tell me why you're asking all these questions?
We'd just like to get in touch with him.
What about?
Do you have a picture we can take with us?
Of Clyde?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I suppose so, but I'd like to know why. Is he in any trouble?
Not if he's been in Chicago for the last few days.
Of course that's where he's been. I talked to him just last night.
We have the picture now?
Let's see what I can find. I think there are a couple of snapshots in the desk. Would that be all right?
Yes, ma'am. Be fine.
When's your husband due back?
Day after tomorrow.
Is he flying?
Mm-hmm. I don't know which flight, though. He said he'd send me a telegram. Here's a picture. Took it last summer on our vacation up in Yellowstone.
Mm-hmm.
My brother Tim's in it, too. Will that make any difference?
No, it's perfectly all right.
That's Clyde sitting on the rock.
Mm-hmm.
The one in the plaid coat.
We took the picture with us and we stopped by Dr. Springer's clinic. His nurse told us he was operating at St. Thomas Hospital. She said she'd call as soon as he was free. We went back to the office and we sent a teletype to the Chicago PD requesting information about Clyde Beaton, supposedly registered at the Waterfield Hotel. 2 hours later, at 5:43 p.m., Chicago reported that a man answering Beaton's description and using his name was staying at the Waterfield. They also confirmed the fact that he'd attended a convention dinner the previous evening.
He sure comes up looking good.
Sure does.
Do we check him out?
Well, we better talk to him when he gets back in town, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Homicide, Friday. Yes, ma'am. How long will he be there? I see. Would you ask him to wait, please? Right away. Thank you. Doctor's back in his office.
You still want to show him this picture?
So far, it looks like we're 100% wrong.
Yeah.
Can't get any worse. We drove out to Dr. Springer's office and we showed him the snapshot of Clyde Beaton.
Mm-hmm. That's him.
You sure, Doctor?
No doubt about it. That's the young man I treated this morning.
His wife says he's in Chicago.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
He does fit your description.
Even the coat.
Coat?
Well, yes, sir. Isn't that the one you told us he was wearing? You see there? The plaid?
But he isn't wearing... Oh, I see what you mean.
What?
The other chap in the picture. Yes, I believe that is the same coat.
Afraid I don't follow you, Doctor.
This is the young man who had the bullet in his chest, the one standing up wearing the leather jacket.
Mm-hmm.
But when he came to see me this morning,
yes, sir,
he had on this other man's coat.
Dr. Springer was positive in his identification of Mrs. Beaton's brother. 7:28 p.m. We again interviewed Mrs. Beaton.
Oh, it's you again.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you want now?
Just a couple more questions.
You got me so nervous before, I just didn't know what to do. I had to telephone Clyde all the way to Chicago, make sure he was all right.
We're sorry about that, ma'am.
It cost us a fortune in phone bills. He said the police back there had been bothering him, too. He couldn't imagine why.
We don't want to cause you any trouble.
Well, that doesn't help any.
Would you take another look at this picture, Miss Beaton?
What for? I gave it to you.
Yes, ma'am. You said that the other man was your brother, is that right?
What about him?
What's his name, please?
Tim.
His last name?
Larkin. Tim Larkin.
Well, now, does the coat that your husband's wearing in the picture belong to him or to your brother?
It's Clyde's coat, of course. He's wearing it.
Is it in the house now?
No, I don't know where it is. Cleaner's, I guess. Wasn't here when I packed Clyde's bag last week.
Your brother live in L.A.?
Yes.
Where about?
Well, he lived with us until a few weeks ago, and then he and a friend of his took an apartment over on Bellwood Avenue.
You know the number?
261 West.
What's his friend's name?
Well, it's Bill Dressingham. Went to college together.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Tim came to California to go to school. Our folks live back in South Dakota.
I see.
He did all right the first couple of years, but something happened last semester. He just sort of lost interest and quit school, both him and Bill. Got jobs and rented this apartment. I guess they're making good money. It's a very nice place.
Yeah.
It isn't Tim, is it?
Ma'am?
Well, the reason you've been coming back and forth here all day.
We don't know yet.
Well, if anything's happened, it'll be my fault. I'm supposed to be responsible for Tim while he's in California, where the folks don't know he isn't going to school anymore. They think he's still living with us.
Mm-hmm.
He's baby of the family, just turned 21. Thought I'd wait until Mom and Dad realized he's a grown man. Then I'd tell him he's on his own. Thought I'd wait till then.
Maybe you waited too long. "9:15 p.m. We went over to the Bellwood address Mrs. Beaton had given us. We found a card on one of the doors with the names Beaton and Dressingham on it.
Yeah, who is it?
Open up.
What a big McGilla.
All right, get your hands against the wall.
Huh?
Police officers, move. Turn around.
Hey, okay.
Come on, son. All right, he's not heavy, Joe.
All right, what's your name?
Tim Larkin.
Unbutton your shirt.
What for?
Your shirt, unbutton it.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you get that bandage?
I fell down.
Come on, where'd you get it?
Fell down, I said.
You see a doctor?
No.
How do you know it isn't serious?
It's getting better.
You didn't see a doctor?
No.
Well, we've got one we'd like you to see.
What are you talking about?
Dr. Springer.
Oh.
You ever hear of him?
I guess so.
Well?
We were just horsing around, Bill and me. Fooling with a gun.
Who's Bill?
Fella I live with.
Go ahead.
Gun went off. Bullet caught me in the chest, that's all.
Where's the gun?
What difference does it make?
Where is it?
Closet.
All right, you stay put.
I'll check.
Where were you last night?
What time?
All of it.
Here.
All evening?
Yes, sir.
Found it, Joe.
Yeah.
38. Found this, too.
This your coat, Larkin?
No.
Whose is it?
Brother-in-law's.
Who's the gun belong to?
Him.
Did he give it to you?
Borrowed it.
Borrow the coat, too, did you?
Yeah.
Where were you last night?
I said before, right here.
Been over on Pico lately?
No.
You sure of that?
I'm sure.
This coat was.
I don't know what you mean.
All right, come on, son. You might as well tell us.
Tell you what.
We got a shell casing.
Yeah?
From a .38. We found it in the liquor store last night.
So?
The owner was killed.
Lots of .38s around.
Be real easy to check your gun against the casing we found. Well?
Come on, Larkin.
I guess you'll find out anyway.
All right, tell us.
I was there.
Evandale Liquor Store.
Yeah, me and Bill. We was going to hold up the joint, that's all. Just hold him up.
Go ahead.
Bill had the gun. I didn't have nothing to do with that part. He was holding the gun on the old geezer, and I went around behind to get at the cash register.
Mm-hmm.
Something happened. I don't know what. Maybe Bill was squeezing too hard on the trigger. Maybe he got scared. I don't know.
Yeah.
Gun went off. Old guy fell down. Same time I knew I felt a little pain here in my chest. Bullet must have gone through him and hit me.
Yeah.
Bill got all panicky. Turned around and started running. I stuck right on his heels.
Where's Bill now?
bar down the street. Went out for a beer.
Is he carrying a gun?
No, sir. This is the only one we got.
All right, let's go.
Oh, you understand that I didn't have nothing to do with the shooting. You understand that, don't you? It was Bill that pulled the trigger. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I wasn't even involved.
Yeah, well, we don't see it that way.
Huh?
You ended up with a slug.
The story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 14th, trial was held in Department 93, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. William Seaton Dressingham and Timothy Wilkes Larkin were tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. The jury returned a recommendation of leniency, and the suspects are now serving life terms at the State Penitentiary, San Quentin, California. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
America's newest senator on labor.
Congress is violently opposed to the 4-day week. They refuse to come in the extra day.
And here he is in Grandpa Goes to Washington.
Grandpa,
Yeah?
do Eskimos brush their teeth?
Grandpa Goes to Washington. Now you've got a real choice on Tuesday nights at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
Sufferers, when minor pain strikes, doctors recommend one medicine more than any other. It's in Arthritis Pain Formula, the arthritis specialist.
Think about this. With just one phone call, you can apply for an auto loan or any loan. Qualify and up to $10,000 is yours. Just call European American Bank.
Love was such an easy game to play.
Beatlemania, live at the Winter Garden Theater.
A move to cut Jersey taxes on News Center 4 at 11.
A reminder that this Sunday, September 17th, NBC will present the full-length animated feature, Dumbo. Don't miss it.
Leaf It's America, fatherly, youthfully, sensationally. Leaf It's America, motherly, lovingly, so elegantly. Leaf It's America's family, naturally. Leaf It's America, all of America. Leaf It's America, Yankee Doodle Lee.
Did you know there's a very special dog food with so much protein that high protein is its middle name? It's from Purina, and it's terrific for normally active dogs, like yours. It's the dog meal with the blue and white checkerboard. But most important, it has more protein for active dogs than any other leading dog food. Purina High Protein Dog Meal. So rich in protein that high protein is its middle name.
As president of Gallery of Homes, I get to hear lots of interesting real estate stories. For instance, one of our gallery brokers actually helped these home buyers with their wedding arrangements. They were new in town. In another city, a gallery broker found a good house for a family near a school with a good wrestling coach. Now that's service. But the main service we offer you is a proven method of marketing your home. Next time, discover the Gallery of Homes difference.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Bristol-Myers, makers of Mom, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern, transcribed with our guest tonight, Bob Crosby, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Bob Crosby. No, Duffy. Bob Crosby. Yeah, Ersat. Yeah, he's Everett's brother. Well, I'm bringing him down to help me romance a dame. Yeah, Duffy, I'm in love, you know. You heard me, love. Look, what brought you and Mrs. Duffy together? A Winchester. With Gwendolyn and me, it's real love, Duffy. Well, certainly I'm sure of it, Duffy. You know, when a guy has known a dame for 24 hours and ain't asked her how much money she's got, what else can it be? What? Look, now, it's no use trying to talk me out of it. I have been smitten, and I intend to stay smut. Okay. Some enchanted evening. You know, Eddie, that song haunts me.
It haunts you, huh?
Yeah.
Well, sure, you just murdered it. What's the name of that song?
It's called Some Enchanting Evening. It's one of the hit tunes from that show I seen last night, that South Pacific, you know. It's my favorite song.
Hey, ain't that the show with Mary Martin?
Yes, it's Mary Martin and that Enzio Pinshead. Who? You heard me, Pinshead.
Lord.
Look, Finnegan, what's your favorite song?
My favorite? The one my mother sang to me when I was a baby.
How did it go?
Rock-a-bye, baby, in the treetop. If the bow breaks, the baby will drop. That's the part that used to get me.
Why?
My mother sang it with gestures.
Probably explains your weakness for music.
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy. My, you look charming tonight.
I do?
Well, now that you mention it, no.
Archie, I hear you saw South Pacific last night.
How much did the tickets cost for the South Pacific?
$6.60 apiece.
$6.60? Do the dames wear fans?
Oh, Finnegan, in this show, the dames don't have no fans.
No fans? Oh, boy. No wonder they can get $6.60.
Well, it sure was worth it. Lots of songs in that show. That Valley High thing. Valley High. Valley High.
Stop the music.
What do you mean, stop the music? Eddie, have you been around the unemployment offices recently?
Sing, Dennis.
Valley High. You know, when Gwendolyn gets here, I'm going to sing that song over and over again. And then, when she's ready, I'll ask her to marry me.
You going to sing that song over and over again?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Promise me you won't, and I'll marry you.
Now, wait a minute, Eddie. Is this just a fetish with you, or is my singing really that bad?
You ain't no Crosby.
So what? Even the rest of the Crosbys ain't. Wait a minute. Crosby, you give me an idea. You know, Bob Crosby's coming down tonight. Maybe I can get him to sing the songs to her.
Bob Crosby croon love songs to your girl?
Well, sure. He'll put Gwendolyn in the mood for me. It's like in the movies, Eddie. You know, he'll sing the songs, but when it comes to the romance, I come along and dub myself in.
Hey, Art, where did you meet this Gwendolyn?
I met her the other night over at the library.
You? In the library?
Yeah. Weird, ain't it?
What was you doing in the library?
It was raining outside. Well, to make a long story short, you see, Gwendolyn turns out to be the librarian. So, to impress her that I am also a deep thinker, I asked her if I could take out a book.
Tom Swift and his electric runabout.
No, Eddie. I asked about Charles Dickens and his picnic papers. So then we started talking about Longfellow, you know, and Ethan Allen Poe.
Who?
Poe, you know, Samuel Clemens. Well, after a few minutes of that kind of talk, naturally the poor kid was hopelessly in love with me.
Is she a pretty dame?
Well, the important thing is that she's intelligent and very well educated.
Oh, a dog, huh?
On the au contraire.
So you're really in love this time?
Yeah?
What do you know about love?
I suppose you know more about it than I do?
Oh, I think I should. After all, I'm a woman.
That's right, and don't let nobody tell you no different.
Hey, Archie, you better be careful. First thing you know, you'll be marrying today.
And what's wrong with marriage?
What's wrong with it? Look at me mother and father. They got married, and what did they get out of it?
You're just being self-conscious.
Oh, could be.
Well, certainly. Now, tell the truth. Ain't there times when you'd like to have a wife?
Well, the last week or two, I was thinking about marrying Rita Hayworth.
Rita Hayworth?
Yeah.
What about the Alley Khan?
I'm afraid not, Arch. She ain't my type.
He'll probably be very sorry to hear that.
Arch, I hear you're thinking of getting married.
Yeah, that's right, Joe.
Well, congratulations. What kind of a girl is she?
Oh, very brilliant. You know, a member of the Angelitantia. The kind, if she had to wrap a herring... You know, the kind, if she had to wrap a herring, wouldn't think of using nothing less than the Atlantic Monthly.
Well, I hope you'll be happy with her.
Well, I think I will, Joe. Mentally, we find each other very mutually compatible.
Well, that's very nice to hear, Arch. But you must remember, it's not only what goes on inside your head that counts. What goes on outside is important, too.
Well, Joe, you know the only thing that goes on outside my head is Vitalis.
Well, that's where you're smart. Vitalis makes your hair look well-groomed. That's because Vitalis tames down dry, unruly hair. Vitalis protects hair, too. Protects it against the drying effects of the hot sun and all those extra showers you take in summer. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains two of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. You look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Eddie, I just can't wait for Gwendolyn to get here. Some enchanted evening. Da, 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 da.
Miss Archer, a lady here to see you.
Oh, look, quick, everybody. Start looking intelligent. Finnegan.
Yeah?
Face the wall. Well, Gwendolyn, it beseeches me great umbrage to have you honor us with your visitation.
What was that you said?
Nothing important. I was just bidding you adieu.
Oh. Adieu.
Thanks. Well?
Well?
Mm-hmm. Hey, ain't it the nuts being intelligent? Incidentally, I would like to foster you with the privilege of meeting some of my fellow colleagues. First, I would like to present Miss Duffy.
How do you
Charmed.
Mr. Eddie Green.
How do you do?
Charmed.
Mr. Clifton Finnegan.
How do you do?
Vox Pop.
Well, you see, Gwendolyn, he only speaks Latin.
But it's a dead language.
Take a look.
Wait a minute. Archie, wasn't he with you in the library the other day?
Not me, sister. I got an umbrella.
He's very amusing. What do you do for a living, Mr. Finnegan?
Arch, maybe you better take that one.
Gwendolyn, you see, Mr. Finnegan is at present employed as a part-time human being. But, speaking of college...
Oh, did you go to college?
Well, frankly, no. I ran into a little trouble.
What was the trouble?
High school.
No, you see, the trouble was that Dad wanted me to go to Princeton and Pater wanted me to go to Harvard. But enough about me, Gwendolyn. Leave us talk about you. Have you read any thick books lately?
A few.
That's nice. Have you read anything by Samuel Clemens?
Samuel Clemens?
Yes, otherwise known as Ethan Allan Poe.
Archie, you mean Edgar Allan Poe.
He's changed his name again? Well, whoever he is, have you read him lately?
No, Archie, I'm afraid I'm not in your intellectual class. I go in for lighter readings. I prefer Conan Doyle.
Yeah, huh? Well, I think Cone's all right, but Doyle is a little passé. But enough of this highbrow talk, Gwendolyn. What do you say we go lowbrow?
Lowbrow?
Yeah, leave us get married.
Married?
Why not? After all, I'm a man and you're a librarian. Just think, we could go through life together dangling Greek participles. What do you say?
Well, Archie, you see, I've dedicated my life to the wooing of the muses.
Does that mean I'm in or out?
It means you're out.
Yeah, hmm? Look, Gwendolyn, why don't you go over and sit in the corner with Finnegan for a while?
That might be fun. Do you mind, Mr. Finnegan?
Well, it's okay if you don't try no funny stuff.
Finnegan, I assure you that Gwendolyn's intentions is purely platonic.
Just a minute. What's this platonic?
That's the point, you see. Maybe after she sits with you for a while, she'll appreciate a guy who knows who Pluto is. I'll see you later.
Hey, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Will you tell Mr. Archie that I'm looking for him? My name is Crosby.
Which Mr. Crosby shall I say?
Well, just tell him it's a Crosby without hope.
Crosby, glad to welcome you to the tavern. How did you happen to know about this place?
Well, Bing recommended it to me.
Oh, Bing recommended it, huh?
Yep, and me, his own brother.
Well, tell me, how long have you been in town?
Oh, a couple of days.
Yeah, did you see South Pacific yet?
Why?
Well, I'll tell you, Bob. You see, there's a dame that I'm thinking of marrying.
Well, congratulations, Arch. It's about time a guy your age was thinking of settling down.
My age?
Yeah.
Mr. Crosby, for your information, I am 29.
29? Now, come on, Arch.
You heard me, 29. I was born in 1930.
Hold it, Dad, hold it. If you were born in 1930, it means that you're only 19.
Well, if I'm only 19, you certainly got a nerve to question me when I tell you I'm 29.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be catty.
Accept the apology. Well, anyway, as I was saying, you see, there's a dame I'd like you to sing some romantic songs to.
Me? Sing here? In this Ptomaine Trocadero?
Just a minute. Your brother sang in his Ptomaine Trocadero, and I think his voice is a little better than yours.
Well, his voice should be better. When we were kids, he got a little more practice than I did.
What do you mean?
Well, he was the older brother, and he had first rights on the bathtub. In fact, I was 18 before I knew he was my brother and not my father.
Hey, that's very funny.
Thanks.
And now that I have laughed at that joke, I think you owe me a favor. As I say, if you sing a couple of romantic songs to this dame tonight, it'll put her in a mood to marry me.
Oh, I see. What's she like?
Well, she works at the library. She's very intelligent.
Ugly, huh?
On the contrary, she's quite punctilious. That's her sitting in the corner over there, the one with the high forehead.
Hubba, love those high foreheads.
Just a minute, Mr. Crosby. She may work in the library, but that don't mean that she's circulating. This is my girl. Oh, Gwendolyn.
Yes?
Gwendolyn, if you can tear yourself away from Finnegan, I'd like you to meet Mr. Crosby here.
Well, this is a delightful surprise.
Just a minute here. What? Who is this punk?
Finnegan, this punk happens to be Mr. Crosby.
Oh, Mr. Crosby, well, glad to meet you. I've looked forward to this with great pleasure.
Oh, are you one of my fans?
No, I just happen to be a man who likes to look forward with great pleasure.
Finnegan, butt out of this, will you?
Archie.
Huh?
Archie, I'd love to hear Mr. Crosby sing.
You'd like to hear him sing, huh? Eddie, she's playing right into my hands. yeah, why don't you sing something, Bob? How about some Enchanted Evening?
Gwendolyn, do you like that tune?
Love it.
Arch, I'm always glad to do an old pal a favor.
Oh, thanks, Bob. Matty, some enchanting... Is it Enchanted? Well, you know the thing from South Pacific.
Some enchanted evening, you may see a stranger. You may see a stranger across a crowded room, and somehow you know even then, that somewhere you'll see her again and again.
Gwendolyn, this music, don't it make your embers burn for me?
Archie, please.
Who can explain it? Who can tell you why? Fools give you reasons, wise men never try. Some enchanted evening, when you find your true love, when you feel her call you across a crowded room.
Gwendolyn.
Will you shut up?
Then fly to her side and make her your own. For all through your life you may dream all alone.
Bob, that was beautiful.
Yeah, but don't forget, Gwendolyn, it was my heart singing through his nostrils.
Gwendolyn, did you ever think of leaving that library and taking a trip to Hollywood?
Just a minute, Crosby.
Quiet. Bob, what would I do in Hollywood?
Oh, work for the Crosby Enterprises. Maybe you could be my assistant.
What do you do in the company?
Oh, I take care of the petty cash.
Petty cash?
Anything under $1 million.
Flogging as well.
Wendy, why don't we go in a corner and talk it over?
Why not?
Don't double-crosser. Hoisting me by my own petard. That snake in the grass. That bee-bopper.
Calm down, Miss Archer.
Well, don't you see what's happening, Eddie? She's going for the wrong guy. He ain't even an intellectual. I gotta do something drastic.
Drastic?
Yep. I'm gonna have to read a book. Now, let's see. Where did we put that book? You know, the one, that handbook of useful facts and figures.
Have you got a 3-cent stamp handy? Well, look, that's all you need to get a generous sample package of Mum. M-U-M. Mum, the underarm deodorant. No matter what other deodorant you've been using, I think you'll discover Mum is the better way to safeguard your freshness and charm. Just send your name and address and that 3-cent stamp to cover mailing costs to Mum, Box 888, General Post Office, New York 1, New York. You'll really like Mum because it's different. It has a unique cream formula that protects freshness all day, all evening. And because it contains no harsh or irritating ingredients, Mum is safer for skin, for clothes, and most important, for your personal charm. So use this easy, inexpensive way to get your package of Mum. Just send a 3-cent stamp to Mum, M-U-M, Box 888, General Post Office, New York 1, New York. Do it tonight because this offer is limited. Remember, when you want to be sure you're nice to be near, use Mum.
Eddie, look at him.
Who?
That Crosby over there holding hands with Gwendolyn. I'm telling you, if he wasn't wearing glasses, I'd punch him right in the nose.
Miss Archer, I got news.
What?
He ain't wearing glasses.
Just another one of his underhanded tricks. Well, I'll show him who the best man is.
How?
How? I got superior intelligence, ain't I? And I got a high Q, ain't I?
Only trouble is you don't know nothing.
Well, I will as soon as I memorize a couple of more facts from this handbook of knowledge here. Now, let's see. Postal regulations, presidents of the United States, poisonous snakes.
Look, Arch, old pal.
How opportune. Look, don't give me that old pal stuff and lay off my dame.
All right, stop worrying, will you? Just a passing fancy.
Yeah, and I've noticed some of them fancy passes.
Yes, Gwendolyn?
Could I have tickets to your broadcast sometime?
Oh, I'd love to have you, honey child.
Oh, that'll be wonderful.
In July 1941, the average mean rainfall of Siberia was 7.6.
And Bob.
Yes?
Oh, I hate to bother you, but could you let me have your autograph?
More geysers are found in Yellowstone National Park than any other place in the world.
Gwendolyn?
Yes?
Would you like me to send you a picture of myself?
I'd love it.
The average Labrador Retriever has 16
Bob, do you know any other songs from South Pacific?
Yes, and I'd love to sing another one for you right now, honey.
The life expectancy of the average crooner is 32 years.
Archie, I told you, I'm just getting her in the mood for you.
Okay, then sing the song and get her in the mood and get out of here.
Okay.
Pardon me, folks. Do you mind if I listen?
Not at all, Finnegan. Here, you sit right down here next to me.
Thanks.
Valley High may call you any night, any day. In your heart, you'll hear it call you. Come away, come away. Valley High will whisper.
Ain't you beginning to feel anything?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, it's working.
Here am I, your special island. Come to me, come to me.
Gwendolyn, that rhythm, don't it drive you berserk with passion?
Your own special host, your own special dream. Bloom on the hillside and shine in the streams. If you try, you'll find me where the sky meets the sea. Here am I, your special island. Come to me, come to me. Valley high, valley high, valley high.
Oh, Bob, that was wonderful. That song, it did something to me.
Put you in a romantic mood?
Very.
Well, come on, honey. Let's get out of here before you lose it.
Oh, Bob, I'm afraid you misunderstand. I'm in a romantic mood for somebody else.
I knew this dame wouldn't go for a crummy crooner. Not when there's a real intellectual around.
Archie, I'm a little tired of intellectuals, too.
But you just said you was in a romantic mood. If you don't go for Crosby and you don't go for me, there's nobody left.
I wouldn't say that. Come, Gwendolyn. I have tickets to the balcony at the Bijou.
Anything you say, Clifton.
Good night, gentlemen. Do charm and chant.
Mister, we're sure of it. Try just one tube of Benex brushless shave cream, and we're sure you'll use Benex for life.
Because so many thousands of men have found that Benex, B-E-N-E-X, gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Benex gives you extra easy shaves, thanks to a special beard-softening formula.
Benex is extra smooth, lighter, so different it rinses off your razor instantly.
Benex gives you extra comfort. A special after-shaving action leaves your face feeling wonderful.
Just try Benex. See for yourself. Benex Brushless Shave. B-E-N-E-X. At your nearest drug counter. Get Benex tomorrow.
It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern Transcribed is brought to you by Mum, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Bob Crosby appeared by permission of Franco-Americans Club 15. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers bring you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
When it comes to great cheese flavor, there's one snack with a magic all its own. Nacho cheese flavored Doritos brand tortilla chips. So for a snack, with the great flavor of cheese, try nacho cheese Doritos. They taste as good as they crunch.
Frank, you were supposed to take that pill before the meal.
Oh, no, after. One's not enough. You got to take two, and it's before meals.
You take all medicine after meals.
Daddy, why don't you read the label?
Don't trust your memory with medicine. Read the label. It tells what it's for, when and how much to take, even when not to take it. So don't trust your memory.
We're all wrong. From now on, I'll read the label.
The Council on Family Health.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Rip Bender, acknowledged by himself to be the hottest pilot that ever sticked a ship into the sky, has flown up from his native Texas in an attempt to rush Mrs. Croft into selling the land she owns down in the Big Bend country near the Rio Grande. Knowing that oil has been discovered in that region, Speed is suspicious of Bender's motive. But Bender offers to buy the land without the oil rights, and in the same breath, in no uncertain terms, he tells Speed and Jimmy to keep their noses out of his business. It is just before noon at the Croft home. Bender is expected shortly for the answer to his offer. Speed and Jimmy, invited by Mrs. Croft, are also present.
What do you think I should do, Mr. Robertson?
Well, really, Mrs. Croft, I hate to advise you one way or the other.
Oh, I appreciate your position fully, Mr. Robertson. I wouldn't want to sell my land too cheaply, and yet at the same time we need the money. It's quite possible I might not receive as good an offer again. However, I've never seen the country, and you have. I'm only too glad to take your advice.
I'm sure Mother has all the confidence in the world in your judgment, Mr. Robertson.
Oh, thank you very much, Miss Croft. But I honestly feel that I know too little about the country to make my advice valuable. You see, it's been several years now since I flew over that region. Its possible conditions have changed very much.
Such as oil having been discovered? Is that what you mean, Speed?
Well, yes, Jim, that's partly it.
Well, that's one on me. I didn't know anything about this oil business. Gee, that makes the matter look entirely different.
Oh, Dick, I forgot to tell you about that. Jimmy told Barbara and myself yesterday that Mr. Robertson told him that oil had been discovered not long ago in the Pecos Valley.
Well, how far is that from your land, Mother?
I don't know exactly, Dick.
How far would you say it was, Speed?
Well, my guess would be somewhere between 100 and 200 miles. That'd be too far away, of course, to be a serious consideration. I'll admit that at first I thought Bender was trying to get this land cheap because he had perhaps some inside information about oil on or near the property. You know, someone could have brought in a wildcat well without very many people knowing about it. However, since talking with Bender, I think we can definitely forget the oil angle to this deal.
I don't understand, Mr. Robertson.
I don't see why...
Here's the reason, Mrs. Croft. Mr. Bender offered to buy the land and allow you to retain the oil rights.
Well, gosh, what do you know about that?
Maybe he was just bluffing. Now, I haven't had any business experience, but it seems to me that Mr. Bender is nobody's fool.
I think you're right there, Miss Croft. If I'm any judge at all, this Bender's plenty smart. However, Mrs. Croft, if you should go through with the deal, I'd advise you to accept his proposition and retain the oil rights. Oil has been discovered, you know, at widely separated points all over the Southwest. You never can tell when or where a wildcat well will be brought in.
I assume, then, Mr. Robertson, that your judgment would be to accept Mr. Bender's offer on that basis?
Offhand, Mrs. Croft, I think so. Just before coming up here, I looked over a very large-scale map of that country. Your land is all at a very high elevation, rugged and mountainous. And knowing the Southwest as well as I do, I'd say it was hardly fit even for grazing.
But, Mr. Robertson, that was what Mr. Bender wanted the land for. He said that he and his father had a cattle ranch down there, and that Mother's land adjoined theirs. He said that that's why they wanted Mother's land for their cattle. Well, if it's no good for grazing, why would he want it?
Well, Bab's high school education seems to have done some good after all.
Yes, Speed. Why would Mr. Bender want the land? Do you suppose there's some other reason?
Oh, I hardly think so, Jimmy. Sometimes when they have a good rainfall down in that country, the mountainous regions do have some value for grazing. It's only natural that Bender would try to make out that the land had little value so that he could buy it as cheap as possible. That's just good salesmanship, you know.
Oh, but there's something else, Mr. Robertson. Mr. Bender said there was another tract nearby that they could purchase at a lower price, and which would suit their purposes just as well. Now, if that's true, why didn't Mr. Bender and his father buy this other tract and not bother to make a special trip up here to see Mother about her land?
That girl, Sis. I guess I'll have to admit you've got something between the ears after all. How would you answer that one, Mr. Robertson?
Well, I'll have to admit she's got me there. I tell you what I'd do, Mrs. Croft. This offer of Bender's may be strictly on the level, but I do think it'd be a lot wiser to investigate more before closing a deal.
In what way, Mr. Robertson?
Well, you say you've never seen this land. Is that right?
Yes. My husband used to take many hunting trips down there, but I've never seen it myself.
Well, I think you or someone else should go down and look the situation over and find out as much as possible about this guy, Bender.
I think Mr. Robertson is absolutely right, Mother.
I believe so, too, and I'd love to go. Mr. Croft always said it was a perfectly gorgeous country. Oh, but I can't afford to go myself or send anyone else.
Well, Mother, couldn't you manage in some way? At any rate, you wouldn't want to go alone, and I'd love to have a trip like that before I go to work. That is, if I'm lucky enough to get a job.
I'll tell you what, Mrs. Croft. I think I could do this. We've recently opened up a branch airline from Fort Worth to El Paso. Now, if you and Barbara would like to go down and investigate this proposition, I'm sure I can get both of you passes on Grand National Airways to El Paso and return. That'd get you within a few hundred miles of your property.
But gee, Speed, that would be swell.
Oh, do go, Mother. I wish I could come along, but I've got to start working in the stockroom at Grand National Airways tomorrow morning.
If Bender's offer's on the level, I don't see how he could object to that. And then after you're satisfied that everything's all right, well, you can make the deal with him.
Come on, Mother. What do you say?
Oh, that must be Bender now. I'll let him in. Well, how do you do, Mr. Bender? Please come in. Mother's waiting for you.
How do you do, Mrs. Croft? Well, this looks like quite a party. How do you do, Miss Croft? Hello there, Robertson and Allen. So you two didn't take my advice, eh?
Well, Mrs. Croft asked us to come over, so we did.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, Mrs. Croft, how about it? Are you ready to go through with the deal?
I think it's very likely I'll accept your offer, Mr. Bender, but not today.
Not today? Well, why not?
I've never seen this land of mine, Mr. Bender, and I've decided to go down and look it over first.
Okay, Mrs. Croft. You can go down and look it over all you want. But I can tell you right now, the deal's off as far as I'm concerned. You can take my offer right now or leave it. I'd just as soon have the other land I was telling you about anyhow.
Now, why the rush, Bender? The land isn't going to change any in value in a week, is it?
Well, I guess I'll be going. And after I walk out that door, I'm all washed up with this proposition. I came up here this noon to do business one way or the other, and that's what I'm going to do.
Well, Mr. Bender, I'll probably sell the land to you all right, but I don't see why...
This whole business gives me a pain. You let a couple of guys that are supposed to be friends of yours come in here and give you some punk advice that's going to cost you 3,000 berries. I can tell you right now, it will be a long time before you'll get another offer like this.
Well, if that's the case, Bender, why are you so anxious to make it?
Oh, go take a jump in the lake, will you? And that goes for Allen, too. I told both of you to keep out of my business, but you wouldn't listen to me. Don't forget what I told you about sticking your noses into this deal.
I might understand that you're threatening us, Bender.
Take it any way you want.
But I don't see, Mr. Bender, why we can't come on down, look the land over, and then make a deal with you.
What do you mean, we?
Well, I wouldn't want to make such a trip alone. Barbara here would accompany me.
Oh, she would she? Well, now, maybe this can be worked out after all. When do you figure on coming down?
Right away.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I want to get back there as soon as possible. I'll fly you and Miss Croft down there. When can you be ready to leave?
Tomorrow morning, but...
Fine. If we leave early, we can get there by dark. We have a pretty fair ranch house out on our place, the dime a day. You can stay there. I'll fly you all over the property, and you can see for yourself that it's just as I've been telling you. Then you can go over it on the ground, too. That is, if you're good at climbing.
Thanks very much for your offer to fly us down, Mr. Bender. But Mr. Robertson is arranging for passes on Grand National Airways to El Paso. Isn't there some town nearby where we can stay?
Well, San Rafael is the nearest place, about 40 miles away. And that's just a stepping-off place in the desert. No decent accommodations for women there.
Well, in that case, we'll be glad to accept your hospitality at your ranch.
Fine. Tell you what I'll do. You let me know when your plane gets into El Paso, and I'll meet you there and fly you over to the dime a day.
Oh, do you have a landing field on your ranch, Mr. Bender?
Landing field? Why, you could land 40 times in a straight line, right on the ranch, and still not run out of field.
All right, that'll be splendid of you. Barbara and I will meet you on the field at El Paso. Oh, what time will the plane arrive there, Mr. Robertson?
At 4:50 tomorrow afternoon, Mrs. Croft.
Okay, I'll be there. Well, I'll be shoving along now. I've got some other matters to attend to while I'm up here. Goodbye, you all.
Goodbye, Mr. Bender.
Oh, I think this is going to be a perfectly wonderful trip, Mother. And I certainly am grateful to you, Mr. Robertson, for arranging it so that we can go down.
Oh, that's nothing. I'm only too glad to do anything I can to help you.
You know, I don't like the idea of Mrs. Croft and Barbara going down and staying at Bender's ranch. Well, maybe it's all right, but somehow I don't trust him very much.
I think Jimmy's right. I don't like the idea either.
Come on now, Jimmy and you, Dick. To hear you two talk, one might think that Bender was a regular Bluebeard. Don't worry now. Mother and I'll be able to take care of ourselves.
Why, certainly. I think so. Besides, we'll only be there a day or two.
Say, I've got a swell idea.
What is it, Jimmy?
Well, look, I'm going to be due for some cross-country work pretty soon. If only Speed could get away for a few days, he and I could fly down and see that Bender doesn't try to put anything over.
Oh, Jimmy, that'd be perfectly marvelous.
Say, couldn't you do it, Mr. Robertson? I'd feel an awful lot better if you and Jimmy were along.
Hey, you know, something might be worked out at that. I've been due for a vacation a long time. I'd like nothing better than to take a trip like that. We're pretty busy down at Grand National Airways. I doubt very much if I can get away. It'd be a wonderful experience for Jimmy, though, and most excellent training, too. Jimmy could do all the navigating. We could get in some night flying and probably some instrument flying through clouds. Hey, but another thing. What about your mother, Jimmy?
Oh, I'm sure she'd consent all right if she knew you were going along, Speed.
Well, we'll see. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll talk to Mr. Jenkins right away. In the meantime, I'll arrange for the ship. Also, you'd better ask your mother.
Oh, I hope you can make it.
Nothing would please me more. It would make the whole trip perfect.
If everything can be arranged, and we could take off early in the morning, we could get down there by dark, couldn't we, Speed?
I think we probably could, Jimmy. That is, always if we didn't have to buck too much of a headwind. However, you must remember that an advanced training plane will be a lot slower than an airliner.
Oh, sure, I realize that, Speed.
Well, let's shove off. I'll go down and see Mr. Jenkins right away, and you go on down to the flying school.
Oh, I do hope you can go. Will you call me, Jimmy, as soon as you find out anything?
You bet I will.
We certainly hope Jimmy and Speed can fly down to guard over Mrs. Croft's interests. But if they are able to go, how will Rip Bender like the idea? There's excitement in store. Don't miss the next thrilling episode of the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
There's something about a Big Mac that keeps me coming back.
You're the one that keeps coming back. There's something about a Big Mac that keeps you coming back. Keeps you coming back. Coming back to that Big Mac. Isn't it too? All beef patty, special sauce, lettuce and cheese, or the pickles and onions on a bun. Could it be those sesame seeds at McDonald's?
Nothing without the sesame seeds.
We do it all for you. Coming back to a Big Mac.
Hey, Matt, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bea Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Well, how goes the spring cleaning? I'll wager your house is clean as a whistle and simply beautiful. In fact, I'll go one step further and say that if you gave your floors and furniture a few finishing touches with Johnson's Wax, you've got one of the most beautiful homes in town. That's not just flattery either. Wax polishing really does make a wonderful difference. Take your floors, for instance. How beautifully they respond to a protective coat of Johnson's Wax. It gives them that mellow wax polish sheen. Johnson's Wax does wonders for all kinds of furniture, too. Chairs and sideboards and radios glow and sparkle beautifully. Your tabletops take on a lovely satin-smooth luster that adds immeasurably to their good looks. And beauty isn't the whole story, either. A waxed home is far easier to keep lovely. An occasional quick dusting is all that's needed to have things always bright and sparkling. Why don't you highlight the beauty of your nice clean home right now with genuine Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream? If you want to live to be 100 years old, here are a few basic rules to follow. A, never try to beat railroad trains to crossing. B, don't try to breathe underwater. C, avoid falling off tall buildings. Now, these rules should keep you in reasonable health. But if you really want to get technical about it, read the little book just brought home by Mr. Magee. Of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
What on earth are you reading, Magee? I haven't seen you so interested in anything since you had your thumb caught in a bowling ball.
Oh, this is really fascinating, Molly. It's a book on how to live to be 150.
Heavenly days, 150.
Yep.
I didn't know anything lived to that age, except redwood trees, elephants, and radio jokes.
According to this guy, it's a thing. You just got to go primitive, that's all. Wear fewer clothes, breathe more air, eat simple things, and most of all, don't get excited.
Who's excited? I think it's very dull.
Well, by George, I've only been reading this book for an hour and a half, and I feel 5 years younger already. I feel like I could leap clear across the room.
Well, naturally. You're sitting on my knitting needles.
Huh? Oh. Well, anyway, I'm going to live up to what this book says and see what happens. We got any goat's milk?
What? Dearie, fantastic as it may seem, we haven't a drop of goat's milk in the house.
Any turtle eggs?
Well, now, let me think. Turtle eggs. Turtle eggs. McGee, I'm sorry to say that even if I had known that turtles laid eggs, which I didn't, I probably wouldn't have forgotten to order any, which I did. Even if the milkman was silly enough to carry them, which he is.
Oh, well, that isn't your fault, baby. How about figs? We got any figs?
Well, we have some fig Newtons. You could scrape the cookie part off and eat the filling.
Great, great. Now we're getting someplace. Now, let me see.
Incidentally, Methuselah, what's the name of that book?
Huh? Oh, it's called Be Middle-Aged at 100.
Who wrote it?
A fellow named Young. Will be Young. Here's his picture in the front of the book. Look at that physique, will you?
My. He looks strong enough to fight his weight in tigers.
You betcha.
And stupid enough to try it.
Yeah, but look at that chest expansion. He has to have pleats on his necktie.
You think you'll ever look like that, heaven forbid?
Why not? I'm muscular, but I'm just not developed yet. Now, my dear, if you'll excuse me, I must do some exercising.
Such as what, said she, trying to remember where she put the liniment?
Well, the book says a simple exercise for the novice is open the window wide, remove or loosen the clothing, sit on the knees, and practice holding the stomach in.
Why don't you start with something even simpler?
What do you mean?
Try sitting on your stomach and holding your knees in.
No, according to the book...
Put your biceps back in your arms, dearie. We've got company. Come in. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Miss McGee.
Hiya, Carsty. Hey, do you know where I can get any goat's milk?
I've always heard, Mr. McGee, that one of the most reliable places is from a goat.
Well, that sounds very reasonable, I'm sure.
The reason I inquired, Carsty, is I'm starting a new health program. I got a book on how to live to be 150.
I think it's a very hazardous idea, Miss McGee. One of my great-great-grandfathers lived to be 103. And do you know what happened?
Drafted, was he, Millicent?
No, my dear. But at his 103rd birthday party, they had to make such a big cake to put all those candles on that the dining table collapsed and killed him.
My gosh, I'll remember that. Make a note, Molly. On my 150th birthday, no cake.
Pardon me while I run out and turn off the oven.
Must you have goat's milk, Mr. McGee? And if so, why?
Goat's milk, Carsty, has nutritional elements which are lacking in ordinary cow's milk, according to the book anyway.
I think it's overrated, McGee.
Why do you?
Well, I've seen goats that were only 6 years old and they had beards a foot long. You know, that's grown old pretty fast.
But you must remember, my dear, that Mr. McGee will probably not eat any tin cans. Or will he?
I eat nothing but simple, natural foods, Carsty. Figs, dates, bananas, turtle eggs, and grass.
Heavenly days, grass.
Certainly. Science has discovered that ordinary dried grass has got practically all the vitamins there is into it.
Are you permitted a dandelion or two for dessert, Mr. McGee?
Bring your lawnmower over someday, Millicent, and we'll have lunch with McGee.
Okay. Scoff if you want to. Deride me. But by George, 50 years from now, when you two old ladies are being pushed around in your wheelchairs, I'll be waving to you from the handball court.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss McGee, if I seem skeptical of your health program. I really wish you every success with it.
Well, gee, thanks, Carsty.
You really think it might be good, Millicent, huh?
Indeed I do, my dear. Particularly the diet of dried grass. I'm only sorry he started it too late.
Too late for what?
To enter you in the Kentucky Derby. My, what a thrill it would be to walk down into the winner's circle, lift up the floral horseshoe and say, "Why, I know that horse's neck." Well, I must be going. Good day.
Willie Mills and the orchestra, The King's Men, and One More Dream.
Molly, it's working. This book is marvelous.
Is it, dearie?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to me you're bulging any new places.
Maybe not, but I feel wonderful. I wish I knew where I could get some goat's milk, though. Do you mind if I buy a goat?
Frankly, dearie, yes, I do.
How about a camel? According to the book, camel's milk can be used if goat's milk is unattainable. According to the book, there's a tribe of people in Eastern Asia that lives entirely on camel's milk and wild honey.
I never heard of milking a camel. Is that why they call it a dromedary?
You're thinking of a different kind of a dairy. Besides, camels and dromedaries are two different kinds of animals.
What's the difference?
One advertises dates and one advertises cigarettes. That's why they have to...
Come in. Well, for goodness sake, Mayor Latrivia, and so early in the program.
Good day, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Magee.
Hi, Latrivia, old man. Have a caraway seed. Take two, they're small.
No, thank you. You consider caraway seeds a confection by any chance?
Well, he's on a new health program, Mr. Mayor. Raw vegetables, seeds, nuts, and goat's milk, if obtainable, which it doesn't seem to be.
Going to live to be 150 years old by this system, Latrivia.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Wouldn't you want to live to be 150, Mr. Mayor?
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because by that time, the new cars will be available, and I won't be able to buy one out of my pension. Just what is this new system for longevity, Magee?
It's got nothing to do with longevity, Latriv. This is a system that if you follow it closely, you'll live a lot longer.
Oh, pardon me. You know, my grandfather drank a great deal of goat's milk. No one knows how long he would have lived if he hadn't met with an accident at 99.
Heavenly days, 99. What happened to the poor old man, Mr. Mayor?
He was thrown from a polo pony.
My God. Heaved off on a horse at 99, huh?
It was his own fault, Magee. He'd been up all night carousing around the nightclub. Oh, I warned him, but he said he simply had to do something to forget the pain.
The pain of what, Mr. Mayor?
He was teething again. His third set.
That settles it, George. Is it against any city ordinance to keep a goat in this neighborhood?
Living as I do, Magee, only 2 blocks from here, if there is no such ordinance, I shall see that one is passed immediately.
Well, that's what I keep telling him, Your Honor. You'd better just forget that part of your health program, dearie.
Well, is there any law, then, against my swinging through the trees in a leopard skin?
Yes.
What law is that?
Gravity.
Nobody says anything when Johnny Weissmuller does it.
Well, movie actors can get away with things like that, dearie.
Well, I've been in the movies, haven't I?
You have, Magee? When was that?
In 1936. Remember the newsreels of the Legion Parade in Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was the guy that kept running back and forth across the street and making faces into the camera.
Sure, Fox Movie Tone News offered him a contract, too, Mr. Mayor.
Did he sign it?
I most certainly did not know never such a thing. Nobody can make me stay at home when there's a parade in town. Not even for $18 a month.
Strange that they should have offered so little to gain so much. Well, I must be getting along. Unless
Unless what, Mr. Mayor?
Unless you would enjoy involving me in one of your annoying little word mix-ups.
Oh, not this week, Latrivia. According to the book, I ain't supposed to get excited. Shortens one's life.
Yes, I've been on the point of murdering you a number of times. Well, good luck with your health system, Magee. Good day.
What's the matter? What are you looking for?
My book. Oh, here it is. Now, let me see. How to sleep. It says open-air sleeping is preferable.
Mm-hmm.
If one must sleep indoors, open all windows and doors and sleep on floor covered with pine needles or place a flat board under mattress. Hey, where do you suppose I could get 100 pounds of pine needles?
Well, now, if you think I'm going to get up 20 times a night to cover you with pine needles,
No.
you're wrong.
Don't mean to cover me with pine needles. It means to cover the floor with pine needles.
Look. Why don't we just sell the house and go live in the woods? We could hibernate all winter, being natural hibernians.
How about clothes?
Well, you could go out and skin a moose, and I'd tan your hide for you. That is,
Hello, folks.
Hello there, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Have a pistachio?
Oh, I used to have, but I shaved it off when
No.
Oh, a pistachio. No, thanks.
Look, Magee, it might be all very well for you to eat just nuts and carrots and caraway seeds, but does the book say to eat them all day long?
It don't say.
What book is that, pal?
Well, it's a book on how to live 150 years, Mr. Wilcox. It's wonderful. He's only had it a few hours, and I've aged 10 years already.
It's called Be Middle-Aged at 100, Junior. Just a few simple rules of health that anybody can follow. Hey, do you know anybody that owns a camel?
No. Why? Are you going to join the Foreign Legion?
He thinks he has to drink camel's milk or goat's milk, Mr. Wilcox. Like most diets, it's more trouble than it's worth.
Where'd you get the book, pal?
Out of Doc Gamble's office. I went up there to see him to get vaccinated, and I saw this book on the table, so I bought it. What would it be doing in a doctor's office if it was no good?
That doesn't prove anything. I've seen your cousin Morton in a doctor's office, and he's no good.
Well, anyway, I didn't say it was no good, pal. Might be very worthwhile. Frankly, I'm in the same business.
What business, Junior? Inquired fun-loving little Fibber. His blue eyes dancing with mischief because he knew darn well what the answer was going to be.
Well, my business is making people live longer and happier, particularly housewives.
See?
Why, the minute they start using Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, they have more leisure, more time for fun and frolic, and consequently more happiness.
If your little blue eyes are through dancing with mischief, Magee, you can sit this one out.
Well, I was merely
The reason I say I'm selling longer life is double-barreled, folks. I sell longer life to people because it eliminates old-fashioned floor scrubbing. And I sell longer life to
Linoleum.
Yeah. Because Johnson's Glow Coat protects and preserves it against wear and scuffing. Helps restore faded and worn, scuff to its original bright beauty. No rubbing, no buffing. It shines as it does.
Still having trouble with that word, Waxy?
What word?
Linoleum.
Certainly not. I can say it any time I want it.
Say it.
I don't want to.
Now, come, Mr. Wilcox. You'll simply have to get over that. Remember what happened to Magee? He had to give up a good job selling encyclopedias.
That's encyclopedia.
Oh, well, I'm not worried. It'll come back to me one of these days.
What will?
Linoleum. Say, about this book you're studying. Does it really claim you can live to be 150 years old?
Well, according to the book, Mr. Wilcox, there is a tribe of people in Eastern Asia who all live to be over 100.
My gosh, what do they do for a living?
I think they sell each other life insurance, Junior. Hey, do you know where I could buy some good fresh turtle eggs?
No, I don't, pal. Could you use any goose eggs?
The book don't say anything about goose eggs, Waxy. You got some?
No, but my little nephew brought some home from school. 4 of them.
Huh?
In arithmetic, spelling, geography, and deportment. Let me know if you want them.
I wonder what school his nephew goes to.
Why?
I'd like to visit there sometime. Imagine teaching a goose geography.
Why not? As I remember it, you laid an egg in both history and English.
No, that's different. I used to copy all my examinations from the guy in front of me. You remember him, Webster Foote?
Oh, sure, old Webfoot. I wonder whatever became it.
Just in time, didn't it? I don't know where we'd have gone with that one. Come in.
Hello, folks.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Wimple. Nice to see you.
Hi, Wimp. Have a fig? Good for what ails you, if anything. If nothing does, it soon will if you eat enough of these.
No, thank you, Mr. Magee. I'm not eating very much these days.
Gaining weight, Mr. Wimple?
No, losing teeth, Mrs. Magee. See?
My gosh, Wimp. You got 4 teeth missing.
Well, they're not missing, Mr. Magee. I know where they are. They're under the desk in our living room.
Oh, I'll bet you've been having more trouble with Mrs. Wimple, huh?
Oh, yes. A little, Mrs. Magee. She gave me a rabbit punch for Easter.
What was she sore about, Wimp?
Simply because I brought her a big bouquet of flowers, Mr. Magee.
Well, that's a pretty silly thing to be annoyed about, Mr. Wimple. What kind of flowers were they?
Lilies. Sweetie Face was taking a nap when I came in, so I just tippy-toed over it, laid them on her chest, and folded her hands over them. She looked so natural. When she woke up, she just flew into a rage, believe me.
What'd she do, Wimp?
She grabbed me and threw me against the ceiling. Ooh. Down I came, crashed. Then she threw me up again. Down I crashed. Then she threw me up again.
What happened? You go through the plaster?
No, I landed in the chandelier. Then I stuck my head over the side of it and stuck my tongue out at her.
Oh.
My goodness, what a brawl. I'll bet that infuriated her.
Boy, it really did. She jumped up on a table and grabbed my leg and tried to pull me down. But I fixed that all right.
How, Wallace?
I took out a light bulb and stuck my thumb in the socket.
Ooh.
There was a big flash of blue and white light, and Sweetie Face turned green and purple and landed across the room in a red and yellow wastebasket. It was a very pretty effect.
Well, how come you didn't get an electric shock yourself, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, I couldn't, Mrs. McGee. You see, my father and his father were both streetcar motormen. I come from a long line of non-conductors. Goodbye.
King Ben and Ezekiel saw the wheel.
He saw the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel in the middle of the air. Jesus saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Jesus saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. It's the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel way in the middle of the air. Some go to church for to sing and shout way in the middle of the air. Before 6 months is all turned out way in the middle of the air. Jesus saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Jesus saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. It's the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel way in the middle of the air. Let me tell you what I get rid of the way in the middle of the air. You talk about me, you talk about you, way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. My children, one of these days, but when 12 o'clock, way up in the middle of the air, this whole world is gonna reel and rock like Daddy is his rocking chair. You saw the wheel rocking away up in the middle of the air. You saw the wheel rocking away in the middle of 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 the air. You saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Zeke saw that wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. It's a wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel way in the middle of the air.
What say? You haven't, eh? You got any idea where I might get some? You haven't, eh? Okay, thanks anyway.
What are you trying to get, McGee?
The goat's milk. Let me make one more call. Hello, operator. Give me Onderdonk's Golden Holstein and don't keep the bottles any longer than you have to dairy. That's right, I'll test. Oh, hi, Mert.
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? Here's Ed. What's say, Mert? Your brother. Got a job with the United Nations organization, eh? Doing what, Mert? Oh, well, that must keep him fairly busy.
What does he do, dearie?
He opens the door when the Russians walk out. What say, Mert? Oh, well, never mind. I'll call later. Boy, I can't locate any goat's milk anyplace.
Well, maybe you should call it. Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Good day, shortening bread. B-R-E-D.
Hi, delivery boy. I was down to see you for a vaccination this morning, but the nurse says you were busy. Did you put your two heads together and have a consultation with yourself?
Tell the doctor about borrowing this book, dearie. Unless you think he hasn't missed it, in which case let your conscience be your guide.
Oh, yeah. Look, Doc.
Yes?
I was up at your office this morning, but I didn't see you.
Thank you very much.
He wants to be vaccinated, Doctor. And he says he wants it where it won't show in case he ever has to pose in a bathing suit for Charles Atlas. Now you tell one.
Hey, by the way, Doc, when I left your office, I picked up a book off your office table.
Yes, I know. The nurse put it on your bill, $2.50.
He didn't think anybody saw him take it, Doctor.
My nurse not only has eyes in the back of her head, but they're better than the ones she has in front.
Well, you got a lot of moxie, you big tummy thumper, charging me $2.50 for a little skinny book like that.
Like what? I don't even know what book you stole.
He just borrowed it, Doctor. He's very conscientious about borrowed books. My goodness, he knows to the exact dollar how much he owes the public library on Anthony Adler.
The book, Doctor, is called Be Middle-Aged at 100. It's all about how to live to be 150. Did you realize there's a tribe of people in Eastern Asia who live simply on wild honey and camel's milk?
No, but I have a patient who has lived for 15 years on just nuts and dates.
Really, Doctor? What does he do?
He runs an escort bureau.
No kidding, Doc. This book says to drink lots of goat's milk. Is goat's milk really healthy?
Well, it must be. I haven't had a goat in my office for years.
Have you read the book yourself, Doctor?
Oh, yes.
Like it?
It's amusing.
Amusing?
Look, my fine feathered physician and sturgeon. Just because you're loaded to the gills with professional jealousy...
Professional jealousy has nothing to do with it, my boy. In fact, that book was written by a good friend of mine, Will B. Young.
Oh.
Fine lad. What a physique. Too bad.
What do you mean, too bad?
Oh, he died when he was 22. Simply keeled over while milking a goat. What's the matter, Magee? Why are you looking at me like that?
Well, I was just wondering if you'd like to join us for dinner, Doc. We're going out for some chili con carne. Aren't we, Molly?
Are we?
Sure.
I hope you finish off your spring cleaning as I suggested earlier tonight. I mean by waxing your floors and furniture. When you step back and admire that wax-polished beauty, you'll certainly be glad you did. And while you're about it, don't forget that Johnson's Wax has 100 extra uses. All through your home, you'll find many things that grow lovelier with every wax application. You'll have picture frames whose richly polished beauty performs miracles for your walls and pictures. Your leather luggage will have a handsome, glowing luster and be protected, too, against scratches and scuffing. You'll have window sills that'll laugh at sudden showers and ornaments and lampshades that sparkle with new beauty. Yes, all these things and many more when Johnson Waxed will add immeasurably to the charm of your home. And remember, the shining beauty of a waxed home reflects your good taste. Be sure to get Johnson's Wax, though, paste, liquid, or cream.
What are you doing now, Magee?
Writing a book.
About what?
The health book. How a guy can eat anything he wants, stay out as late as he likes, and avoid all exercise.
My goodness. What's the name of it?
How to be middle-aged at 35.
35. What a memory.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Remember, daylight saving time goes into effect in certain areas next week. This may change the time at which Fibber, Magee, and Molly are heard in your community. So please check your local paper for the time at which this program will be heard next Tuesday night and each week thereafter. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Announcing Pine Forest Ajax All-Purpose Cleaner, the powerful new Pine Ajax Cleaner with an air freshener built in.
A cleaner with a what?
A pine air freshener built in.
This pine smells great. Light.
And this great-smelling Pine Ajax cuts through the greasiest dirt and grime. Leaves every room
smelling as clean and fresh as it looks.
Try new Pine Forest Ajax with an air freshener built in.
The hardest bones in the world can't clean your dog's teeth like Milk-Bone dog biscuits can. Because the healthier chew food safely gives you the right teeth cleaning size for small, medium, and large dogs. Each size has the right hardness to help scrape away stains and tartar and to help clean and whiten teeth. Give your dog a better teeth cleaner than Bones. Milk-Bone dog biscuits. In beef flavor, too.
Look through the camera of Gene Pagliuso, contributing photographer, Vogue magazine. You'll see some totally new views of the 1978 Chrysler Cordoba.
To me, Cordoba is elegance. I just love the way it looks. It's a beautiful, exciting, comfortable car. The lines are simple, clean. It's understated. Nothing is overdone. Look at Cordoba. Very fashionable.
Chrysler Cordoba for 1978. Now, put yourself in the picture.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salopatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salopatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen, music with Peter Van Steeden, and another big amateur contest. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight. That crowd cheers Fred Allen as he leads his weekly parade to the old Town Hall. Fred's jogging ahead of the crowd, and the mighty L&R players are running for dear life. Let's join the jubilant throng. Everybody's going. Here they come, radio fans.
Land sakes, what's all that static on the radio, Clement?
Well, that ain't static. That's what they call entertainment, Cynthia. It's Town Hall tonight.
Clock watchers.
How can you keep watching the clock while I'm proposing, silly?
I ain't going to be late for my favorite radio show, Oswald. It's Town Hall tonight.
A certain congressman.
You're supposed to make news, Mr. Lioncheck. What do you mean by sitting still?
I always sit still on Wednesday evenings, lady. It's Town Hall tonight.
Well, here we are in front of the old Town Hall, and there's Fred, splitting infinitives for the crowd. Let's listen.
Sticks and stones may break your bones, folks, but the old Town Hall will never hurt you. Let that lady with the baby by there, mister.
Evening, lunkhead.
Hi there, Gerald. How's the old architect tonight?
Fine. I'm making plans to enjoy myself on the inside.
Go right in, Gerald. Keep a single line, folks. Jack Smart, star of New Faces, makes a personal appearance here tonight. So hurry, hurry, hurry in the other direction, folks.
We're all set, Fred.
Okay, Harry. Tell Peter we're doing the prom.
Righto, Fred. Doing the prom, Peter.
Prom to your prom. It's a vogue, it's a fad. Every branch, every grand of the prom. Prom, when you come. It's a thrill, it's a treat. Put your heart in your feet when you prom. Each USA is so truly native. Throughout the land they do that dance. It's democratic, head house and attic are hand in hand finding romance. Doing the prom. See them prom. At Cornell, U of C, Notre Dame, Tennessee. It struck the campus just like a bomb. Now Americana from Louisiana doing the prom.
Presenting that super stupendous star of Sterling Stentorian Staggle Baggle, Sonora Swank, and Staccato Stingo Pingo, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before I take my finger out of the knothole so that you can all take a peek at the show, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, the merchant of venison in season, is calling your attention to the meat war he's waging on Miller's Market all this week. Hodge says Miller may be cutting prices and luring customers by hiding lamb chops in their cat meat. But Hodge is selling meat so cheap, every time he opens his icebox door, the beef tongues give him a Bronx cheer. So much for competition in the neighborhood. And now for the Town Hall News. Sir Harry.
I know. It's the picture sheet, Fred, and it's coming right down.
The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. Abingdon, Virginia. Robert Porterfield, member of the Actors Repertory Theater, prepares to reopen the Barter Theater at Abingdon for the summer. Town Hall News shows what lobbies might be like if people were able to swap their fruit and vegetables for theater tickets.
All right, step right up. The Barter Theater, folks. Get in for what you've got. Right up. Here. What's that growth under your shawl there, lady?
It's a head of cabbage.
Okay, a head of cabbage gets you a seat in the balcony. Children, half price.
All right, here's a Brussels sprout for my little boy.
Okay, pass right in. The Barter Theater, folks.
What are you charging, my friends?
What have you got, meat or vegetable?
Tell him, Sarah.
We are theater lovers with a 4-pound ham.
Just right for 2 tickets in the orchestra, ma'am.
4 pounds ham. It's a lot for 2 tickets.
So what else will we do with a ham, Meyer?
You got something there. Going, Jim.
Wait a minute. Here's a sardine extra, mister.
What's the sardine for, lady?
I'm checking my coat inside.
Pass right in. See our shows for anything that grows, folks. Step right on. Here, what are you doing with that cow, Hank? Giving a theater party?
No, how much milk is it to get in?
Well, if you want to sit in the balcony, it's a quart.
Now, hold still there, Beth, till I get this pail under you.
Oh, here. Don't miss that pail and mess up the lobby, friend.
Here you are, mister.
Hey, now wait just a minute. You're not leaving your cow in the lobby.
Yep, my wife will be along in a minute. She can milk her own ticket.
Pass right in. The Barter Theater, folks.
Can I get in with this duck, mister?
You bet you can.
What's showing here tonight?
Great show tonight. Ibsen's Wild Duck.
Give me back my bird.
Wait a minute. Don't you want to see the show?
Lord, no. If I want to see a wild duck, I can tease this one up myself.
Last call. The Barter Theater, folks. Show's about to start on
Hey, can I get in with this crate of berries?
What kind you got?
Strawberries and raspberries.
Okay, here's your ticket.
Thanks.
Well, wait a minute. These are only strawberries.
I know it. You'll get my raspberries when the show starts.
Trenton, New Jersey. H. Norman Schwarzkopf, former state superintendent of police, demonstrates new talking pictures which may be used to replace old-fashioned posters for identification of dangerous criminals. Town Hall News shows new ordeal criminals may have to face when arrested. The scene, a rehearsal hall at a New Jersey jail.
Here's your prisoner, Sergeant. Get in here, ma'am.
Hey, what is this, a third degree?
Keep your handcuffs on, Murphy, and do as you're told.
I can take it, Sarge. I'd just like to know what it is I gotta take.
Now, this ain't no grilling, ma'am.
No, your Rogues Gallery talking picture's being made tomorrow morning. You're in here to rehearse. Here's your scenario.
You mean I gotta learn all these lines by tomorrow?
Yes, and you better be letter perfect.
Don't I get no prompter?
Now, look, I got 3 feet of rubber hose here that I don't use for sprinkling.
Okay, Fink, I'll know me, Pat.
All right, we'll start your rehearsal. The picture opens, ta-da-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-da, and then a voice says, crime marches on, ta-da.
That's you, Murphy.
I got it. After the second fanfare, I come on running in with me leg irons and say, hello, Soaks, this is Mayhem
No,
Murphy.
wait, that's hello, folks, not soaps.
Well, I'd like to get a laugh on me entrance.
Now, just read your lines, Murphy, no ad-libbing.
Okay. This is Mayhem Murphy, folks, wanted in California.
Right, and then we flash to a picture of the Golden Gate.
Then I say, $200 reward.
And we cut to a long shot at a mint.
Right, now in the next scene...
Hey, what's this? It says kissing scene with girl.
Yeah, that's prologue to the crime you're committing.
I can't kiss no skirt for pictures, Sarge.
You're called a kissing burglar, aren't you?
Yeah, but I ain't the romantic type. I don't kiss him with me mouth. I use a blackjack.
I know that, but the Hayes office made us clean it up for pictures.
Now, you read that flirtation dialogue, Murphy.
Okay. I beg your pardon, fair damoiselle. Now, wait a minute, Sarge. That ain't Mayhem Murphy talking.
Listen, Noel Coward wrote this scene, and he knows how you gutter madcaps talk.
Fair damoiselle. Gee, If this picture's released, I'll be laughed right out of the underworld.
No artistic temperament now, Murphy. Read those lines.
Okay. I beg your pardon, Demoiselle. Ain't the name Genevieve?
Now, here's where you do some real acting, Mayhem. You put your arm around her.
What am I trying to do, steal a belt buckle?
Never mind. Play the scene.
Don't turn away, Genevieve. It's your old boyhood sweetheart, Mayhem Murphy.
She says, if you don't go away, sterno breath, I'll call a cop.
Yeah, and then you say, Jen, darling, and burst into tears.
Now give it everything.
Jen, darling, boo-hoo.
That's indigestion. We want grief, ma'am. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo.
No, less boo and more hoo. Give us real tears.
Boo-hoo!
Murphy, your lawyer's here.
Huh?
Your lawyer's here. Do you want to see him?
No lawyer can help me now. Get me Lubitsch.
Once again, the Town Hall News brings you the outstanding sound of the week. St. Andrews, Scotland. Lawson Little relinquishes British amateur golf title to Hector Thompson. New champion breaks par on the last hole. Breaking par.
Give me $2 for gas, Pa.
I'm broke, son.
The mystery of the girl that men forget. Detective One Long Pan, can you solve this mystery? Here is a young woman.
Oh, please, a place to meet you, Missy.
Yes, now, although she is very attractive, she doesn't seem to get anywhere socially. The men aren't interested in her.
Oh, too bad. You come here, Missy. Thank you. Now, you smile for One Long Pan, eh? Uh-huh. Just as One Long Pan suspect. Teeth not pretty. Smile bad. Confucius say, boys know like girl without smile of beauty. Clear up mystery, one word. Ipana.
Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we don't mean that if you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste tonight, you'll be the belle of the ball tomorrow. No dentifrice in the world could ever guarantee that. But Ipana can and does make for much more attractive smiles and far healthier mouths, because it not only cleans and brightens your teeth, but also tones and stimulates your gums. And that's very important, because your dentist will tell you this.
Teeth are seldom white and sparkling when gums are soft and tender. And most of the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays are too soft to give our gums the exercise and stimulation they need.
And that's where Ipana comes in. Because every time you brush your teeth with it, if you just put a little extra Ipana on the tip of your finger and massage it into your gums, it will give those under-exercised gums the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against serious gum trouble. That's something Ipana was especially made to do. So give your teeth and gums regular attention with Ipana, and your smile will take care of itself. Always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
And the Ipana Troubadours have just played the June Bride's theme song, She Shall Have Music. Now, on Saturday afternoon... Oh, quiet. Here. Quiet, please. If that's some counterfeiter raising his voice...
Hello?
Well, sir, Frank Buck tittered when I scratched a match on the zebra. He didn't know I owned the merry-go-round. If it isn't Portland.
Yes, I can only stay a minute. Papa's taking me down to see the Queen Mary.
Well, I guess if a cat can look at a king, you can certainly take a gander at the Queen Mary.
Papa says it's the biggest boat on the ocean.
It's pretty big, all right. I read about a man who accidentally drove a truck through one of the portholes today.
Yes, it was in the paper. He thought the porthole was the Holland Tunnel.
You know, they ought to close up those portholes. When the tide comes in, the Weehawken and ferries will be running in and out of them all night long.
Why are they building boats so big?
I don't know, unless it's to bring over sweepstake tickets.
If the Queen Mary was a little bigger, they could hold the sweepstake races right on the deck.
And that'd be a novel idea, a floating steeplechase race. They haven't looked into that yet. And they'd still have enough room left on the deck to play the Wimbledon tennis matches.
Don't you want to come down to the dock and see her?
No, you take Papa down. He can lick the champagne off the prow if it hasn't dried off since the christening.
Oh, they didn't christen the Queen Mary with a measly bottle of champagne.
You mean it was too big?
I'll say they broke the London Aquarium over it.
They broke it? Well, that's done it as
Oh,
far as...
I get it.
No, you don't.
Ryan!
Now, wait a minute.
Okay, sis, I'm right on the job. Fit as a bellows and ready to blow.
I'll say they broke the London Aquarium over it.
They broke it? Well, that's done it as
Oh,
far as...
I get it.
No, you don't.
Ryan!
Now, wait a minute.
Okay, sis, I'm right on the job. Fit as a bellows and ready to blow.
Will I put your sample case down here, Mr. Rand?
Yeah, set it any place, Homer. I'll give this sap a verbal going over.
Would you boys mind introducing yourselves? I hate to throw people out of here incognito.
This is Mr. Rant, Mr. Allen.
Yep, Cyril Rant, buddy. If you got nerve enough to grab hold of a live wire, put her there.
I will. If you're a live wire, I hope I've got enough iron in my system to short-circuit you.
Hey, will I slug him, Chief?
Now, no rough stuff, Homer.
Yeah, don't get Homer peeved, Bud. He's my demonstrator.
Let me run me arm down his throat for luck, Chief.
I wouldn't do any internal reaching if I were you, Homer.
Did anyone ever try to put his arm down your throat, Mr. Allen?
That's how the one-armed paper hanger got that way.
You ain't taking credit for the headless horseman, too, are you?
I never bite off more than I can chew.
Can't I just take a handful of his nose, Chief?
No, Homer. I may want to get a hold on him myself later.
I don't want to appear invincible, boys. But there's only one thing I ever started that I didn't finish.
I know. Anthony Adverse.
Hey, where does this ad voice hang out? I'll mangle him.
Now, take it easy, Homer.
Mr. Rat wants to see you about an automatic vacation, Mr. Allen.
What's an automatic vacation?
Open that sample case, Homer.
Okay.
Now, you see these gadgets and phonograph records, Bud?
Yes.
That's your automatic vacation, complete for $21.75.
I'll say, anything you do at the beach or in the country, you can do right in your own home.
Well, I'll show you. Your vacation generally starts off with a horseback ride, don't it?
With the automatic vacation, you do your horseback riding indoors.
Correct.
Now, to get the effects of an hour in a saddle, you simply slip on this union suit and bounce up and down on the arm of a chair.
This suit'll make you redder than any horse, Mr. Allen, and in the same places.
That's right. The legs is lined with sandpaper.
But I ride side saddle.
Yeah, I suspected that. Well, you'll take one of these here sissy union suits with a sandpaper hip.
If you like the beach, Mr. Allen, Mr. Rant has a Coney Island mattress.
You just lay down.
And every 5 minutes, the mattress releases 50 fleas, and a big wet foot comes out and steps on your back.
Some hijinks, hey, buddy?
Show Mr. Allen the automatic picnic, Mr. Rant.
What happens on the automatic picnic?
Well, you shut yourself up in a closet with this gadget here.
Plug this wire into your light socket.
You slam the closet door, pull this switch here.
And bedlam breaks loose. 200 ants run up the legs of your pants. This automatic milk bottle shoots a pint of milk up each sleeve, and a rubber hot dog squirts mustard all over your shirt.
Yeah, and as you stand up, this paintbrush daubs the seat of your pants with lemon meringue.
You can't get any more action than that at a picnic, Mr. Allen.
No, but look, I'm...
Hey, do you go in for speedboat riding?
No,
Get a load of this here stay-at-home Chris Kraft.
Why, that's nothing but an electric fan.
Turn it on, Mr. Allen.
You get that salt air?
Yes, it's salty, all right.
Do you like the spray?
Well, I don't... Oh, now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who threw that water in my face?
That's the automatic spray, Mr. Allen.
Where was that salt air coming from?
Why, the fan's got a herring tied inside.
Yeah, every 10 revolutions, you get a quart of water right in the puss. That's your spray.
I'm not interested, boys. I don't go out much in the summer. I might take a girl out for a drive of an evening, you know.
Uh-huh. Well, how about one of our automatic sweethearts? Sit right down, Bud.
Hold this steering wheel, Mr. Allen.
All right. I'll hold the wheel. Now what happens?
You turn out all the lights in the room and put this record on the phonograph.
Then your automatic sweetheart starts. Listen.
No, I won't hold hands. No, don't put your arm around me. You keep both hands on the wheel. No, I never kiss strange men. No, I never kiss. No, I never kiss. No, I never kiss. No,
Turn
I
that
never
thing
kiss.
off, will you?
What's wrong, Mr. Allen? Don't you like the automatic vacation?
Well, we ain't overlooked nothing, have we, Bud?
Only one thing, boys. I don't get any vacation this summer.
Why, I knew he was wasting our time, Homer.
And mine too, boys. So long, Portland.
Tally ho!
The Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the boys sing a sequel to that song, Blow, Gabriel, Blow. It's called Your Toots to Me.
One would think you owned a block of stock of society's Plymouth Rock. Why be so ultra, when romance has come our way? Now your father may be sweller than old John D. Rockefeller, but your toots to me. You might own an ocean liner and the rights that come from China, but your toots to me. Because you've got two arms I'd sigh for, a smile I'd die for, your great A. I want to know if I should try for a wedding day. I'll admit your eyes are bluer than the waters of Kahlua or the Baltic Sea. You're the sun in California, you're the thrill of Ochachonya's melody. Well, I've admitted you're terrific if you forget your family tree. Now you listen, Cinderella, if I'm gonna be your fella, you're toots to me. You may be a big sensation and the idol of our nation, but your toots, you're just toots to me. You can swim the broad Atlantic if you want to drive me frantic, but your toots to me. Although you think that you're perfection, you're my confection, my lovely sweet. You are the choice of my selection, you can't be beat. I'll admit you're so exciting and so terribly inviting that you're awfully bad for me. But I'm telling my relations and we're sending invitations presently. 'Cause I've admitted you're terrific if you forget your family tree. Now look here, Cinderella, if I'm gonna be a fella, you gotta understand you're always toots to me.
We hear a lot about problem children, ladies and gentlemen, but we seldom hear what becomes of them when they grow up. Now, tonight we draw the veil on that mystery by looking into the home of such a person, the problem husband.
I tell you, darling, things have been humming so at the office, I just haven't been able to decide about our vacation.
Well, how about going to the Adirondacks?
Oh, no, not the Adirondacks. The change of water always upsets me.
Well, then the seashore ought to be...
No, not the seashore. The change of food always upsets me.
Well, don't tell me we're going to spend our vacation on a bus.
Oh, no, never a bus. You know the ride always upsets
That's enough.
me.
As far as I'm concerned, you can spend your vacation by yourself. In a stratosphere balloon.
Oh, no, not that. The altitude would be bad for my heart. You know, I just can't do it.
Well, of course, husbands like that certainly are problems, but then so are most vacations.
Different foods, a change of drinking water, over-exercise, irregular meals, they all tend to upset your system and make you feel dull and logy. That's because under such conditions, two things are usually present: wastes in your body and acid in your system. And that's why we suggest to everyone going away on a vacation, get Sal Hepatica. Here's why.
Sal Hepatica is the mineral salt laxative especially made to do not just one, but two important things: to rid your body of wastes and also to combat acidity.
Just remember that a healthy vacation is a happy vacation. So remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Well, there's the theme song of the Mighty Allen Art Players, and they'll be with you immediately after your station announcement.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as part of a nationwide campaign to see if you can take it, we bring you the Mighty Allen Art Players. This is the first company to ever sit back on its laurels and arise to find every member of the cast covered with poison ivy rash. Tonight, they bring you an episode from the Real Story Court. It's called Murder in the Chop House. Or it isn't the overhead that worries the waffle shop owner, it's the turnover. Overture, Peter.
Once again, we take you to the Real Story Court, ladies and gentlemen. The scene of tonight's real story is laid in the wild and woolly little ranch town of Whipple Tree, Arizona. The Real Story Court is in session.
Order in the court, please. Next case.
People of the state of Arizona versus Trapper Allen.
And the charge is?
Murder.
Order, please. First witness.
Amy Flank.
Yes, Judge. I'm the cashier down at the Wet Dog Cafe.
What happened, Amy?
Well, this cowboy comes in the Wet Dog and orders the blue plate lunch. The waiter brought him his blue plate, and 2 shots rang out.
And the waiter dropped dead?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who fired those fatal shots, Amy?
That fiend there, Trapper Allen.
Are you guilty or not guilty, Trapper Allen?
I reckon I'm guilty, Judge. Do I get the chair?
Well, no. We're cutting down on our electric bills. So I'm shooting all convicted criminals from the bench.
It's mighty one-sided, Judge.
Before I seal your doom, Trapper, have you anything to say?
I couldn't help that murder, Judge. You wouldn't mow me down if you only knew my story.
Well, we ain't killing no innocent men in the Real Story Court, Trapper Allen. Tell us your story.
Well, I was born on the range, Judge. My folks were so poor, the mice just used our house for a shortcut. My pa, Wolf Allen Sr., drank so much, he used to wear casters on his suspenders. So when he fell down, the bartender could wheel him home. One night when I was about frying size, Pa comes home roaring plastered.
Whoopee!
Drunk again, Wolf Allen.
Yippee, so am I.
Quit yowling, Wolf. Little Trapper's abed.
Oh, go sizzle your fat.
That ain't fit talk for childish ears, Wolf Allen.
Ah, go hang up your hide.
If you're a-going on blaspheming, Wolf Allen, I'm stuffing little Trapper's ears.
Stuffing them with what?
I'll get out to the corral and tear some wool off of a sheep. I can stuff little Trapper's ears with that.
Then get for it's off your apron.
I'll get.
And that was the last I ever seen of Ma, Judge.
She skedaddled, Trapper?
No, Judge. One of our sheep kicked Ma on the head, and she died of ramifications. Well, soon as I could operate a safety pin, I left home and went to school. The happiest years of my life were spent in the little old 4th grade. I was fixing to marry the teacher, but one day we had a spelling bee.
Oh, quiet, scholars. We'll start our spelling bee.
I can spell dog, teacher.
All right, Xenia, spell dog.
Capital D-O-G.
What's the capital for, Xenia?
It's a big dog, teacher.
Quiet, scholars. Trapper Allen.
Oh, yes, teacher.
lamb.
L-A-apostrophe-M.
Why, Trapper Allen, 15 years in my class and you can't sell lamb.
Well, you don't have to get personal upon Miss Tot.
Don't get your bristles up, Trapper.
Oh, you ain't so smart. You're still in the 4th grade yourself.
Well, I'm the teacher, ain't I?
Oh, you can't prove it by me. I ain't learned nothing yet.
You clear out of this school, Trapper Allen. Our engagement is broken. Goodbye.
Well, there I was. Ma killed by a sheep, my engagement broke, and stampeded out of school 'cause I couldn't spell lamb. I was beginning to get sheep conscious, Judge. I went to Minneapolis to forget. Then I went to St. Paul to forget.
You went to St. Paul to forget?
Yes, to forget Minneapolis. Then I fell in love again, Judge. She was a bubble dancer. I told her I'd get a soap pipe and we'd set up housekeeping. She promised to blow with me. Was on a Saturday night. I went down to her house to elope. I whistled up to the window. Hey, Mona! Hey, Mona!
Hey, what you yelling about, stranger? Who are you?
I'm Trapper Allen. I'm here to haul bride.
To haul what? Where's your wagon?
I come to elope with Mona.
Well, you're too late, buddy. My daughter Mona's eloped.
Elope?
Yep, she run off with an actor. Mona's a sucker for spat.
Didn't she leave no address?
Yeah, you can write Mona General Delivery, care of Sheepshead Bay.
Sheepshead Bay, Judge. Sheep had crossed me again. I took all my money and went to New York City. I figured in my crude way, if I could make a fortune, I could win Mona back. I went right to Wall Street. I was hankering to plunge. I walked plumb into the first bucket shop on Wall Street.
You want to buy stock, stranger?
Yes, I'm Trader Allen, a big plunger from Flushing.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeedy. Well, what's your pleasure?
I gotta make a quick fortune, stranger. What stocks can I buy?
Consolidated Fire Hose. It's a hot tip.
Is the country expecting a lot of fires?
No, now this is confidential, trader.
Yeah.
All the lakes are leaking into Boulder Dam.
Yeah.
Water pressure's so low, people will have to use fire hose to pump water into their houses.
Well, here's my poke. $60,000. Every cent I've got in the world.
Okay, now you own 1,000 shares of Consolidated Fire Hose.
Lucky old Weston me.
Yes, indeed. Let's get on over to the ticker, Trapper, and we can watch Consolidated Fire Hose go up.
Okay, in a couple of minutes, I'll let you know how it feels to be a millionaire.
Yes, sir. Here it is. Fire Hose, 60 even.
60? Down to 42.
What's this?
What's what?
Consolidated Fire Hose down to 2.
Can't go no lower.
It's 1. It's nothing.
It's -2. I'm wiped out.
Wiped out? You owe me $400.
And there I was, Judge, a bum.
But for once, you couldn't blame your misfortune on sheep.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Judge. Why do you think Consolidated Fire Hose went down?
Why?
Some tinkering fool invented the hydraulic ram. It was still my sheep jinx, Judge. I was fleeced. I couldn't sleep. They finally carried me to a doctor. The doctor said,
You haven't slept for 2 months, Trapper?
I can't even close an eye to wink, Doc.
There's only one way you can ever get to sleep.
You mean?
Yes, you'll have to count sheep.
Sheep! Sheep!
Here, put down that gun.
Sheep! Sheep!
And you killed that doctor.
I had to, Judge. Sheep had killed my ma, got me chucked out of school, cost me my gal, and made me a bum. That's why I come out here to Arizona to cow country. I wanted to spend the rest of my life where I could never see another sheep.
But why did you shoot that waiter at the Wet Dog Cafe?
Judge, when I looked down at my plate and seen that snake had brought me chef's special ragu and casserole, I just seen red.
Well, what is chef's special ragu and casserole?
Lamb stew.
Yours is a pitiful story, Trapper Allen.
Yes, Judge.
I hate to shoot you, Trapper, but it's the law of the range.
As man to man. Do I look guilty standing here, Judge?
Well, not exactly guilty, Trapper. You look sheepish to me.
Sheepish? Not that. No! Not sheepish, Judge.
Yes, Trapper, sheepish.
Then go ahead and shoot, Judge. Shoot!
thank you. Now,
There is
tonight,
one
by
thing,
means
ladies
of
and
this
gentlemen.
I beg your pardon, Harry.
Not at all, Fred. Go right ahead.
Well, Harry, I was just going to suggest something for a person who wakes up in the morning feeling sluggish and out of sorts.
Yes, I know, Fred. Sal Hepatica. That certainly is a coincidence, too, because it's exactly what I was going to say.
My, what a small world it is after all, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And then, Fred, I was going on to say that two things usually cause that logy, under par feeling. Waste in the body and acid in the system. And the reason Sal Hepatica is ideal to take then is because it's the mineral salt laxative especially made to do not just one, but two important things. To remove those wastes from the body and also to combat acidity. So the next time you're feeling under the weather, put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it.
And see how quickly you'll be feeling alert, alive, and normal again. Am I right, Harry?
You certainly are, Fred, but I'll bet you'll never guess what I was going to say next.
Now, wait a minute. Now, don't tell me.
All
Just
right.
let me work it out for myself. It starts with, remember?
Oh, somebody must have told you. But then, a lot of people know, Fred, because for more than 40 years, men and women everywhere have remembered Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. The Town Hall Amateur Contest. Here comes Fred Allen leading the winners of this week's Town Hall Amateur Audition. Let's give them a real Town Hall reception.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our amateurs tonight have been selected from the hundreds of applicants who were heard during the past week's audition. Now, tonight, these boys and girls compete for a first prize of $50 and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, and a second prize of $25 in cash. Now, you folks here in the town hall will select your own winners. Your applause after each act will be recorded on our applause machine, and the 2 acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later so that you may select your winners for first and second prizes. Now, first tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to have you meet Miss Louise Duke. Is that right, Miss?
That's right.
That's right. You're not from New York, are you?
No.
You're not, huh? You say that. You say that sort of laughingly there. I hope there's nothing behind that smile.
Oh, no, I like New York very much.
You do. I could tell from your accent that you didn't come from New York. Some New Yorkers have a distinct accent. You can just catch it in a minute like that. But are you from the West?
No, I'm from the South.
You're from the South,
Uh-huh.
huh? What part of the South?
Georgia, Atlanta.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Uh-huh.
That's a very delightful city, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I never could understand why anyone would sit down and deliberately write a song and call it Pardon My Southern Accent. I think it's delightful. And I'm quite sure that you agree with me, don't you?
Thank you.
Do you like what's left of our city here?
What's left of it?
Well, I mean, we're just building these little things like the building we're in here. We're just putting them up right and left.
Well, I don't want to see when you get it finished.
You want to see it when we...
I don't want to see it.
Oh, you don't want to see it when we get it finished. Well, we're doing some very fine work underground here. Of course, you have to... Have you been sightseeing since you've been here?
Yeah,
You enjoy it?
absolutely.
You're very fortunate at this particular time to be here. Have you seen the Queen Marie?
Uh-huh.
You can't tell what will turn up for a sightseer coming to New York. It's sort of a bag of tell game. This week, the Queen Marie is here. A few weeks ago, the Hindenburg was here. Last week, Mr. Zionchek was here. You never can tell. You come here to see things. Well, Miss Duke, we're very happy to have you here with us tonight, and I hope that you're going to enjoy your stay in New York City. Now, what are you going to sing?
Goody, goody.
Goody, goody. Sort of a blues number, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Coming from the South, do you think we should change a blues number to a Gray's number just for tonight?
We'll leave it blues for tonight.
All right. There was one thing I've been thinking. I've been waiting to meet someone from the South to ask one question. I wonder if you'd mind answering it.
I'll be glad to if I can.
Is it true what they say about Dick?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, and you're going to sing Goody Goody. Thank you.
Oh, you met someone who set you back on your heels. Goody, goody. Oh, you met someone and now you know how it feels. Goody, goody. Oh, you gave her your love too, just as I gave mine to you. And she broke it in little pieces. Now how do you do? Oh, you lie awake just singing the blues all night. Goody, goody. And you think that love's a barrel of dynamite. Hooray and hallelujah, you had it coming to you. Goody, goody for her, goody, goody for me. And I hope you're satisfied, you rascal, you.
Thank you very much. That was Miss Louise Duke, all the way from Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you very much, Miss Duke. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present the Paradise Islanders. 3 boys from uptown: Clarence Riggs, Harold McVeigh, and Anthony Crayer. Is that right, boys?
That's right, Sal.
And you come from the Bronx, Uncle Jim tells me.
Woodlawn.
From Woodlawn? Where is Paradise Island in Woodlawn? Is there...
There isn't any.
There isn't, huh? One seldom thinks of Woodlawn and Paradise Island in the same breath, I must... That's quite a mixed metaphor there, incidentally, isn't it? Thinking in the same breath. It's anything is apt to happen here verbally. But you have 3 guitars, 2 regular guitars, and 1 electrical guitar. Is there any special name, sir? Pardon me, what is your name?
Clarence Riggs.
You're Mr. Riggs. My name is Alan. I'm very happy to meet you, Mr. Riggs. Is there any special name you have for the electrical guitar, or is that just what it's called?
Well, it's the electrical Hawaiian guitar.
Electrical Hawaiian guitar. They have beautiful tones. I've heard 1 or 2 of them played there. Do you mind telling us how they're operated? Might prove interesting to folks.
You just play on here, and the music goes round and round and comes out there.
Comes out, well, you have to plug it in. I mean,
Absolutely.
You get... What?
It's in.
Oh, I see. That's a beautiful tone, hasn't it? And how can you play melody on it, or do you just play Hawaiian style, mostly chords?
Play melody.
You play melody and chords, too. Well, that's very interesting, and thank you very much. Now, what are you going to play tonight?
Kohala March.
A Hawaiian number?
That's right.
Kohala March. All right, thank you very much. Has a beautiful tone, Mr. Riggs. It has a very fine tone. Are they very common, those instruments, incidentally?
No, sir, they aren't.
They are. That's about the second one I've seen. I was wondering whether they were more or less exclusive, and I thought I'd ask you. Well, thank you a lot for coming up, and I hope you didn't use up too much power. We'll charge it up and let you know about it in the morning. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present Miss Norma Rugo. How are you tonight, Miss Rugo?
Very well, thank you.
You are. Uncle Jim tells me that you have come all of the way from Venice, Italy. Is that right? Were you born there?
Yes.
Have you been in America very long?
40 years.
4 years. You have, huh? Would you prefer to be back in Venice? Well, during the past winter, you couldn't tell the difference between Venice and some of the streets as
I think in summer is better.
Oh, the summer is much nicer. Venice, though, I understand, has the largest floating population of any city in the world. I only know, of course, what I've read about it. How do the traffic policemen work there? Do they just stand in the middle of the street and tread water, or do they...
On the bridge and...
Oh, on the bridges, huh? I was wondering, I thought a traffic policeman, after a number of years, would be inclined to end up with webbed feet, which would... Of course, nowadays, at that, you can't really tell what's going on in a policeman's shoe, unless you know him real well. But, Miss Rugo, Uncle James tells me that you have a beautiful voice. Told me at the audition he's very enthusiastic about your voice. He tells me you sing beautifully. Have you studied voice?
2 years.
2 years. In Europe or in this
Yes,
country?
in Europe.
In Europe.
Then my father and my mother died, so I could afford to continue.
Continue studying?
Yes.
Would you like to have an opportunity to go further in the world of music in this country?
I love it.
Well, we're going to ask you to sing now, and we hope that something may happen to your advantage that will enable you to continue doing what you would like to do. Because Jim has told me some fine things, and I know that we're all going to be very pleased to have you sing for us tonight. Now, what are you going to sing?
I sing Scherzo by Mascagni.
By Mascagni. Scherzo.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
Sfoglia finché n'hai voglia.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present Miss Jean Roland. Is that right, Miss Roland? Rolandi?
That's right.
Is that a French name?
Well, my father's French and my mother's Hungarian.
Oh, I see. Uncle Jim tells me that you have been studying the violin for quite a while.
That's right.
For many years?
Oh, about 8 or 10.
8 or 10, huh? Do you like the... Well, naturally, you must like it. You wouldn't be bothered. Rather a silly question, but you can't think of everything at once, can you?
Oh, that's right.
Are you studying music now?
Not right now, no.
You aren't, huh? Do you mind?
Or two.
What, aren't you working?
No.
You aren't.
Steadily.
Don't you do any other sort of work?
Well, I'm studying fashion designing.
Oh, fashion designing. Well, there certainly should be an encouraging future in that. Something should be done about some of the fashions, I will say.
I'd rather be a violinist, though.
Well, perhaps through one medium you can gain your end in another profession. You never can tell. We live in hope. Hope springs eternal. Not Bob Hope, but there's another. Bob Hope's legs aren't what they used to be from what they tell me. But fashion designing should have a great future in it. More practical, perhaps, at the moment than music. I know that something certainly should be done about the designs of the bathing suits the girls have been wearing the last couple of summers. Some of the bathing suits they wore last year, somebody should design something. You saw a fellow walking along Coney Island with a girl. You didn't know whether he had an 8 weeks tan or whether he was blushing all over. It was very confusing. But what would you like to play? What is your instrument? It's good. It isn't a Stradivarius, is it?
Oh, no.
Well, after all, I wish it was.
So do I.
After all, we're not interested in, we're not really interested in who made the violin. It's who made your bows. But, all right. Now, what are you going to play tonight, Mr. Orlandi?
I'm going to play an arrangement of my own of the Gypsy Air.
Of Gypsy Air. That's probably a theme song dedicated to a conceited gypsy. Gypsy Air. Well, we'll just let it go, and thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Bayonne, New Jersey, may I present Marie and Julia Doherty. Is that right?
That's right.
And which is who and who is which?
I'm Julia.
You're Julia?
I'm Marie.
That you must be Marie then, mustn't you? Do you go to school, Julia?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Go to high school?
Yes, Mr.
And what do you do, Marie? Do you go to school?
I just teach dancing.
You teach dancing?
School.
What sort of dancing?
Irish dancing.
Irish dancing? You teach Irish dancing in Bayonne?
That's right, in Elizabeth.
In Elizabeth, too. Are there many people interested in Irish dances these days?
Oh, quite a few.
There are. Well, that surprises me. Most of the dances you see around the dance halls that you go into, it really isn't dancing. It looks more like chill set to music, unless But there's nothing. Will you teach jigs and reels and...
That's right.
Jigs, reels, breakdowns?
And how.
Oh, boy, and how, huh? Well, there's nothing like a good old Irish breakdown. You know how... except a nervous breakdown. That comes a poor second. But I had an uncle, Shawneen O'Finnessy. He was the champion breakdown dancer in Brooklyn years ago. I remember one Friday night he started a breakdown on the 3rd floor of a tenement house over there. When the dance broke up Monday morning, he had danced through 3 floors, and he was 8 feet underground, still in time, when the dance broke up. Well, I'm sorry, girls. What would you like to sing? You're going to sing and do an Irish dance.
Rocky Road to Dublin.
The Rocky Road to Dublin. Thank you very much. Julia, you can go right ahead.
Along the Rocky Road to Dublin, we'll go swinging along, singing a song. Well, joy, me heart was bubbling with Cordelia by my side. Sure, every time I look at her roguish eyes of Irish blue, I couldn't help but feel very proud that I was Irish too. All my thoughts of dear old Dublin seemed to carry me back to a rickety shack. How I love to be there once again. Just like before, always to love Cordelia more along the Rocky Road to Dublin.
Two charming little girls from Bayonne, New Jersey. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present Al Ray from New York City. Now, what would you like to sing, Al?
I've got a feeling you're fooling.
Nothing personal. I mean that. Well, all right, go right ahead. Thank you.
I've got a feeling you're fooling. I've got a feeling you're having fun. I'll get the go by when you're done fooling with me. I've got a feeling you're fooling. I've got a notion it's make-believe. I think you're laughing right up your sleeve, fooling with me. Life is worth living while you are giving moments of paradise. You're such a standout, but how you hand out that hocus pocus from your eyes. I've got a feeling you're fooling. I've got a feeling it's all a frame. It's just a well-known old army game, fooling with you.
Thank you, Al. That was Al Ray. And that concludes our amateur contest for tonight. And now, while I consult our applause machine for the winners, ladies and gentlemen, Harry has a word about the winners in another contest. All right, Harry.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here are this week's winners of the cash prizes in the Bristol-Myers window display contest for druggists. Luick's Royal Pharmacy, San Francisco, California. Edward A. Heimlich, Bronx, New York. W.H. Sallow Drug Company, Golden City, Missouri. Atkinson and Howard, Richmond, Virginia. Rice Drug Store, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Druggists such as these, ladies and gentlemen, are among your best friends, serving you with your many needs both day and night. May we congratulate them and thank them for their cooperation. May we also thank you, listeners, for your cooperation in remembering the two products that make all these Wednesdays with Fred Allen possible. Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. All right, Fred, have you got the results?
Yes, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause meter divulges that your applause has been heaviest for the two acts we've called back on the stage. Now, I'm going to ask Harry to hold his hand over the heads of these young ladies, and as I call the names, I'm going to ask you to kindly applaud just once again, if you will, and select your winners for first and second prizes. Now, first, the young lady who has come all the way from Venice in Italy, who sang so well in her fine soprano voice, Miss Norma Rugo. And then the two young ladies with their Irish jigs, reels, and Irish song from Bayonne, New Jersey, the Doherty sisters. Thank you. And what does the machine say, Harry?
Coming right up, Fred.
Thank you. The first prize, $50 in cash, and the week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City goes to Miss Norma Rugo. Second prize, $25 in cash, goes to Marie and Julia Doherty. Thank you very much. I'm sorry we all couldn't win, but thank you all for coming. This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen, until next Wednesday night, when you're all invited to join us for another hour of smiles at the Old Town Hall. And don't forget, only 27 more days to stoop Nagel and Bud. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is NBC News Update, brought to you by American Express Cards. Here is Carol Simpson.
Good evening. The flood situation in Texas and Arkansas is getting worse. Heavy thunderstorms have caused the flooding, which has killed at least 10 people, washed away homes, and closed major highways. 3 Indiana teenagers were killed when the gas tank on this Ford Pinto exploded. A grand jury today indicted Ford Motor Company on criminal charges, saying poor design was partly to blame for the crash. President Carter is missing a White House party tonight, and he's canceled a political trip this weekend, all because of uncertainty over how and when the Camp David peace talks will end. And Mr. Carter called House approval of the Civil Service Reform Bill a major victory. Carol Simpson in Washington. More news later on this NBC station.
Do you know me? I'm just a plain old country lawyer. But folks treat me right when they see this, the American Express card. Don't leave home without it.
Webb, the world of big-time television. The producer's job was more than she bargained for.
I don't want to be a man. I don't even want to be a woman. I just want to be a child.
The newsman's wife was more than he could handle. The salesman had more than one problem. Webb, the dramas behind the cameras.
It's a work of art. It really looks like you, honey.
Not quite. I didn't draw your ring around the collar. You've got ring around the collar.
Those dirty rings. You try spraying, even scrubbing with powders, and still you've got
ring around the collar.
Try Whisk. Whisk sinks in and starts to clean before you start to wash, then gets your whole wash clean.
It's a work of art. No more ring around the collar.
Use Whisk around the collar for ring around the collar every time.
My daddy, he loves Southern fried chicken. And his daddy loves Southern fried chicken. Me, I love Northern fried chicken from Weaver. They cook it up north from tender, juicy chicken that's seasoned from a secret family recipe. Then they quick freeze all that great taste inside. Weaver Northern fried chicken. His own chicken my family eats. Forgive me, Daddy. Luther, pass me another drumstick.
Come on up to Northern Fried Chicken from Weaver.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, And it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Barkeep. Barkeep.
What'll you have?
I was told I'd find the marshal in this place.
Well, I don't rightly see him here now.
At his office, they said he'd be here.
Well, he ain't.
Oh, a man should be able to find the marshal.
Now, listen, mister, it ain't up to me. Miss Kitty,
Yes, Sam.
this man's uncommon anxious to see the marshal. You know where he is?
Well, no, Sam, I don't. Have you tried his office, mister?
Of course I've tried his office. They told me he was headed here.
Well, he may be, but I haven't seen him until now. Hey, Matt.
Ah, hello, Kitty. Sam?
Marshal?
Matt, this man's waiting to see you.
Oh, is that so?
You the marshal?
Yeah, I'm the marshal, Matt Dillon.
My name is Foss, Marshal. Jasper Foss.
All right, Mr. Foss, what can I do for you?
I figured you'd ought to know about the telegraph line.
What telegraph line?
Well, why, the one just strung out west of town.
What about it?
Well, somebody's cut it. That's what about it.
Well, how do you know?
I was riding past. That's all I know. About a mile or a mile and a half out.
Did you see anybody?
Oh, well, nobody I could recognize. I seen a horse hightailing in the distance. I couldn't tell no more than that.
When was this?
Oh, an hour ago, maybe. I figured you'd want to take a look around.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Foss. I guess I'd better.
Mr. Dillon, you reckon that fellow knowed what he was talking about?
Well, I don't know yet, Chester.
I swear we rode most of the mile already. There ain't been no break.
I guess we can make it a little farther.
Well, sure, we can make it. We can make it all right, but I was just wondering if it was worth all this tracking around in the hot sun. You know, a man's brain can get addled by too much of it.
Yeah? Sometimes it doesn't take too much, son.
How's that?
Never mind, Chester. Look up there, ahead.
Well, I do declare. Looks like them army fellows is out riding themselves.
Uh-huh. So working on the line. All right, come on. Morning. You tell me where the lieutenant is? Oh, I see him. Lieutenant?
Yeah?
Are you having trouble with the line?
Well, it's been cut. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
The counter.
Yeah, I see him. You holding that man for it, Lieutenant?
He's under guard.
Yeah, I see he is. You mind if I talk to him?
Well, he's my prisoner.
Well, I'm the U.S. Marshal from Dodge.
Oh, well, in that case, I suppose it wouldn't do any harm.
No, I guess not. All right, Chester. You hold my horse, huh?
Yes, sir. Put your back to it, Get on.
Hello, Small Hawk.
Small Hawk is dishonored before his old friend.
Sorry to see you like this.
The marshal will have them set Small Hawk free.
And I don't know if I can do that. Did you cut the wire?
It was cut by my knife.
And they have a right to hold you.
They have no right to send the wire across the land.
Oh, why not? Wire doesn't hurt you.
It is bad magic. Carries bad sounds across the land of my people.
It can be good magic, too, Small Hawk.
The white man makes no good magic for my people.
I wouldn't be too sure.
The white soldiers will shoot Small Hawk?
I don't think you need worry about that.
Yeah. Small Hawk not afraid.
No, I know that. But just the same, I think I'll ride along when they take you to the fort.
Now, this is an unusual request, Marshal Dillon.
Yes, Colonel, I know it is, but I think it might do some good in our dealings with the Indians.
I don't know. The Army hasn't found it wise to be too lenient.
You're not telling me that the Army believes the only good Indian is a dead Indian?
No, Marshal. Certainly not.
But I know this man, Colonel. Small Hawk is not a troublemaker.
He cut the wire.
He cut it out of fear.
It's been cut several times.
Small Hawk says he cut it only once, and I believe him.
Well, what do you want me to do?
I'd like you to release Small Hawk to me, Colonel Hooper.
How can I be sure he won't go right out and cut the wire again?
Because I'll be responsible for him.
You have a lot of confidence in this Indian, Marshal.
Yes, I have.
Well, what do you base it on?
Taking away his fear.
How do you propose to do that?
I think I can show him that the wire isn't bad magic. Then he'll leave it alone.
All right, Marshal Dillon. I'll release him to you.
Thank you.
But remember this. We're all in for serious trouble if he touches that wire again.
Yeah. So is Small Hawk. It's right down at the end of the block, Small Hawk.
Marshal is Small Hawk's friend.
Sure I am.
If it were not so, I would not walk with him.
I know that.
Small Hawk would no go to house of white man's magic.
I want to show you it can be good magic, Small Hawk. Now, here we are. Let's go in. Hank?
Howdy, Marshal.
Hank, you got a man out at the Western Station to take messages off a new line?
Yeah, Marshal, sure we have.
Any way of getting a message to the Indian encampment on the river?
Well, our man out there says there's usually a couple of braves standing around watching him. He could tell it to them, I guess. Why?
Because my friend wants to send a telegram.
Small Hawk does not trust bad magic.
Well, you trust me, don't you?
Yeah.
All right, then listen to me. Now, they took your horse at the fort, didn't they?
Soldiers took horse, yeah.
So you got a long walk home.
Small Hawk will walk with his head high.
Yeah, but it would be even higher if you were on horseback. Now, what if the wire carried word to your son to bring you a horse?
There is that magic in the wire?
Yeah, there's that magic.
Small Hawk will see if horse comes.
Well, that's fair enough. Now, you tell me your son's name.
Brown Wing.
All right, Hank, you tell your man to get a message to Brown Wing to bring a horse to the road fork just outside Dodge. Tell him his father will be waiting.
All right, Marshal. There's just one thing.
Yeah, what's that?
Who's going to pay for it, you or the Indian?
Yeah, the government ought to pay for it.
Now, Marshal, that kind of money ain't easy to collect.
Yeah, I know that better than you. All right, I'll pay for it, Hank. Come on, Small Hawk. We better get you started out to meet your horse.
Beer, Matt.
That's all right, Kitty. I think you're worth buying a beer for once in a while.
I'm surprised you have to order it like us ordinary people.
Oh? Just what does that mean?
Why, from what Chester's been telling me, you've been working magic tricks with the telegraph line.
Oh. Chester thinks that's pretty funny, does he?
No, not exactly funny, Matt. He was really pretty impressed.
Yeah. Well, I hope it worked, that's all.
I'm surprised you could talk that starchy colonel into letting Small Hawk go.
Oh, you know the colonel?
Yeah, I met him once. I never figured him to give anybody any kind of chance, much less an Indian.
Maybe he wants to be able to say, I told you so.
He'd enjoy that. I know that much.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
How are you, boss?
Found I was right about that wire, didn't you?
Yeah, you were right.
I've been wanting to talk to you about that.
I'll see you later.
No, there's no need for you to leave, Kitty.
I want to see Sam.
No, all right. Well, what's on your mind today, Mr. Foss?
Well, I just wanted to tell you you'd ought to be keeping an eye on things.
Oh? That happens to be my job.
Well, sometimes doing a good job ain't enough, Marshal. Sometimes a man can get fooled even so.
That so?
Yes, sir. Now, I done a good job. All my life I done a good job, but it weren't enough. You got to remember that now. It weren't enough.
What happened to you?
Why, they let me go, Marshal Dillon. Said I wasn't good enough no more. Said I was too old. Put in some young greenhorn that won't even know as much as I've already forgot. They just turned me out overnight like I was a old broke-down horse.
I'm sorry about that, Mr. Foss.
Well, they had no right to do a thing like that. I'm a better man than that young feller, Marshal Dillon. And I'm going to show him about it, too.
Yeah, you do that, Mr. Foss. Well, I got to be getting back to the office.
Oh, yeah, you go tend to your job, Marshal. And watch out for that Indian.
Well, you leave that to me, huh? Don't you worry about it?
Oh, I ain't worrying about him, Marshal Dillon. No, not at all.
A 7 or a 3, Matt. You got to come up with a 7 or a 3.
Yeah. Well, let me see here, Matt.
Good. You have to go at the boneyard.
Yeah.
Go ahead, draw.
All right, I'm drawing, Doc.
Go right ahead. Take another. Oh, I must say, Magee, you don't play dominoes any better than you play checkers.
You're talking pretty big for a man who just won his first game this week.
Well, it's not whether I win or not, Matt. It's just that I make the moves better.
I hope you don't figure like that about your patients.
About my paper?
But it doesn't matter whether you cure them or not. So you make a few moves.
Oh, don't you worry about my patients. I'll take it. Oh, how's your Indian getting along?
Oh, fine, I guess. I think I finally got it through his head that the telegraph wire wasn't strung up there just to work some black magic.
You were lucky.
Yeah, Doc, I guess I was. But Small Hawk is mighty pleased.
Oh, you've seen him?
No, but he had the agent out at the other end send me a message back.
Oh, is that so? Well, what did he say?
Just one word. Good.
Well, the telegraph company isn't going to make much money out of him at that rate.
Yeah, maybe not, but it'll save them money having him leave their lines alone.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, hello, Doc.
Yeah, Chester.
What's the trouble?
Mr. Dillon, you know that fellow Ted Creel?
Yeah, I know him. What's he done?
Well, he ain't done nothing, Mr. Dillon. He just come in from out west of town.
Well, no law against that.
Well, of course not, Mr. Dillon, but he told me he seen a troop of cavalry from the fort.
Well, what about it?
They had an Indian with him, all tied up like he was a prisoner.
Oh. Did Creel know who he was?
Well, he thought he was that fellow Small Hawk, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I was afraid he might. All right, Chester, get the horses.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like your magic might not have worked after all, man.
Yeah, Doc, it does.
Now, this is very regrettable, Marshal.
Yeah?
My superiors will want a full explanation.
I'd like one, too.
Well, you might. You gave me your word you'd be responsible for that Indian.
My word still goes, Colonel.
A little late now.
You're not sure he cut your wire this time?
My men picked him up right near the break.
I'd still like to know what he has to say.
He's right in here. Guard?
Yes, sir.
The Marshal has permission to see the prisoner.
Yes, sir.
I'll be in my office when you're finished.
Thank you, Colonel. Well, Small Hawk?
It is as I said. Bad magic.
Did you cut the wire?
The Marshal will believe.
We've never doubted each other, Small Hawk.
The Marshal speaks true.
All right. Now, how about the wire?
Small Hawk did not cut it.
Did any of your tribesmen cut it?
The braves of my tribe believe the good magic of the wire, as the Marshal taught us.
Then you're telling me that no Indian had anything to do with this latest break?
That is what Small Hawk says. You believe?
Yes, I believe.
The Marshal will release me?
Well, I can't do it this time, Small Hawk. At least not yet. But I'll tell you something. If there's any way of tracking down the man who did cut that wire, you'll be out of here soon.
I'll tell you something, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah? What's that, Chester?
Lot folks back in Dodge was wondering whether it was worth it stringing this line way out west here when it first went up, and I'm about to agree with them.
I don't know. Of course, there's been a lot of trouble, but...
They sure has. Now, with all this cutting going on, looks like we've got Indian trouble all over again.
Oh, maybe not. Right over there looks like the place.
Sure has been a lot of horses around here.
I hope they haven't trampled all the tracks.
Looks like they tried.
Uh-huh.
You finding anything, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I can't be sure yet. This might be a lead. Yeah. Looks like this might be something, Chester.
There ain't much to choose from in all them tracks.
Yeah, but these seem to lead out by themselves, though. Let's follow them for a while, huh?
Well, them tracks don't look like they was made by no Indian pony, Mr. Dillon.
No, Chester, they don't. All right, come on.
Mr. Dillon?
Uh-huh.
They're just going across the country aimless like.
No, not quite.
How's that?
And if you can see, we're a lot closer to Dodge than we were back there at the telegraph line.
Well, that's right. I guess you're right. Them tracks didn't start off the Dodge, though, did they?
No.
Like somebody was laying a false trail on purpose.
Yeah, that's the way it looks to me, Chester. Wait a minute, look. See, they're heading off toward that shack over there.
Yeah. It don't look like much of a place to live, half falling down that way. Reckon anybody's here, Mr. Jones?
I don't know, but we'll find out.
Well, there's no need for pounding, Marshal.
Hello, Mr. Foss. I didn't know you lived out here. Oh, it's Chester Proudfoot.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Foss.
Proudfoot? What brings you out this way, Marshal?
That's that telegraph line you're so interested in.
I'm glad to see you're on the job. Oh, not that it'll do you any good. I was always on the job myself. I remember that.
Yeah, you told me. I see you've been out looking it over out there.
Looking what over?
The line?
Oh, what makes you say that?
Well, we followed your tracks here.
My tracks?
Now, you want to tell me how you happened to be out there?
I told you the other day. I was riding past.
Now, you were talking about the other break in the line that day, Mr. Foss. This one was a mile or so away.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, I'll tell you, Marshal, it's only right that I've been keeping track of that line.
Oh, how's that?
That I was near 25 years sending messages out over lines just like them. I got an interest in them, you might say.
That's what your job was, sending messages?
I had a mighty nice touch on the key. A mighty nice touch. These greenhorns can come close to it.
The telegraph people were the ones who took away your job, then.
Them was the ones, all right. A man with a touch like mine.
I guess you would have an interest in the line, Mr. Foss. You might even have an interest in seeing that it didn't go through.
Well, now, Marshal, I don't even know what you're talking about.
I think you've been cutting that wire right regular. I think you figured it was a way to get back at the people who cost you your job.
Now, you hold on a minute, Marshal. What about that Indian? He was the one that cut it. He said so.
He cut it once, Mr. Foss, and he admitted it, but you did it the other times, didn't you? I said, didn't you?
You know, don't you, Marshal?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Well, I figured it'd be all right. They already had the Indian. It wouldn't matter anymore.
It mattered to the Indian.
I guess you're right. Will you be taking me in, Marshal?
Yeah.
A man has to do his job. Always believed in a man doing his job. But, Marshal, climbing around them lines and all...
Yeah, Mr. Foss?
I showed him I wasn't so old, didn't I?
Yeah, you showed him. All right, saddle him up a horse, Chester. Let's get back to town.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. 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 Gun.
All microwave ovens were meant to cook one food at a time until Litton introduced the Meal-in-One microwave. The first microwave oven to cook 1, 2, 3 foods, even a complete meal all at once. And it has a solid-state memory so you can just touch and cook fast and simple. The Litton Meal-in-One microwave oven. Another reason why Litton is changing the way America cooks.
Wonder how Charlie's gonna undo it this year.
It's the same thing, only different. It's a fresher kind of style. Undo it, 7-Up. A more natural way of doing things. Undo it. That naturally brings a smile.
To undo it is to do it big, because the Uncola taste handles it all. Well done.
And undone. Yeah, the only way to do it is undo it, 7-Up.
Presenting you in the morning. You need something that'll do more than just clean your breath. You need new Lavoris. Its strong, refreshing formula will revive you. New Lavoris with mouth coolants and tongue tinglers to clean your breath, refresh your mouth, and revive you. New Lavoris. Get revived.
Let me ask you something. Have you ever been forgotten on your birthday? Lonely, isn't it? You know, a birthday card like this one would have made such a difference. A card that reminded you that someone cared. Oh, is someone you care about having a birthday soon? Think about it. Send them a Hallmark birthday card. They'll appreciate it. You'll feel better, too. Hallmark cards. When you care enough to send the very best.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Rochester, I'm sure that golf ball sliced over here to the right. No, it's not here.
Boss, why don't you give up? We've been looking for that ball all week.
We'll find it. Don't be so impatient. Now, let's see. When I hit it, I know it went over here by these trees.
Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hurry up. We've got to get to the studio. It's Sunday again.
Oh, my goodness, how time does fly. Come on, Rochester. We better get going. Come on.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Deep in the Heart of Encino. Flavor, and still more flavor. That's what you get in Jell-O, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to Jell-O's marvelous new process that locks in its delightful goodness. The tang of Jell-O, its swell, intriguing taste, are there for you to enjoy as never before. For today, Jell-O offers you a new high in flavor, a new peak in pleasure. you find that Jell-O is more than ever a glorious dessert, a grand treat that everybody loves. A clear, colorful mold of Jell-O. What an attractive sight it is, and how it glistens with goodness. And never have you tasted anything better than the lively, refreshing flavor of Jell-O. Flavor that makes you think of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. Flavor that is locked in for your added enjoyment. Prove to yourself how much richer Jell-O's locked-in flavor really is. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles, and notice how Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out in a rush of richness. Get Jell-O tomorrow and thrill at the extra delight of Jell-O's locked-in flavor. For You I'll Pine at Sunset and Vine, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week, we're going to present for your entertainment, Doc Benny and his world-renowned minstrel show.
That's right, so let's get going. Is everybody here?
I think so.
Say, Mary, where's Dennis?
Dennis? I don't know.
I haven't seen him.
He must be around here someplace.
That's you dodo. Come here, Dennis. We've got a minstrel show to do. I see you've got burnt cork on your face. Where were you?
I was over in the corner practicing how to talk like Amos and Andy.
Good.
Good nothing. It comes out like Lum and Abner.
Oh.
Wonderful world.
Never mind. You'll get rolling. Now, Mary, we have to do this right. So straighten things out and put the chairs in a semicircle.
What's a semicircle?
Look, put the chairs in a circle and then take half of them away. Now, Phil, we want some real old-time minstrel music tonight. You know, a lot of loud, corny brass. Do you think your band can do it?
Well, it ain't our style, but we can try.
Oh, brother. Now, let's see. Where's Virgil? We got to have our props. Is the sound man here?
No, I'm in a Turkish bath. Want me to steam some clams for you?
Now, Virgil, you don't have to get cute about it. We're doing a minstrel show tonight, so pass out the tambourines.
I passed them out already.
You did?
Yeah, and they're swell, nice and juicy.
Those are tangerines. Now, Virgil, there's a whole pile of tambourines right there on your table. Now, pass them out.
Okay, here they are.
You didn't have to throw them on the floor.
He's mad because you won't let him be an end man in your minstrel show.
That's too bad about him. Well, I guess we're all set, so let's get started. Come on, Don, give us an introduction.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here they are. Doc Benny and his world-renowned minstrels, including the incomparable Mary Sweetstuff Livingston.
Yahoo!
Mary. That sentimental gentleman from Georgia, Phil Honeyboy Harris.
Take it easy, gals. I'll get to you.
Also our own silver-voiced tenor, Dennis Sugarfoot Day.
Very good, Dennis.
And last but not least, that ton of fun, yours truly, Don Blubberlips Wilson.
Yes, sir.
The time was a bright summer afternoon many years ago. The place, Main Street of St. Joe, Missouri.
They love me there. Take it away.
All right, everybody. You'll have to clear the streets, the parade, so come on. Keep your little boy up on the sidewalk, Mrs. Farrell.
Come here, Charles. Stay right close to your mother.
I want to see a parade.
Here it comes.
St. Joe. Great to see so many bright and smiling faces here to greet us.
Howdy, Doc.
Howdy, Constable. I see you got some new traveling salesmen sitting on the porch of the mansion house.
They ain't you. We just dusted them off.
Well, see you at the Opry House, Constable. Follow the parade, folks. The show starts promptly at 2:30.
We now take you to Simpson's Opry House, where Doc Benny's minstrels are about to begin.
Let me see your tickets, please. B2 and 4. First two on the aisle. Thank you.
Candy, popcorn, and sandwiches. You can't enjoy these hams without a sandwich. Sandwiches?
Get your Jell-O here. Top off your sandwich with a dish of tempting and appetizing Jell-O. Hey, Mama, I want some Jell-O. Well, here you are, Sonny. Isn't he a cute youngster?
All right, John, don't overdo it.
Stop, please. Right this way. Here you are, sir. B2 on the aisle.
There's someone sitting there.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, madam. You've got the wrong seat.
I've got the right seat.
Well, you've got it in the wrong place. Stop, please. Hey, Constable, you can't bring your horse in here.
I got a ticket for him.
All right, seat 1, stall 2. What's he laughing at? The show hasn't started yet. Stop, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please, for a few moments before the big show begins. Now, I have here a selection of the latest song hits of the day. Tunes they're all a-whistling. In the shade of the old apple tree. On a bicycle built for two. Only a bird in a gilded cage. Down by the old mill stream. And a zoot suit with a reed fleet. Thank you. Here you are, sir. All the latest songs, folks. Take me out to the ball game. Wait till the sun shines Nellie.
Say, have you got that old sweetheart of mine?
Yes, and you can have her back. Anyone else have a copy of the big songbook? Last chance before the curtain goes up.
Overture! The Doc Benny Minstrels.
On the Mississippi, where those boats go puffing along.
Choo, choo.
To the Mississippi, dear old Mississippi, that's where I was born.
I dream of Jeannie with a light brow.
Pick 'em up, boys.
But we're shuffling along. See them shuffling along. So take your best gal, your real gal.
Go down to the levee.
I said to the levee.
Good job.
Join that shuffle and throng. Hear that music and song. It's simply great. Make a-waiting on the levee, a-waiting for their Robert E. Lee.
Thank you. Gentlemen, be seated. Well. Tell me, Mr. Harris, how are you feeling this evening?
Mr. Interlocutor, I am in the mood to mangle some merriment.
Well, I must say, Mr. Harris, that you do look good.
Well, boss, why shouldn't I look good? I just had myself a Kentucky breakfast.
A Kentucky breakfast? What's that?
A big steak, a bulldog, and a quart of whiskey.
Well, what's the bulldog for?
Somebody's got to eat that meat.
Very good.
It didn't impress me.
Now, Mr. Day, you mean to say you can do better than that?
Ask me what's the difference between a man with asthma, a farmer milking a cow, and an Eskimo fan dancer.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Day. What is the difference between a man with asthma, a farmer milking a cow, and an Eskimo fan dancer?
One is wheezing and one is squeezing.
Well, what about the Eskimo fan dancer?
She's freezing. Get her a blanket.
Excellent, Mr. Day, excellent.
I ain't convulsed.
Why, Miss Livingston?
Say, Mr. Interlocutor, do you mind if I ask you a riddle?
No, Miss Livingston, go right ahead.
What's the difference between you and a jackass?
I don't know. What is the difference?
A jackass wears a collar.
Well, so do I wear a collar.
Well, then I guess there ain't no difference.
Say, Mr. Interlocutor, when it gets to me, I wishes to convey that I'm mentally and physically fastidious.
Well, Brother Wilson, what makes you so happy?
I got a wife and a cigarette lighter, and they's both working.
Very funny, Brother Wilson, very funny. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our silver voice tenor, Dennis Sugarfoot Day, will favor us with a song and dance. That ever-popular ballad, Can't You Hear Me Callin' Caroline, and dedicated to Mrs. George Primrose.
I miss you in the morning when old Papa gives his call, Caroline, Caroline. I miss you after sunset when evening shadows fall, Caroline, Caroline. I miss you when the moonbeams out on the river shine. Oh, can't you hear me calling? Oh, you Caroline. Can't you hear me calling, Caroline? It's my heart a-calling, Dine. Lordy, how I miss you, gal of mine. Wish that I could kiss you, Caroline. Ain't no use now for the sun to shine, Caroline, Caroline. Can't you hear my lips are saying? Can't you hear my soul are praying? Can't you hear me calling, Caroline?
La la la.
He's dancing now, folks.
Can't you hear my lips are saying? Can't you hear my soul are praying? Can't you hear me calling,
That was very good, Mr. Day, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. That was rendered with feeling, sweetness, and tenderness.
I didn't like it.
Why, Mr. Harris, I noticed that you and Mr. Day have been quarreling quite a bit of late. What have you got against him?
Nothing, except he's dishonest, disloyal, and hen-coop conscious.
Oh, come now.
That's a fine way to talk after I invited you over to my house for dinner.
Who cares?
Don't you remember that nice fat chicken I served you?
Remembered, boy, I recognized it.
Mr. Harris, that's a bold allegation. I think you should apologize.
I'll say he should.
I can't believe that Mr. Day has been stealing your chicken.
Not only that, boss, he stole my wife.
I didn't steal that old thing. She jumped in the bag with the rest of the hens.
Why, Mr. Day, I'm ashamed of you stealing Mr. Harris's wife and chicken.
I'll bring them back. I'll bring them all back.
Don't bring back nothing that ain't got feathers on it, son.
Now, you better watch your step, Mr. Day. That Mr. Harris is a bad man when he gets riled up.
That don't don't worry me none. I'm going to walk over there and punch him right smack in the mouth.
Who is?
I is.
How you gonna get back?
Gentlemen, gentlemen, please, let this bickering cease. And now, ladies and gentlemen, yours truly, Doc Benny, will render that renowned and melodious selection entitled Asleep in the Deep, assisted by the Alabama Four. Music, Professor. Loudly the bell in the old tower ring, bidding us listen to the warning it brings. Sailor, take care. Sailor, take care. A danger is near thee. Be aware. Be aware. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep. Show me where. Be he. Thank you.
Say, Mr. Interlocutor.
Yes, Miss Livingston?
I just thought of another riddle.
Another one? Well, let's hear it.
Why are the Japs nervous like a man on his way to the dentist to get a tooth pulled?
I don't know, Miss Livingston. Why are the Japs nervous like a man on his way to the dentist to get a tooth pulled?
'Cause the Yanks are coming. Yahoo!
Now, that was really brilliant, Miss Livingston.
Yeah, Mr. Interlocutor, what's the difference between you and a bag of wind?
I don't know. What is the... Virgil, you stay out of this! We don't want any more riddles.
I'm awful sorry to hear that, Mr. Interlocutor, because I got one that's not only entertaining, but appetizing as well.
All right, blubber lips, let's have it.
When you go down to your neighborhood grocer, what is the very first thing that you ask for?
Credit.
Mr. Harris, please. I don't know, Mr. Wilson. What is the very first thing you ask for at your neighborhood grocer's?
Jello. Gello.
Blubber lips never went to school, folks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as a special added attraction, Doc Benny offers for your enjoyment and amusement... Doc Benny offers for your enjoyment and amusement that well-known minstrel man, Rochester Van Jones.
Yeah, Mr. Interlocutor.
Mr. Van Jones will sing that ever-popular song success made famous by the late Bert Williams, entitled Somebody Else, Not Me.
Great moments come to every man, some situation where he can attain such fame, folks acclaim the very mention of his name. The circus played our town one day, 3 Bengal tigers got away. The manager looked right at me, said he, here's opportunity. Somebody's got to catch them cats. Somebody's got to go. The tiger man is sick in bed. Put on your hat and coat, he said. Now the man who catches them alive, a hero's gonna be. It's a wonderful chance for somebody else, not me. 2 ivory bones with ebony dots oft times lead to cemetery lots. A game last night brought on a fight which finished up with pistol shots. I was the furthest from the door. All the others got out before.
A body lay on the floor dead, and through the transom somebody said, somebody's got to stay behind. Somebody must remain. And when the officers arrive, explain how came he ain't alive. The man who stays and sees it through gains notoriety. It was a wonderful chance for somebody else, not me.
Thank you. That was Somebody Else, Not Me, rendered by Rochester Van Jones. Oh, Rochester?
Yes, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Interlocutor?
That mistake didn't either hurt or help the program, Rochester. I noticed that in looking over your expense account for your costume and so forth, you put down $1.50 for makeup. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, that seems a little unnecessary. Would you mind explaining what you spent that money for?
Well, I heard you tell everybody to buy burnt cork for their faces.
Uh-huh.
And then as much as I didn't need it, I bought a cork with a bottle of gin around it.
Oh, I see. Well, I have news for you, Rochester. You may collect that $1.50, but it'll be from somebody else, not me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, every minstrel show has an afterpiece, and ours will be no exception. So tonight we are going to offer Doc Benny's version of the greatest love story of all time, Romeo and Juliet. The scene is the balcony of the home of Miss Juliet Johnson on Beale Street in Memphis, Tennessee. Curtain music. Romeo and Julie were sweethearts, and oh, how that Romeo could love. That's me, folks. Yeah, they did. Oh, Julie, climb down this ladder. You know, we gonna elope tonight.
I can't see you down there. Romeo, wherefore is you, Romeo?
Here I is, gal, right below yon balcony.
Well, get thee on that ladder, son.
Forsooth, honey, I'll be there forsooth. Yakum! I'll be right up, sugar.
Just a minute, Rummy. Get thee down from that ladder.
Hush up, son. I'm ascending to my lady friend, Juliet.
Then move over, because I am the local, and this is the express coming through.
I don't know what you did with that gag. I knows you can't be the local and the express. I must be the local. Now, wait a minute. I mean, either you is the local or the express. Now, wait a minute. Who is you, anyway?
Here's my card.
Julius Mushmouth Caesar and his orchestra, appearing nightly at ye Biltmore Arena.
That's me.
Now, listen here, Mushmouth. You ain't got no business around here. Get off this ladder.
Don't mess around with me, Romeo. Remember, flowers don't care who they lays on.
I understand. Pat's friend. Gazooks.
Who that? Who that coming up the ladder, Romeo?
Somebody else, not me.
Now listen, Romeo. Is you coming up here or is you ain't?
Be patient, woman. Keep thy cloak on. Yakum! Slow but sure, that's me.
Hey, you, get off that ladder.
What, another one?
You heard me. Juliet is my gal.
Oh, no, she ain't, son. She's my gal. So you better hie thee away, knave. Or I'm going to take my razor, and you're going to be grinning from ear to ear. Understand?
You make one pass of me, and you're going to be playing Love and Bloom on a harp.
Well, in that case, pass, friend. Egad.
Hey, Hey, Romeo, what is this pain and thou?
I'm caught in traffic, honey. Well, here I come, Julie. Here I come. I'll be right with you, Julie.
Oh, pardon me, brother, but you're standing directly in my path.
Now, who that? Who is you?
Othello.
Othello who?
Othello Jello.
Oh, then you is the merchant of Venice. Past friend, unhindered. Look at that ladder bend. Hey, Julie, can it be that you is unfaithful?
I ain't unfaithful, honey. I'm going to elope tonight.
With me or not with me? That am the question. All these men climbing that ladder. I was regusted.
Now, don't be jealous, honey. I'm just raffling off a Plymouth up here.
A Plymouth? Oh, that's right. Where did I put my ticket? Oh, here it is.
The lucky number, am 987X42.
That's me. That's my number. I got it. Here I come, Julie. Here I come. A rhapsodize, Phil. Rhapsodize.
Here's a dessert, friends, that will make a big hit with everyone because it's so good-looking and so downright delicious.
It's jellied plums, a swell, attractive treat that combines luscious plums and rich emerald lime jello. Yes, here's a dessert that is really a masterpiece. A dessert that your family will get mighty excited about because it's so gay and inviting and so thrillingly good. Jellied plums is truly a treat of treats and easy to make. Simply dissolve 1 package of lime jello in a pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of canned plums. Then mold and serve plain or with whipped cream. And you'll say you've never tasted anything that was more delightful, never laid eyes on a dessert that looked more enticing. Make up this grand treat. Tomorrow, get a package of lime jello. But be sure it's genuine jello, because Jello's new locked-in flavor is extra rich.
This is the last number of the 26th program in the current Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Jack had to run away and do a show for the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jello program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloin and is broadcast each week by shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world.
In a chilling suspense movie, like nothing you've ever seen, a biochemist succeeds in making perfect clones of himself, clones that communicate by telepathy. But now, the mysterious group which paid for the project wants results at any price. Art Hindle stars in Clone Master tomorrow at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on NBC.
What do you think of when you think of Corvettes? Records, cameras, and television sets. But now, there's another Corvettes at Corvettes. Fashion. Tweeds and sweaters and the new slit skirt.
Hey, Corvettes has changed.
That's what the other Corvettes is all about. Today's top looks.
Fantastic.
At Corvettes, everyday low prices.
Hey, change me. Change me.
Shawl-collared dresses that whirl and twirl.
This is great.
To the dancing skirt topped with sheer print. The rich look of velour in autumn colors.
What happened?
Corvettes has fashion for everyone, like classic blazers and sweaters teamed with plaid. The new way to wear the outdoor sweater. To the slim elegance of tunics and pants. You shop Corvettes for stereos, for books, or a bike. Now find fashions you love at prices you like.
For fashion, shop the other Corvettes. Shop the other Corvettes at Corvettes.
Ford Motor Company indicted on criminal charges. Details at 11.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
From the archives of the greatest dramas in radio history,
we proudly present Hollywood. The Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young and Joseph Cotton in Love Letters. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight is the work of a producer with whom I was closely associated in the past, and whose contributions to the screen I have always admired, Mr. Hal Wallace, whose pictures have won 27 awards for excellence, who is the only holder of 2 of the coveted Irving Thalberg Awards, and who has more than maintained that high standard in tonight's screen hit released by Paramount, Love Letters. In our cast are Joseph Cotton, playing his original screen role, co-starred with Loretta Young in her 18th appearance on this stage, a record that has contributed much to your enjoyment. Love Letters gives a fresh, unusual treatment to an almost classic scene in the theater, the story of one man who pleads another's love and finds himself deeply involved in romance with the girl in question. It's present time, and here's the opening act of Love Letters, starring Loretta Young as Singleton and Joseph Cotton as Allen. London, a few weeks after the end of the war. In Miss Billy Parsons' comfortable flat, a party's been going on since 8 o'clock. It's a little after midnight now, and standing in front of a tall window, gazing into the fog-draped city, one of the guests is in a talkative and philosophical mood.
Yes, my friends, we commit unspeakable crimes. We go to war, blast our cities, blast all sense out of our brains, and yet always there before our eyes is that vision of beauty. A beauty we've never seen, but which makes everything we do seem unbearable. A few months ago, behind the front in Italy, Hey, what's happened? Where is everybody?
They've all gone now.
Gone? Sneaked out behind my back?
Literally, here. Here's some nice black coffee.
Oh. Thanks. You mean I've been standing here talking to myself? I'm crushed.
You're also a little under the weather.
I've been drinking.
Yes.
That's bad. Silly, what have I been talking about?
A girl, mostly.
I'm ashamed.
Alan, who is Victoria?
I've been talking about Victoria.
Who is she?
I don't know. I've never seen her, but I've thought about her considerably. I wrote letters to Victoria. Love letters.
That doesn't make much sense.
I wrote them for a fellow I knew in the Army. He thought he was in love with her, I guess.
Who?
His name was Roger Moreland. He married her. I was still in Italy when I learned that Moreland had died. I never did find out just what happened.
You wrote letters to Victoria for a man called Roger Moreland.
I started doing it as a joke.
I don't think it was very funny.
I think it was tragic. But Roger was a man of action. He hated writing letters.
The girl never suspected.
You married him, didn't you? Why are you so interested?
You put me on the track of something?
What?
Never mind.
You always this mysterious? I wish very much I'd met you before tonight.
Then remember tonight. When you're down at this new place of yours in Beltmont, remember how mysterious I was.
You'd think a murder's been committed.
There has. An old murder.
What is?
And don't ask questions.
You talk about a murder and then say don't ask questions.
Come on, I'll see you to the station. Alan, why are you going to Beltmont?
Well, because an old aunt of mine died and left it to me, her home, her goods, and a man named Mac who looked after things.
During your discourse, you mentioned that Victoria lived in Essex, too.
Victoria Remington, Meadow Farm, Longreach, Essex.
What kind of a man was this Roger Moreland?
He's dead, Deli, and I'm trying to forget that I made a girl fall in love with him.
Your conscience sick.
Truthfully.
Well, after you've been at Beltmont a while, you'll be able to cope with things much better.
How do you know?
Because I know things about you. Things that may happen to you that you don't know.
The nice things, I trust, things that'll put a little kick into life.
Come along, you're the train detective.
Well, Mr. Allen, so you like the house, do you? You know, it's 15 years since you've been here.
Oh, I was so sure it would be changed, Mac. I never found good things to be anything like the way we remember them.
Your aunt wanted it kept just like she had it. She thought you'd appreciate the loneliness and quiet and this coming to rest.
I like that, Mac. Coming to rest. Which reminds me that I could use about 8 hours of it right now.
Oh, what time breakfast, sir?
Not too early. I want to take a walk before breakfast.
Oh, this is for you, Mr. Allen, this envelope.
What is it?
10 golden sovereigns. Your aunt left them for the girl you chose for yourself.
For the girl I chose?
You haven't chosen.
No, I haven't chosen.
Good night, Mr. Allen.
Good night, Mac.
Did you have a good walk, sir?
I went down the road as far as the turn that goes to Longreach. Have you been to Longreach lately, Mac?
Oh, no, not since before the war, sir.
Do you happen to know anyone there named Remington?
Remington? No, I can't recall. Wait, though. Remington. Strange. Something I heard.
What?
It was not good.
What?
I don't know.
I'm going to Longreach this afternoon. I want to visit the widow of a man I knew. Can you hire a trap in the village?
I think so, sir.
Mac, if something bothers you for a long time and you know it can't possibly be what you're thinking, isn't it better to find out about it and be disappointed once and for all?
Why are you so sure you'll be disappointed?
I want to be. I want to get rid of it and forget it.
Why? She's free. She's a widow now, you said.
Mac, you're entirely too shrewd. I hope I'm going to continue to like you.
Oh, you will, Mr. Allen. I'm a fine old man. You wonder how you ever got along with that.
Where's breakfast? I'm starved. This is Meadow Farm, Mr. Quinton. It'll be the cottage, all right. You're the first person who's asked the Meadow Farm in years. Before you said it's well known. Well, everybody knows it, but knowing a place is not the same as visiting a place. Wait for me here. I won't be long.
You bought something?
Oh, I didn't see you come up.
What's business?
I want to know if Victoria Moreland still lives here.
She's gone away.
Could you tell me where?
London, maybe. I don't know. Somewhere in London.
I was a friend of her husband.
Him? He's dead.
Yes. There's nothing you can tell me about Mrs. Moreland?
Nothing.
Who's in the house?
Nobody's in the house. I'm Jeff. I look after the farm.
I'm sorry I troubled.
It's all right. It's all right.
When you're in Belfast, remember particularly how mysterious I was. An old murder. I know about things that may happen to you that you don't know.
Mr. Quinton. There's something wrong, Mr. Quinton.
Oh, no, driver. Nothing's wrong. You can take me back now.
Yes, sir.
No, wait. I've changed my mind. Take me to the railroad station instead.
Yes?
Oh, is Miss Billy Carson at home?
Oh, no, but she'll be back in a minute. Come in, Alan.
You know me?
Mm-hmm.
She's Matt?
Oh, yes.
Well, who are you?
Fine thing.
Won't you give me a hint?
Sit down.
Oh, thank you.
It'll be funny to watch you trying to remember.
It's funny, but not very polite.
Well, should we be polite or honest?
Whichever you prefer me to be.
Oh, I don't like people to try to be what I want them to be.
What should they do then?
Whatever they like. Whether anyone approves or not.
Well, I couldn't possibly say what I'd like to right now.
What?
If you're, well, very pretty.
Oh, please, sir. I'd like to hear it.
You're very pretty, and I'm embarrassed.
And you don't remember seeing me before?
Well, only a feeling that I have.
Where?
Now, this sounds absurd. Overseas at the front.
No, I've never been at the front.
You knew my name.
I've thought of you very often.
Why should you admit that?
Well, why not? I wanted to tell you that I've thought of you, and you'd be glad to hear it.
What made you think about me?
Do you remember being in this flat before?
Only slightly, at a party.
Uh-huh. Billy told me. She told me you talked about me.
About you? What'd I say?
She wouldn't tell. Oh, you're upset, aren't you?
Yes.
Why?
I've just come from the library. I found some very disturbing information in the newspaper file.
Oh, can I help you?
Well, maybe you can. Do you know Victoria Moreland?
Victoria Moreland?
Mm-hmm.
No, I've never heard of her.
I'm sure she's a friend of Billy's.
Oh, no, I know how Billy's friend.
Well, it doesn't matter, I suppose.
Oh, it does matter. You're in love with her.
What makes you say that?
The way you pronounce your name. The way you look.
You know what's strange? You knew it before I did. I never realized it until I heard you say it.
You've been in love with her without knowing it?
For a long time.
And you've lost her?
Oh, I'd like to help you find...
Look, just who are you? Where did I meet you?
Right here in this room at the party the other night. I'm Singleton.
Oh, the girl who kept playing the Debussy record, of course.
I wanted to talk to you, but Billy kept me away.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, so you're Miss Singleton.
No, not Miss Singleton. Just Singleton.
What's your first name?
I haven't any.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Oh, hello, Billy. Look, Ellen's here. So I see.
Good evening.
I'm sorry. A bit of a shock seeing you. I didn't think you'd be back so soon.
I want to talk to you, Billy. I've been going through some old newspaper files at the library.
We've had a fine time, Billy. Fallon likes me.
Yeah.
Billy, who's Victoria Morgan? Do you know her? No, I don't, Singleton. Why? Well, Alan thought you knew her. Well, I don't. We must try to help him find his eye. Because I don't want Alan to be unbothered. Here I am with a basket full of groceries, and the thing I wanted most I forgot. Why, still, darling, run down to the store before it closes. Oh, try. A large package of Pearson's Oats. We haven't a thing for breakfast. Yes, Pearson's Oats. Oh, and don't let Alan get away before I come back now.
So you forgot Pearson's Oats?
Yes.
No, you didn't, Billy.
No, I didn't. But I had to get her out.
You don't have to explain. I came here only to ask you one question, and you know the answer. Where is Victoria Moreland?
Victoria Moreland just left out of that door.
Singleton?
Yes.
I don't believe it. The name meant nothing to her, and she wasn't putting on an act.
What were you doing at the library?
Looking for an account of a murder.
Did you find it?
Yes. You can't make me believe that Singleton is a murderer.
Not Singleton. Victoria Moreland. Alan, how much do you know about Victoria's past?
Nothing.
Well, she was a foundling. Brought up in an orphanage in Canada. They gave her a name there, Victoria Singleton. When she was 12, Beatrice Remington brought her to England.
Who's Beatrice Remington?
A lonely old maid who owns Meadow Farm. She adopted Singleton, brought her up as a kind of goddess, guarded her ferociously. She was determined that no one would ever hurt Singleton in any way.
How did you come to know her?
I came from Longreach, too. I was Singleton's only friend.
Did you know Roger Moreland?
We met him together at an officer's dance. When he went away, he started writing her. He fell in love. He fell in love with his letters. Your letters, Alan.
I know.
Beatrice didn't trust Roger. But nothing would stop Singleton. She married him 3 days after his return. I don't know what happened, only that Singleton changed. He grew silent, withdrawn in a strange sort of way. And then one night, I was home on a visit. Jock rushed in, Beatrice Remington's farmer. He begged me to come. When I entered the cottage, Roger was lying on the floor, dead. There was a large knife beside him. Singleton was sitting by the fireplace. She was wearing her white dress. There were dark red stains all over. 2 weeks later, she stood trial for the murder of her husband. I was called as a witness.
Now then, Miss Carson, upon seeing the body of Roger Moreland, exactly what did you do?
I spoke to Victoria. She didn't answer me. She didn't even recognize me. She just kept staring at the fireplace. In front of the grate was a fragment of a letter.
Did you pick it up?
Yes. It said, I think of you, my dearest, as a distant promise of beauty untouched by the world.
Was the letter signed?
I couldn't tell. It was burned.
Was Beatrice Remington present at the time?
Yes. She was standing in the doorway leading out of the room. She appeared very ill.
She had nothing to say?
No, all she said was, she's stuck. Nothing more.
If it pleases the court, the defense would like to call Dr. Albert Peters to the stand. Dr. Albert Peters. Dr. Peters, on the night of Mr. Moreland's death, you attended Beatrice Remington?
I did. I found Miss Remington in a comatose condition. She had suffered a stroke of apoplexy, doubtlessly induced by shock. She was unable to speak or to move.
Thus obviating the possibility for even writing down what she might have witnessed?
That is correct. Miss Remington is still in a hospital, still unable to speak or use her hands to write. Dr. Adams and Dr. Wiley have concurred in the findings of my signed statement to this effect.
That is all, Dr. Peters. If it pleases the court, I should like to recall Mrs. Roger Moreland to the stand. Roger Moreland, please. Mrs. Moreland, do you remember your husband striking you?
Who was my husband?
Oh, please, Mrs. Moreland, please try to think. You do realize you're on trial for the murder of your husband?
Yes, I understand that. But I swore to tell the truth. I simply do not remember that I had a husband.
Don't you want to remember?
No. I don't know what happened that night. As long as I don't know, it never happened. Not really, not to me. Of course, you can't consider that. You just do what you must. You know it happened. I don't.
Try to think of Roger Morland before you married him. Of the time when you loved him.
I never loved him.
Well, how do you know that if you don't remember?
Because I remember the man I loved.
Who was that?
Well, it seemed a very long time ago. He wrote to me. I remember his letters. I loved that man. I still love him. So you see, I couldn't have loved Roger Morland, the man I killed. Guilty of manslaughter. The fact that Roger had struck her was the mitigating circumstance. Several doctors examined her. She was perfectly sane. She'd lost her memory, but not her mind. Amnesia victims are not insane. She was sentenced to a year imprisonment.
They sent her to jail?
Oh, I don't believe she suffered. I don't believe she knew where she was.
She must have known.
If she did, she's forgotten it now.
Forgotten everything?
Everything. Even her own name. The only thing she remembers is her childhood and the orphanage and the name they gave her there. Simple.
She remembers you?
Only because I visited her regularly.
What about Beatrice Remington?
Singleton has no recollection of her.
Where is Beatrice now?
Here in London at a nursing home. She's getting better. She can speak again.
Will Singleton ever recover? What did the doctor say?
They've warned me never to speak to her about her past. If anyone told her about her past now, the shock could be so terrible she might easily lose her mind. Don't you see why I was so terrified just now when I found you questioning her about Victoria Morland?
Billy, that party here the other night. Why was I invited?
Roger had spoken about you. Then when the war was over and you came home, I wanted someone to help me, someone I could trust. Now I'm not so sure I did right. Anyway, that's the whole story.
Except you haven't told the worst of it. You know who the real criminal in the story is, don't you?
I didn't until you started talking the night of the party.
I'm the guilty one. I made her a murderer.
You're the man she loved. You're the man she thought she married, but she doesn't know it, and you can never tell her.
Does she remember my letters?
No, I don't know.
If she does, if she's still in love with me, if she finds that out, she'll despise me.
And you? What do you feel for her? Hopeless, isn't it?
Yes.
But you couldn't be happy with a ghost. You won't be able to face the day when she ceases to be a ghost.
Billy, I'd better leave now while she's still out. What will you tell her when she comes back?
I'll think of something.
Tell her I left. Tell her I left because I'm in love with Victoria Morland. Yes?
Alan, this is Dilly.
Hello, Dilly.
Alan Singleton has disappeared.
Disappeared?
He went out this morning without saying a word, and he hasn't come back. Is he at your house by any chance?
Well, Mag and I've been out all morning, but... Well, no, of course, she isn't here. Look, I'll come right into London. There's a train in about an hour.
Oh, I'll wait here, Alan. Thanks.
Singleton.
Well, Alan, I'm so glad to see you.
In just a moment, we'll return with Act 2 of Love Letters, starring Joseph Cotton and Loretta Young.
One of America's treasure houses of culture is the Library of Congress, a 3-minute walk from the Capitol building in Washington. Established in 1800, it was originally just for Congress. But today, 1.5 million visitors a year pass through its imposing Italian Renaissance structure. There are 2 buildings now, but in another 5 or 6 years, we'll have a third, with a total building investment of $84 million. But preserving the rare items of history makes any cost worthwhile. In the library is the Gutenberg Bible, printed on vellum and dating back to the 15th century. Also, the first rough draft of the Declaration of Independence in Thomas Jefferson's own handwriting, and Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, stretched out and rewritten on White House stationery. Visitors also come to see Ben Franklin's diagram of the bifocals he invented. Or more recently, the entire score of Porgy and Bess in composer George Gershwin's own hands. It's all part of America's historical rub at the Library of Congress. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We continue with Act 2 of Love Letters, starring Joseph Cotton as Allen and Loretta Young as Singleton. Following Billy Carlton's frantic phone call that Singleton has disappeared, Allen hangs up the receiver, only to find that Singleton is standing in his doorway, quite amused over his obvious concern.
Aren't you going to say hello or something?
Singleton, how long have you been here?
Oh, I think maybe an hour. The door was open. I heard the phone ringing, but I was told it was Billy, so I didn't answer.
Now, Singleton.
Please, Alan, don't call me yet.
Hello, Singleton.
Hello.
Why did you come here?
Oh, I was afraid you decided never to speak to me.
Why would I decide that?
Then it is all right for me to be here, and you shouldn't get so embarrassed.
Singleton, one just doesn't do these things.
Oh, I know it looks as if I'm running after you, but I know you're in love with someone else. Victoria Morgan, you told me that. So you can't suspect me.
What?
Anything personal?
Oh, you just came here impersonally. I see.
Not exactly. I wanted to see you.
Now, look, Singleton, Billy's very sick. I'll have to call her. Will you sit down and behave yourself while I talk? I told Billy would be honest.
Alan, please.
All right, this is paid in 2 hours.
You're annoyed with me?
Singleton.
No?
No.
Good.
Now, incidentally, how did you get my address?
Oh, you mentioned it, Billy's party.
Well, you've a good memory.
No secret, Alan. I know I have no real memory. Billy told you about it.
Yes.
Is that why you're afraid of me?
No.
Oh, yes, you are, and you mustn't be. Since I have no thoughts, I have no secrets. Oh, no. Well, you see, you can enjoy it without any obligation to your girl.
Singleton, ever since I came back from the war, I've wanted to be alone. I've been miserable with other people. You're the first one with whom I feel at peace.
Well, that's because you're all broken up inside, almost the same as I am. You've been through the war and you can't bear to look down. I've forgotten, and you don't want to remember. Don't see any difference between us.
But you're so calm about everything.
I'll tell you next time.
What?
Oh, there, you see, you're afraid of it, and so's everybody else. Oh, you have no choice. I can't do anything but after.
I thought you needed protection.
We can do good things, can't we? You're in love with Victoria Morgan, and I... Tell me about Victoria.
I'd rather not.
You love her very much.
You mustn't think of it.
Someday you'll be happy with her. But I don't mind. Because right now you're happy with me, Alan. Alan, you'll come to London after harvest.
Of course.
But don't run. Frightens me to get you.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I can't write. I can read, but I've forgotten how to make handwritten letters. Billy wanted to teach me once, but I didn't want to learn again. I'm afraid of it.
And I promise never to write.
Good. Why are you looking at me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, aren't you going to show me your house? Can't we even walk around to Brown?
I'll be very happy to show them to the thing, isn't it? Well, Max, will you call the village? We'll be needing transportation to the station. Singleton, come on. We don't have a car, you know.
But I haven't said goodbye to Mac yet. Goodbye, Mac. Oh, I will.
Don't you give her ideas, Max.
Oh, Alan, I think it's wonderful to ride to the station in the car.
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, it's my shoe. I've broken my shoe.
All right, then I'll carry you. Going to get that train.
Wonderful. I like being carried. And when we get to London, you can carry me all the way to Delhi.
That's what I'd like second best. All right, driver, we're in.
What's first,
Not to go to London at all. But most definitely we are going. Look at me.
You know another difference between us? You're unhappy because that can never happen again. And I'm happy because it happened once. You're not even going to show me this? No. Oh, wonderful.
We just know that it'd be useless to be angry with you.
Oh.
Well, if I'm going to get back to Belfast tonight. Night, Singleton.
And don't forget, you're coming to see me soon.
Very soon, I hope. Shirley, I'm not going back tonight. I'm staying in London. I want you to arrange for me to see you at the front. Please, Shirley, as soon as possible. Tell her all about me, except about the letters. I'll be at the Hotel Berkeley. Call me there anytime tomorrow.
That's your visitor by the window, Miss Remington. We can have a nice chat here in the salon. That's the hearing is. I can feel myself over. Well, you young man? I'm dear Sister Remington.
I'm Alan Clinton. I was a friend of Roger Moreland.
I'm not concerned with the past. Please, that's the point. What did you wish to see me?
I want to marry Singleton.
I think you realize what you're saying.
Fully.
You call Singleton is not well. He's not himself. You know not of this. And I ask how you're prepared to face it.
We love each other. If we try to escape it, it will be worse for both of us.
The prospect of a lifetime with a woman in that condition is nothing easy to me. But what if you were to regain your health? Mightn't that also be worse for you?
Much worse.
You're proposing to marry two different women at once. Singleton and Victoria Nolan. Only one of them can give you her consent. If Singleton's consent would bind me and Victoria, if then when Victoria comes back to life, Singleton will consent to. How will Victoria look at it? But does her feeling important?
I have every reason to believe that she'll hate me. Just part of the chance I must take.
Has Singleton consented to me?
I thought I should speak to you first. Of course, you don't know me, but
I know a great deal about you. I made it my business to inquire.
Then your answer.
I don't want to interfere. I did that. I lived to regret it. Have you obtained the permission of the priest to take a marriage be signed?
The bishop wants to see Singleton before he gives the decision.
Do you know that I love my wife?
Yes. Then, for her sake, won't you tell me what happened that night?
Have you read the account of the trial?
Yes.
Then, that's all you have seen. I'll abide by the decisions of the trial. If you get his permission, you have my consent. The day is to quit.
Will you get some more tea, Singleton?
Thank you, Bishop.
You don't know how much I'm enjoying this talk with you.
Well, it's very kind of you to invite her. I've always wanted to do a bishop. Well, it's true.
Tell me, are you quite content to be called Singleton? Don't you sometimes wish for a Christian name?
Oh, no, I don't mind, really. Lots of people in the Bible get along with one name. Some others, not too well at two.
You read your Bible?
Oh, yes, I do. I particularly like one sentence. What great prophet a man who shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? I always feel as if it were written to me.
Why?
Because, as you must know, I've lost the whole world and gained my own soul. You see, now I can look at the whole world through my own eyes, as if it were a new world, seen for the first time, and I love it. I love it. Especially the countryside. I've never lived in a country that's so full of prizes, like your garden out there, Matson.
Would you like to see my garden?
Oh, very nice.
Mary, this is your department. You will show your room, my dear.
Thank you.
No, I'll wait here. Have you come to us? Your mind is clear and the soul's innocent. Both of you have a great deal of courage. I feel safe to take it into your care. I shall permit your master. No, sir.
I think it was very nice.
Yes, several to that. Hadn't we better get a cab?
Oh, no, don't let me. Couldn't we just sit here in the park?
Still I?
I'm sorry about the difficulties.
What difficulties?
What about me, the ones you had to discuss with the bishop?
How do you know what I discussed with the bishop?
I like to think of you as being so kind. You went around and insulted people to make sure they committed before you spoke to me. But, Alan, what about Victoria Morgan?
That's gone and finished. My past is as dead as yours. We're both making a new beginning. I want you to trust me.
I trust you, Alan. I know you love me, but you can't really know it until you find her again. If you don't, you'll never be sure.
I am sure. Singleton, if you love me, you'll forget that name and never think of it again.
Oh, I love you.
Enough to marry me.
Alan?
What's the matter?
I don't know. I knew what you were going to say, and yet when I heard you say it, when I heard you say it, the next time something happened. It frightened me. I don't know why.
Something out of your past.
Oh, Alan, there is something in that. I don't know what it is, but it's something horrible. Alan, if I remember it someday, it might hurt you, and I couldn't bear to hurt you.
Nothing to hurt you except to lose you.
Say it again, Alan. This is frightening.
I love you, Singleton. Will you marry me?
Oh, yes, darling.
Yes. Well, Mrs. Quentin, how do you like your house?
My house. Oh, it's so wonderful, Alan. My house. Oh, it's beautiful, darling. I love it.
Now that we're married, it's time for me to give you Aunt Dagmar's present. Here, darling. Then goes Tavern. She left them for the girl I would choose. You.
She wrote something on the envelope.
Be sure she is as solid and true as these coins of pure gold. Oh, she's very happy.
I'll take her in the 5 seconds.
When you're away.
Well, it's true, isn't it? I never had the place in the house.
Do you think it would make any difference to you or me if you did remember the past?
Darling, there's no answer to that question. I love you, and I think I'll always love you.
I do very much, but you mustn't force your way into the past. Let it return or not just as it will.
I didn't care before. But I do now. I want to be your wife, a real wife, completely. Anna, I must tell you something. For this moment, in the church, when the bishop told me that his dear there was another name in my mind. It wasn't yours. The name was, I don't know, specify it.
Oh, you were nervous, that's all. So was I.
Yes, but why was it?
Not an unusual name. It was the first one you thought of. It could have been Jack or Tom.
I don't know how I happened to
No, whatever it was.
Was there someone in my past named Walter?
Don't you worry about that.
No. No, I don't want to worry about anything.
Oh?
It's close to the vehicle.
You don't believe it, Singleton.
In just a moment, we'll continue with Act 3 of Love Letters, starring Joseph Cotton and Loretta Young.
April in Paris would almost be a Gershwin tune. That it's not is incidental to the fact that its composer, Vernon Duke, was strongly influenced and guided by George Gershwin. His first introduction to Gershwin was musical in Constantinople. When he came to America, he was personally introduced to his idol and played for him some of his piano sonatas, prompting Gershwin's urging to try writing real popular tunes that don't be scared about going lowbrow. Whether or not Duke went lowbrow is a matter of taste, but he did turn to writing tunes whose popularity has lasted. Taking a Chance on Love, Autumn in New York, I Can't Get Started With You, I Like the Likes of You. At the same time, Duke was following the advice of his mentor and writing real popular tunes. He was following the advice of his creative desire and writing symphonic works, which were published under his birth name, Vladimir Dukelski. Regardless of the name he used, regardless of the type of music he wrote, Vernon Duke made a valued and enduring contribution to American music.
Here's your producer, William T. After our curtain, you'll welcome, I'm sure, a behind-the-scenes discussion with tonight's star. Here they are in the final act of Love Letters, Loretta Young as Singleton and Joseph Cotton as Alan. 2 months have passed, wonderfully happy months for Alan and Singleton, but Alan realizes fully that each new day brings them that much closer to the moment when Singleton's memory will return. When she remembers Roger Morgan, and letters signed with Roger's name, but which he never wrote. It's the 21st day of June now, and Singleton is observing her birthday.
Darling, it was a wonderful idea that you were first year summer, Mother.
That's the advantage of not knowing when you really were born. You had the whole calendar to choose from.
What will happen if I remember my box?
Oh, I'm counting on that. That's why I didn't buy you a present.
Oh, that was mean of you. Because I have a present for you.
Have what?
I've been learning to write. Matt's been helping me all these years. Here, I've written a letter to you.
Thank you, darling.
What are you going to do?
Of course. Dear Alan, there are many things I want to thank you for, but I'll just name one because it covers all the others. Thank you for seeing life not as a burden or...
Don't you like me?
It just surprised me, that's all. But it's too bad in the right drafting.
I don't know. The words just came as if I remembered it in some way. You see, I'm remembering things every day.
What things, darling?
Well, I remember a beautiful white dress with red stains on it.
When was that?
I don't know when. But there was music and men in uniform, officers in officers' dress. Well, there was a young man. Quite wimpy and handsome. You see, he was the one. He made me laugh, and I spilled strawberry punch all over my dress.
Don't think about him, Singleton. I've something much nicer to think about.
You did get me a birthday present, didn't you?
Look out the window. Down by the road.
A car. A new car.
Well, now you have to use for the run. Driving for an hour, you plan to turn back.
No, not yet, Alan. Where is the found
But I told you it's not a good road.
But how do you know? Have you been on it?
Well, you can see the road isn't.
There's something down that road you don't want me to see.
Of course not.
Well, then let's go to Long Way, wherever that is. We'll have to see everything.
All right, so let's go a little bit along way. Don't look at it.
I'd like to stop. I want to look at the car.
Just you wish.
People just don't let this happen to a house without a review on the wall.
Now, wait a minute. There's a man who's looking at us.
Oh, or maybe he knows. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, look at him.
I know you're trespassing, but my wife wanted to see the place.
Could you tell us whose house this is? I mean, who owns it? Yes.
The end of the company just go away. We don't want any secret.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please go away.
I'm sorry we bothered you. I must be so sorry.
Now, you see what happens when you talk to strange men?
We have a wonderful house. I want to go home to my wonderful house.
Hello, Fables. I didn't want to call you. I just wanted to look at you sitting around the garden here with red trees. You're beautiful and brave and nothing in the world.
Think of you now doing it at a distant time. Roger. His name was Roger.
Singleton.
I don't remember his face. It had had a strong hand on him. I loved him. Oh, Alan, I loved him. And I don't know who he was. I don't know how I loved him, but... Letters meant so much to me. Nothing can ever be like that again.
Singleton.
No, that's not what it says. I don't remember what it says. Oh, Alan, what am I doing? I love you, Alan. I love you, and I don't want to leave you. I don't understand myself anymore, Alan. I love you, and I have no right to say
You
it.
have every right, but you mustn't think about it now. You must rest and think of it calmly and get used to it. It's only a memory of the past. It can't change anything. You'll forget it.
You forgot Victoria Mills. But you haven't forgotten her. Victoria, you love her, Alan. You still love her. I know you.
Let's get it. I've got to pick some berries. When I help you, the bushes are loaded with them.
It's here. Poor Billy. Yes, I berries anymore. I mean, couldn't you send us some of these? Oh, they're so big and sweet. Blood, Alan.
Darling, that's just fruit stand, that's all.
Oh, it's blood. It's on my hands. There's a knife in my hand. There was a father. He was on the floor by the pool. There were red spots on my white dress. What happened? What did I do, Alan? No, I don't want to see our faces. Please, Alan, put me down.
Beatrice isn't here, darling. I'm just carrying you into the house, and you're going to rest.
Yes. It was another husband. What happened? It was mine. What happened here, Alan? What did I do? Who's there who can tell me, Alan? I'm afraid.
I've got to go. I've got to go to London right away. Don't let anyone in the house, Mac. With any luck, I'll be back by morning.
Not observe visiting hours.
I've told you, nurse, I must see Miss Beatrice Remington.
Miss Remington is not here any longer.
Here?
She left 2 days ago against medical advice.
Where did she go?
I'm sorry, sir. Matt!
Right here, Mum.
Oh.
It's a fine morning, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Quentin, where did we go?
To London, Mum. He left last night while you were asleep. He feels better this morning, though.
Why did he go to London?
I don't know, Mum. But he'll be back soon. Here now, Mrs. Quentin, that's no way to talk.
Well, you think there's something wrong with me, don't you? But I'm quite all right. You don't have to watch me.
Aye, Mum.
There's the postman coming in.
I'll get the mail.
No, I'll get it. I'm not afraid of letters anymore.
Just one letter, Mum.
Thank you.
I'll be in the kitchen, Mum. Breakfast in a minute.
Yes, thank you, Matt. Just one letter. Beatrice. I have come back to Meadow Farm because I know my town. I want to bring her Victoria. I saw her yesterday. I must see you about her. I know that you love her as deeply as I do. I know that you love her. I know that you love her.
Singleton! Oh, Singleton, I'm home, darling. Singleton!
Where's my wife?
She's gone, Mr. Allen. I've looked everywhere. She's gone.
What happened?
I don't know. I kept watching her, but she seemed to take a pinch. I left her alone.
I'll phone Billy Carson, maybe. Mac, this letter, what is it?
It came this morning. Mrs. Quentin opened it.
From Beatrice Remington. She read it. Oh, what I agree. How could she understand? She thinks I...
Mr. Allen, I'm going to Meadow Farm.
Dear Miss Remington, she wants to see you. Who come
Please forgive me. I'm Mrs. Allen Quentin, and I need your help. I must find Victoria Norman.
I don't know Victoria Norman.
Oh, you do? I read your letter. You know where she is. Why do you want to find her? Because my husband loves her. Then it's very good. Oh, no, I want to give her help. I want to bring her to America back. You'll find my husband is prepared because I can't stay with him anymore.
You don't know.
Oh, yes. Yes, I love him. But I have no right to remain with him. Oh, don't ask me why. I don't know. I can explain it. I don't remember. I do remember now. The white dress in the court. They say I killed my husband. Oh, I don't want Alan to know that. Please help me save him. Let me find Victoria again. Then he'll forget me and I won't hurt him so much.
I can help you find Victoria.
You can.
She was my adopted daughter. All my life I have nothing to control. She made up for all the empty years.
Now, we're doing with an alcoholic.
I tried to give her all the happiness I had. I tried to fix her. I couldn't save her from Roger Morgan.
Roger Moran.
Mr. German.
Roger Moran. Yes. Victoria thought she loved me. But there were married anyway. He wasn't like his mother. No. He soon discovered that. Night after night I would hear her alone sobbing. Then she sit for hours. Never moved. Couldn't stand to see it. And then one night they had a quarrel. It was in this room. They didn't let me come in. The white dress. I was wearing a white dress. I was sitting there by the fireplace reading my letters. And Roger was there to see it. I asked him to stop.
Why should I stop? I'll think if I want to. Why do you keep reading those letters?
Because I love you. Because I want to think of you as you were when you wrote them.
Stop reminding me of those blasted letters.
Those letters are you, Roger.
I never wrote them. You hear me? I never wrote them. Another man wrote them for me. You meant nothing to him, just as those letters mean nothing to me. Now give them to me. No. I'm sick of competing with a ghost.
Roger, don't, please. You're burning them.
Shut up.
Don't burn them, Roger, please. They're mine. No, please, please.
You're going now. And I'm your husband, and you're going to love me for a change instead of a lot of idiotic letters. Look at me. I said look at me!
My letters. My letters. My letters.
No problem over now. We accept.
I never said anything about it. He was the night and come into the room. I killed Roger Moran.
No one.
The only story. My letters. Over and over again, that's all you could say. Suddenly there was a terrible pain in my heart. I tried to speak, and I couldn't. I tried to move, and I couldn't. I just stood there watching. Your hand touched the knife and the blood. The blood. And now you know the trouble. I didn't say. I did. I couldn't tell them the truth. And I regained my voice. Too late. Let's say the year in prison and the release. I wanted to tell you. You didn't know. I had kept silent to protect your sense when I only made it worse. A lie never works, no matter what our motive. I can't even what wasn't your fault at all? Because I love the man who didn't accept us. And I heard you out. How do you do it? I have you'll never know. Here's the man who said
Sit down. I heard You wanted to find Victoria Moreland for me. Darling, nobody can build happiness on the line. The Ipswich Remington learned that, and Roger Moreland, and I. Tell me, if you found the man who wrote the letters, did you hate him?
I don't know.
I think of you, my dearest, as a distant promise of beauty untouched by the world. Do you think you can forgive me? Yes, I don't remember.
Oh, but I do. I remember forever. Yeah, the way you looked. The time when you were such a great man over everything I suffered seemed to have helped me and relief me.
Two talented stars, two delightful people, gave us a thrilling evening on Radio Theater. And here they are, Joseph Button and Loretta Young. Loretta, we're most grateful to you for interrupting a vacation in New York to join us.
Well, I've always had a soft spot in my heart for you.
What have you been doing, Joe, since you finished making David O'Sullivan and Dealing the Sun?
I have been sitting in a barber's chair, Bill, getting my hair cut.
All the time getting your hair cut?
Well, in the picture, I've been wearing it so long, that
the barber couldn't make it in one operation?
No, not without making me more lightheaded than I am already, Bill. Good night.
Good night, and all our thanks for the superb performance. This is William Keeley, saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Well, Stan and Ted are movers, and part of their good breakfast plan is 2 scoops of raisins in a package of Kellogg's Raisin Bran. They're moving a piano, but Stan thinks it's anything but grand. He's thinking about his 2 scoops of raisins and those golden flakes of bran. Well, it's heave-ho, heave-ho.
Hey, where you going? Dad! Back for 2 scoops of raisins.
In a package of Kellogg's Raisin Bran.
Dad!
Come on, Howie, get in. Don't you want to go fishing?
These are times of your life to remember.
You could be the captain, okay?
In pictures, to help make those pictures look their best, ask for Kodak paper behind them. And remember, using Kodak film doesn't mean you automatically get Kodak paper. So look for these words. Look for this sign when you get your pictures developed and get them on Kodak paper for a good look.
See? A good captain always thanks his crew.
Ballpoint pens are such a drag, a tiresome affair.
Never fear, Quicksilver's here. Scoring to the point for flair. Introducing new Quicksilver Flare. It's got a smoother ball than ordinary ballpoints and famous Flare ink, so writing flows smoothly and looks brilliant. Now you've got Quicksilver.
Ballpoints can't compare.
It's smooth and quick, a whole new kick. Scoring to the point for flair. Quicksilver Flare. Ballpoints can't compare.
Do you know that all leading roll-ons are mostly water? About 2/3 water. That's why they're wet and sticky and may make you wait to get dressed. But now there's Dry ID Antiperspirant, the new roll-on that isn't wet or sticky because it contains almost no water. It goes on dry, so you can get dressed right away. And nothing will keep you drier than Dry Idea. New Dry Idea. It doesn't make you wet, so it doesn't make you wait.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Broadway, it's the neon avenue of the beggars, the gleaming alley of the scavengers who dart and search and revel in the blaze of fury, then gather in the gutters of night. There they count and catalog and compare the spoils salvaged from the litter of darkness. The materials of pain, the odds and ends of bitterness, the scraps of illusion. And you watch them and try to move away, but you can't. You're one of them. It's Broadway, My Beat. The room is dismal and cold. The walls are covered with many coats of green paint. You know that because initials have been gouged into them, because there are scars where fingers have clawed at them. It's a room where pain is brought in off the streets and wrapped in sterile gauze and sent on its way. A police emergency ward close to the East River. A girl wrapped in a brown blanket lies on the table in the center of the room. The naked light bulb draws the color out of her, glitters on her dank hair. And finally, the man who has been bent over her sighs, shudders, and finds you in a shadow.
I could trouble you for a cigarette, Danny?
Sure, here.
Thanks.
Well, Dr. Sinsky?
A moment, Danny. Give me a moment.
The girl?
I'll never adjust to it. The girl, she'll be all right, Danny. I think she'll be all right.
Suicide attempt?
This is the question, Danny. That's why I called you. Maybe suicide. Maybe somebody wanted her dead, pushed her into the river because they wanted her dead.
Crazy, Doc. I've been telling you she wanted to die, so she picked the river.
Who are you?
I'm her husband. I don't work at it, though, so I still don't understand why I was called. Maybe you can tell me, mister.
This is Danny Clover, a good detective, a good man. Show him respect, Mr. Guilford.
Yeah, okay. Please, Mr. Clover, will you tell me why I was called down here, please?
Maybe they thought you'd shed a tear over your wife.
Give me another reason, Mr. Clover.
We called him, Danny, to identify the girl. We found one of those 10-cent store identification cards on her. It said she was Janet Guilford. In case of emergency, to notify her husband, Mark Guilford. You see the results.
You say your wife wanted to die, Mr. Guilford. You knew about that?
Yeah, I knew. She told me often enough. She held it over me like a whip. She beat me with it, how she was going to kill herself. A man like me can only take so much of that, Mr. Clover.
Only so much. So you tried to make her wish come true.
Try again, Mr. Clover. I haven't been near her in 3 months. Why would I pick
Danny? I want it to be quiet. It must be quiet. Mrs. Guilford. Don't be frightened, Mrs. Guilford. You're all right.
Who are you? Who are you to tell me I'm all right? Who are you?
I'm a doctor, Mrs. Guilford. Now, you just take it easy. The shock.
Shock?
Mrs. Guilford, please.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate all of you good Samaritans. What do you get? A medal for saving a life I don't want? No one wants?
Mrs. Guilford, we brought your husband. Come here, Mr. Guilford. Your husband, Mrs. Guilford, he is very concerned over you.
Yeah. Yeah, Janet, you should.
Take your hands off me. Take them off.
Okay, Janet. Okay.
Mrs. Guilford, taking your own life is...
Against the law? Against whose law? Yours? And yours? And his? My husband's?
Mrs. Guilford.
You're a policeman, aren't you?
Yes.
I'll tell you something because you're a policeman. You didn't let me die when I wanted to die. But I'll die even if I have to make you kill me. I'll do something and you have to kill me. Then I'll be dead.
Then Dr. Sinsky became impersonal about the whole thing. Somehow there was suddenly a cotton daub in one hand, a hypo in the other. In a few moments, Janet Guilford's protest became sobs, and the sobs trailed off into sleep. And each morning after that, reports were put on my desk. Janet Guilford was in shock. Then she was a little better, taking nourishment. On Monday, they sent me some ink blots. Translation, Janet Guilford was a lot better. Tuesday, she was ashamed of what she had done. Thursday, she was released. Then it was Thursday night, and a squad car called into headquarters. Central Park detail calling. The spring night had just been shattered. A woman's been found shot to death a couple of 100 yards in back of the zoo. Get down here. I did.
Hi, Danny. Right over here.
Okay, Florian. Brief me. What happened?
Up on that flat, Danny, and it's off the big rock. Come on. Yeah, right over there. That happened.
Shot in the back, huh?
Mm-hmm. Come up close. I'd say someone had an arm around her with a gun.
Find a weapon?
No, maybe it's around. We'll have to wait until daylight to make sure.
Attractive woman like that.
Well, she tried to be. We had a little more time to look, Danny. An awful lot of makeup. Anyhow, too much for this strolling in Central Park.
Identification?
Yeah, her wallet. Social security card, driver's license. Name's Thelma Harper, 1414 Front Street, Bronx. At least so it says in the wallet.
Let's see.
Yeah, here.
A little more flashlight.
Oh.
She had a lot of friends.
Any nice picture? Yeah, she did. I guess one of her friends fooled her.
All right. You're getting careless about light fire.
Oh, sorry.
How about this?
What?
I'm not sure. These Coney Island snapshots. A man and a woman with their heads stuck to a cardboard costume make them look like hula dancers. Not very clear.
Yeah, it's pretty clear, Danny. I'd say the woman was Thelma Harper.
Me, too. You know what I'd say about the man?
No, I don't. Say it so I know, huh?
I'd say his name was Mark Guilford. I'd say this is the man whose wife tried to commit suicide a few days ago. At headquarters, they gave me Mark Guilford's address, a rooming house on West 16th Street. It was dawn, but already the watch women of the street were leaning out of upstairs windows, their arms folded and resting on pillows to ease the hardships of their occupation. They watched me, classified me, nodded dawn's greeting to each other, with their eyes pointed me out to each other, and then discarded me in favor of a yelping dog. In a hallway, lighted with a 10-watt bulb, I found the door to Mark's room. There was no answer. I tried the knob. It was locked. Then there was the sound of someone coming up the stairs. It was Mark Guilford.
Hey, you, what are you doing? You trying to break?
Hey, good morning, Mark.
Oh, it's Mr. Clover of the police department. What's the matter, Mr. Clover? Janet tried again?
Let's go into your room.
Yeah, sure. Here, I'll turn on the light. It's not cozy, but it's private. Till now. You may have the chair, Mr. Clover.
You've been out, Mark?
Yeah, sure. I've been out. Big night. Home at dawn. Every night it's that way with me. Big.
Tell me about tonight.
Mind if I wash my face and hands first? No, you don't mind. What's special about tonight?
Thelma Harper. She was...
you mind handing me that towel, Mr. Clover? Thanks.
Thelma Harper, Mark.
Yeah. Good kid. She's a lot of fun. Takes a man's mind off of things. Man like me.
She was found dead tonight in Central Park.
I'll just hang this towel out the window to dry. I always do that. It never dries.
You didn't hear me, Mark. Thelma Harper was murdered, shot in the back.
I heard you. What do you want me to do? To cry, scream, tear my hair out? A man like me, I don't do things like that.
But a man like you has your picture taken with Thelma at Coney Island. What else does a man like you do, Mark? Like tonight?
I work.
What?
I work. Every night of my life, I work. Except holidays.
Where?
The city power plant. I miss the dynamos. Listen to their whining. One stops whining, lights go out in the street and houses. I coax the dynamo, lights go back on. I do this every night. Tonight, too. You can check.
We will.
Have you asked Janet about Thelma's murder?
No. Should I?
Yeah, you should. That's what broke Janet and me up, this Thelma kid. Between swearing to kill herself and or Thelma, Janet had me on a merry-go-round. Would figure, wouldn't it, Mr. Clover?
You'll stick around, huh, Mark? In case we need you for anything.
Yeah, sure, glad to. But you'll see, Mr. Clover, it's like I told you, that Janet... very confused girl. Very.
Mark's alibi checked. After that, there was only one thing to do. Pick up Janet Guilford. It should have been simple. She'd given us an address. I went there in a squad car. I would have made it, except that the East River stopped me. Somewhere in the middle of the river is where she would have lived if the address had existed at all. Then an all-points bulletin. Pick up Janet Guilford. She was wanted for questioning in connection with a murder. And all the while a thought was taking shape and trying to get itself heard. Eventually, I would have put it into words if Dr. Sinsky hadn't beaten me to it. It was at headquarters, and he started off gently.
Danny?
Oh, come in, Dr. Sinsky.
Danny. Am I interrupting, Danny?
Uh-uh.
Oh, then I'll sit. I got a few things on my mind.
Me too. I've been thinking
that... It looks like we both were.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Go ahead.
You know, when you practice medicine around the police department, something happens to you. Something rubs off and sticks.
What are you trying to say?
For instance, this. A police physician gets his medicine mixed up with motives. I treat a wound, I ask myself, what circumstance, what did the world do to this person to produce this hurt?
You're getting at something, Dr. Sinsky?
Yeah, Danny, I am. I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to excuse myself for making a suggestion belongs to your department.
I'd be happy for it.
Danny, several days ago, a woman named Janet Guilford tried to kill herself. In her hysteria, she swore she would die somehow, even if she made the police kill her. People say all sorts of things under stress, but now...
Go ahead.
I've been reading the reports. They suppose Janet killed Thelma Harper. Janet would be a murderess. A woman can be executed. Janet would get her wish. She'd die.
Oh, pardon me, Doctor.
Oh, sure.
Danny Clover speaking.
Muggavan, Danny, we found Janet Guilford.
Good. Where is she?
In a flea bag on 3rd Avenue, 2220. You better hurry, Danny. She might not be here long.
In this room here, Danny.
Oh, no.
Yeah, suicide. Promoter squad still working on her.
Who found her?
I found her. I found her right there where she is now, and I didn't touch a thing except...
Except what?
Well, I kicked out the window. I smelled gas in here, and I saw right away what happened, so I kicked out the window and called you police.
Who are you?
Mrs. Lamp, I own this awful place. Mr. Lamp left it to me, and I run it as a tribute to his memory. He told me on his deathbed, he said, Mrs. Lamp, I'm leaving you the flea bag. I want you...
Okay. How did you happen to find her?
Well, this lady here told me yesterday. She said she might not be home for a couple of days. So I come in to feed her canary, and I smelled gas, and I saw and kicked in the window and called you police.
Yeah?
Danny.
Yeah, what is it, Muggavan?
Promoter boy just gave me the nod.
Dead. Janet Guilford's dead.
Yeah, Danny. Dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
You've got to listen close on Broadway. That's the only way you can tell if the sound you just heard was laughter or somebody beating back a scream in his throat. Not that it makes a lot of difference. Broadway reacts to clowns and murder in pretty nearly the same way. In the matter of Thelma Harper, a woman who died in Central Park, Broadway was appreciative of the setting. It went to spring. In the suicide of Janet Guilford, Broadway passed it off as the B production which went with the main feature. Or as Sergeant Gino Tartaglia said it the next day in my office.
This is where I came in, Benny.
Huh?
This is where I came 20 years ago this very day.
What are you talking about, Tartaglia?
20 years ago, there sat in that very desk you are now ensconced a Lieutenant Marsala. His daughter Nina came to visit him. I walked in, we looked. Without a word was hardly spoken, we walked down to the city hall and became Mr. and Mrs. Tartaglia.
Oh, it's your anniversary. Congratulations.
I knew I dragged that out of you. Hey, look, Danny, a new shave, courtesy of the ever-loving Mrs. Tartaglia and the shave master she gave me. My face and this shave make a handsome couple, huh?
Striking, Tartaglia. Simply.
Now, Danny, if you don't mind, I think that's enough idle chatter. How's about let's get into work, huh?
All right, if you put it that way.
Frankly, Danny, work is at a lull.
Imagine that. And I thought we had a murder to work on.
You know, I just don't understand, Danny. I thought this case was open and shut.
Tell me how.
Well, Janet Guilford tries to commit suicide. Fails. Is unhappy because she fails. Thelma Harper, who is gadding about with Janet's husband, is found shot to death. Then Janet tries to commit suicide again. Succeeds. 1 and 1 makes 2.
As simple as that.
Sure. Janet murders the source of her trouble, which is Thelma. Then Janet turns on the gas.
Yeah, it's probably just that way. But what about Thelma Harper? Anything there?
Oh, we have questioned Miss Harper's friends and enemies with dispatch and diligence. Each one has produced a textbook-type alibi which would be tough to crack with a crowbar.
All of them, huh?
Except Holly Morris.
Who's Holly Morris?
Thelma's maid.
Well, why haven't you questioned her?
Oh, we can't find her. Nowhere. As if whoosh, she went up in a puff of smoke.
Tartaglia, get an all-points bulletin out on Holly Morris. Find her. Bring her in. Find her, Tartaglia.
Turn around, pay attention, Danny. It's Muggerman.
Oh. Anything?
Nothing, Danny. Why don't you tell somebody you're hiding out communications?
You found me. What do you want?
I tracked down every lead on Holly Morris. Seems everybody knows everything about her except where she's disappeared to.
Stay with it.
Danny, it's so plain to everybody that Janet Guilford committed the murder. What are you building?
You'll stay with it, Muggerman.
Okay. If you're interested, there's a guy waiting for you in your office.
What?
When I was looking for you, I peeked in your office. There's a guy there. Danny, I'll keep checking with you.
Danny, such a long time no see. Hiya, Danny.
Hi, Irv. What's on your mind?
Ah, Danny, I could tell by your expression you are very busy in the brain department. So I'll come right to the point. I will not tell you how is Mrs. Newman or about the lousy cab business.
What is it, Irv?
It's about a dame by the name of Holly Morris.
What about her?
I understand the police department needs her. There are bulletins to this effect in the company garage. Her picture. Have you seen this woman? Reported.
You know where she is?
Gentle, Danny, gentle. Let me at least dramatize it. Yesterday in the afternoon, gets into my cab, a dame. Take me through the park, she says. I take her through the park. She talks to me about spring and such things. Then take me home, she says. I take her home. The fare is $1.60, I say. She gives me a fin for a tip. This is so you will remember me, she said. And when I saw a picture in the garage, I remembered her even better. The generous lady is Holly Morris.
Where'd you take her?
To a basement apartment in a brownstone. 2967 West 68th Street. Hey, Danny, you'll come to the house for blisters sometime. It's always open.
Miss Morris? Miss Morris? Anyone home? Miss Morris? Are you asleep? I'm from the police. Miss Morris, wake up. She lay sprawled across the neatly made bed, her eyes staring, her mouth open, in the silent, ugly grimace of a scream. A scream that was never heard because it had been cut off, strangled back into her throat. The thing that did it was a silk stocking, knotted, cutting deep into the flesh of her throat. I worked at it. The knot was tight. And then it crashed across the back of my skull. It was all pain, everywhere, all. And it came again.
Hey, what's going on down there? What's going on?
And the far-off voice was washed away because it came again. There was the sound of running down a long corridor. And the ticking clock. And then nothing.
Come on, wake up, you. You say something I can understand, you hear? Wake up. Get up and talk to me. What's going on here?
Who are you?
Dewey. I'm Dewey. What are you doing here? What happened? If you
Take it
don't
easy,
tell me...
friend. I'm a policeman. Now, you tell me what happened.
I'm Dewey. I'm the super here. Run things. Keep the water hot. Complaints department.
What about the girl on the bed, Dewey?
Oh, I didn't notice her. I only noticed you. I heard noises. I hurried to the scene. I found your body on the rug.
Start all over, huh? What about the girl on the bed?
She's a tenant. I like her.
She's dead, Dewey.
I just don't believe you. You police see everyone as if it came to a cop. Dead?
Strangled.
Yeah.
A little while ago, I walked in on it. Whoever strangled Holly Morris tried to beat me to death. I guess you disturbed him.
Oh, the fellas will never believe it when I tell them.
Look, Dewey, you still haven't told me very much about Holly. You want to do that now or down at headquarters?
What?
Now or at headquarters?
Now.
Then tell me.
Well, Holly Morris was our latest tenant. She paid her rent a month in advance. Oh, she was lavish with her money in that she tipped profusely and gave gratuities whether the occasion called for it or not. Obviously, a woman of wealth and station. Believe me, that's all I know. Oh, I'd hate to go to headquarters and have a blemish on my record.
Yeah, stick around, Dewey.
However, if I can be of further assistance...
Don't call us. We'll call you.
The blows a human skull can take, both inside and outside.
Take it easy, Dr. Simpson.
Hold still, Danny. You had so much already, you can't take a little more. This is a work of art, what they did to your head.
You like it, huh?
It's like all art, Danny. I don't know much about it, but I know what I like. Yes, do I like this particular masterpiece, Alenci? I don't like it.
Thanks, Doc. Hey, watch it.
Oh, you're maligning me, Danny. Oh, my non-paying patients say I have such a beautiful bedside manner. There, you're fixed up, Danny. Till the next time. How many next times can there be?
No more for Holly Morris. Why? Can you tell me why?
This is even a worse headache for you, isn't it, Danny? 3 people dead. A heavy responsibility. For you, for society.
The suicide. Janet Guilford's. That's what bothers me. If it weren't suicide...
Stay where you are, Danny. I'll answer. First aid room, Dr. Sinsky speaking. But you can't, Lieutenant Clover.
I'll take it, Doctor. Lieutenant Clover speaking.
Oh, Mr. Clover, I insisted on talking to you. You were so nice and so polite. You remember me, the flea bag lady?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, what's on your mind, Mr. Lamb?
The bird, Mr. Clover.
What?
The bird. The little canary that belonged to poor Mrs. Guilford. The one in her room, remember?
What about it?
Well, I was just wondering about the law in these matters. The law about a dead person's property, you know, the heirs and so forth, and their lawful rights.
Mrs. Lamb, please get to the point.
Well, I was just wondering, if Mrs. Guilford has no heirs, please, may I keep the little bird? I've grown so attached to it. Oh, the melodies it makes up right out of its own little head.
It still sings?
Oh, yes, like a bird.
Keep it. Mrs. Lamb, keep it. There'll be no other heirs.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Doctor?
What then?
The headache. You did good. It doesn't bother me anymore. Danny Clover. That you, Mark?
Hey, Danny, come on up the steps over there.
Okay.
Down the catwalk, Danny, be careful. Only got handrails at strategic places. You can walk out into the air if you ain't careful. How you feeling, boy? In this height, does it get you in the stomach?
Quite a sight. You know, I've never been in a power plant before. Those dynamos...
Watch it, Danny. Watch the blowtorch.
Oh, yeah.
This conduit pipe sprung a leak. A little well job. You caught me right in the midst.
Don't let me disturb you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, boy. What's on your mind? Few and far between when I get to talk to someone on this job.
With all this machinery to baby, I can appreciate it.
These dynamos run themselves. I only wish I had their brains. Oh, why the nighttime call, Danny?
You like it here, huh? You like your work?
It pays.
You're going to have to find a replacement, Mark.
I was wondering how you were going to phrase it.
3 of them. Why did you have to kill them?
Wasn't easy. Took my lifetime to build up to it.
You almost got away with it.
I figured I did. What happened?
We found out your wife didn't commit suicide. A bird this big lived in the room where your wife died. The gas in that room wasn't enough to kill a canary. Why should it kill your wife?
Imagine that, a bird.
Uh-huh. Meaning your wife was dead before you turned on the gas. Suffocated, I figure. About the same effect as illuminating gas.
Yeah, I read up on that one. Imagine that, will you, a bird.
Why Holly, Mark? Why did you have to kill her?
She was around when I had my argument with Selma. First I paid her off, and she got greedy, so I changed my mind. Killing got easier all the time.
Why the argument with Selma?
Selma was saying me goodbye. After my wife tried to drown herself, Selma suddenly wanted no part.
So you killed her? Shot her in the park.
And my wife got blamed for it. Poor her.
Let's go, Mark.
You've been sensible up to now, Danny. It's been a pleasure listening to you.
Let's go.
After what I can do to people, kill them, I found out I can do that. Stay where you are, Danny, or I'll weld you to that pipe.
Put down that horse, Mark.
Oh, you know I can't do that. Uh-oh, reach for your gun again. My arm.
Lay fixed arms where I'm taking you. Come on.
No, you won't take me. You won't take me, Danny.
Mark, come back here.
You bet, Danny. You'll never take me.
His scream preceded him as he fell from above. Then in that sudden, swift time, the face masked in horror, the eyes pleading in the mind as he clawed the air past me. A man's awful recognition that he's dead. Then the instant was over. There was nothing. Broadway now. It bleeds the color out of the neon, turns the gold of the spectaculars into dross. And the remnants of night are driven back into the earth. You walk the gray street, and from behind the doorway you hear an old sound, the sound of weeping. You know that the night time will never leave. It's found a refuge. It's Broadway. The godliest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beach.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Salford as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in the cast tonight were Jane Webb, Eleanor Audley, Jack Crucian, Sheldon Leonard, Bert Holland, and Stanley Farrar.
In 1972, you watched the splitting of a Cartier diamond in a full-size Mercury Marquis. Now, they're going to risk it in a smaller Mercury Monarch with its own kind of suspension to see if this Monarch's ride is smooth and steady enough. We picked this bumpy road to make it tough. Remember, he must hit it precisely in a pre-cut groove or lose a $50,000 diamond. How did it go?
Perfect. Beautiful.
Mercury Monarch, priced under $4,800.
Beautiful.
Ta-da! Ta-da, what? I got a new Free Spirit Gentle Shapers brief, and it's gonna make me shapelier.
Sure, Carol, and if you kiss a frog, it'll turn into a handsome prince.
Cute, Harriet. Cute.
They're brand new Free Spirit Gentle Shapers. 4 dainty little briefs made to smooth you and give you a shapelier shape and clothes.
You look terrific. That's my, frog?
Free Spirit Gentle Shapers, new from Playtex for a shapelier shape.
Our dog Skipper had been missing for 3 days when the Harrisons found him. I was so worried he hadn't eaten. He won't eat anything that doesn't come out of a can.
Skipper!
He's been eating Gainsburgers?
Why not? It's moist and meaty like can, and it tastes terrific.
Look at that. He loves it.
Yeah.
Now, how about something for the rest of us, huh?
Moist and meaty Gainsburgers dog food. Beef, egg, and cheese flavor.
Intergalactic aliens from undiscovered galaxies from below our oceans fight a savage war to control the planet Earth on Starship Invasions, Friday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House coffee time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and our happy postman. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, the coffee that gives you so much more for so little more that it's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in the world. Yes, Maxwell House, expertly blended and radiant roasted for rich, mellow, extra flavor. Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Well, this is a very special day in the Burns home. It's George's birthday, but the little man is far from festive. Only Gracie remembered the great occasion, and he's pretty upset about it.
Happy birthday, dear.
You've been saying that all morning. So far, you're the only one who said it. Here it is noon, and not one card or telegram or phone call have I gotten.
But, darling, weren't you pleased when you went into the bathroom this morning and found the little surprise I fixed for you?
Well,
Not many wives would think of squeezing toothpaste on the floor to spell out birthday greeting Foopsie Boy.
No, not many.
Of course, it spoiled the effect a little when your foot slipped in the greetings and you fell right on the boopsie.
Yes.
But the feeling was there.
It still is.
Happy birthday, dear.
Yeah, happy. What's the use, Gracie? I'm just a nobody.
Oh, don't say that, George. Why, you're one of the greatest men this country has ever produced.
Oh, sure. I'm another Lincoln.
Well, you could be. What did Lincoln do? He went to Gettysburg and he made a speech.
So?
So you go to Pittsburgh and make a speech. It's a bigger city.
Yes, more people. Look, I don't ask to be another Lincoln, but I would like one person to wish me a happy birthday.
A happy birthday, dear.
Now I'm famous. Now everybody knows me.
Yeah. Well, don't you worry, dear. Before I'm through, they'll celebrate your birthday. Just like they do Lincoln's and even George Washington's.
You'll make me as great as Washington.
Well, sure. All he did was become the father of his country.
That I can't handle.
Well, why not? Crosby almost made it.
Gracie, everything I say, you try to make a mountain out of it. I don't expect them to close the banks and shoot firecrackers on my birthday. Lincoln and Washington were great presidents.
Well, you could be someday if you got started. Well, why don't you run for Congress?
I don't know what a congressman does. If I got elected, I would just sit there and twiddle my thumbs.
And you say you don't know what congressmen do.
Gracie.
Happy birthday, Senator.
Oh, stop that. I tell you, I'm just a forgotten man. Nobody knows it's my birthday.
Oh, now don't say that, George. Oh, here comes Bill up the walk. I'll bet he remembers.
Well, hi, Burnses. George, I just dropped in to congratulate you.
Ah, you see?
Well, I'll be darned. You remember what day this is?
Well, how could I forget? Everyone in radio celebrates this day.
Well, thanks, Bill.
Yes, sir, George. It was just 6 years ago today that you hired me.
Oh, no, Bill. This is George's birthday.
It is?
Well, yes. This is the day George Burns came into the world. And I think the bank should close and the schools should close and everything in the country should close.
Well, now, wait, Gracie. Sure, it was a calamity, but let's not give up.
We're rolling now. The comedian is here.
Bill, I meant that this should be a national holiday. George's birthday should be the same as Lincoln's.
Well, it only missed by a couple of years.
How about a tune on your violin, Mr. Benny?
Bill, you'll be
Working
sorry you
without
talk
Rochester
like
is
this.
not easy.
Bill.
Yes, Grace.
I said you'll be sorry you talk like this when George becomes famous.
You think he'll make it, Gracie?
Well, everyone thinks so. Even perfect strangers can't understand why he hasn't made it yet. They look at him and say, wonder what's holding that man up.
The longer you look, the more you wonder.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All George needs is a break, and he'll be famous.
Famous my foot. Even Bill, my best friend, didn't know it was my birthday.
Well, maybe Bill's not good on dates.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, brother.
You know, ever since I got into pictures, I've been sort of a ball of fire with the women.
Well, there you are. You're famous with women because you got a break.
Well, Gracie, I don't think it's my break so much as my clutch.
This is disgusting.
Happy birthday.
I know I'm happy. As gay as a lark.
Oh, there's someone at the door now. I'll bet they've come to congratulate you.
Oh, sure.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman. Do you know what day this is?
Indeed, I do. It's Thursday, September the 19th, A.D. 1900.
Oh, no. I don't mean that. This is my husband's birthday.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Burns. You don't look a day older.
I don't?
No. But then I don't see how you could.
A comedian in uniform now. Have you got any birthday cards or packages or anything for me?
Not a thing but a magazine, Mr. Burns.
Boy, am I famous. I'll see you later, Gracie. I'm going down to the cigar store.
Happy birthday, dear.
Nuts.
You know, my husband is a little upset, Mr. Postman. Nobody remembered his birthday.
Oh,
and it's a shame because he's a great man. I think he's as great as Columbus.
At my house, it's just the opposite. My wife thinks she's Columbus, and I'm the ocean.
Really?
Yes. Every night she sails into me.
Well, I'm sorry your wife doesn't love you the way I love George. Oh, if he could only do something spectacular. Something that would attract the attention of the world. Like discover a new medicine, or a new continent, or a vacant apartment. Or...
That's expecting the impossible. Well, I'll be running, Mrs. Burns. Here's your magazine. Oh, there's a fascinating article in it about sending rockets to the moon.
You mean they actually are ready to send rockets to the moon?
Oh, certainly. All they're waiting for is someone to volunteer for the first ride.
Mr. Postman, the first man to go to the moon will be pretty famous, won't he?
The world will be at his feet. That's quite a trip, you know. 240,000 miles.
As the crow flies?
I don't know. My wife has never been there. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
I better take a look at this article. My goodness. Fame and fortune await the man who volunteers for first rocket trip to moon. Yo, Bill, come here.
Yeah, what is it, Gracie?
Oh, Bill, I've got a wonderful idea. George is going to be the most famous man in the world.
Oh, Gracie, stop knocking yourself out. Whatever he does, people won't know George from the man in the moon.
Exactly what I've got in mind.
When the moon comes over the mountain. Gee, Meredith, it must be 15 years since Kate Smith first sang that song.
All of that, Bill, and it's been a favorite with millions of Americans ever since, including folks who've never been closer to a real mountain than the plains of Kansas or the canyons of New York.
Which only goes to prove that mountains have a magic appeal for all of us, Meredith. And that's not surprising, because from the Great Smokies and the Alleghenies out east to the Rockies and the coastal ranges of the west, our mountains are a mighty thrilling and exciting part of the American scene. And you know, in its own way, Maxwell House coffee is a very real part of the American scene, too. For here in this land where coffee is a national drink, it's a fact that Maxwell House is America's favorite coffee, bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand at any price. Across the nation, it's Maxwell House wherever you go. Now, it's flavor, of course, that tells this popularity story, the rich, vigorous Maxwell House flavor that results from the masterful blending of these premium, Highland-grown Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness. Other fine coffees for vigor, and Bucaramangas for full body. All of which mean great coffee at its flavor peak. So, friends, why not enjoy the best in coffee drinking pleasure? It's yours for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Just say Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Happy birthday, dear.
Happy birthday. Even my own family didn't remember it was my birthday.
Oh, just wait till I make you famous.
Not even a card for my brother in Akron.
While you were gone, I read a very interesting article about the moon, dear.
My own brother who wore my suits when I outgrew them.
You know, the moon has lots of advantages as a place to live.
Not a word for my brother in Brooklyn, either.
For instance, the days up there are 2 weeks long. Think what that would do for your golf game. You could start playing in the morning and be out of the rough the very same day.
My own brother who wore my suits when my brother in Akron outgrew them.
And then there's no gravity up there. Something that weighs 20 pounds here on Earth only weighs 4 pounds on the moon. What a place to buy meat, huh?
And no birthday greetings from my sister in San Diego, either.
The first man to go there will be world famous, you know.
My own sister who wore the pants of my suits when my brother in Brooklyn...
Well, with all that's in its favor, wouldn't you like to go to the moon? George.
And my young... Huh?
I said, wouldn't you like to go to the moon?
Go to the moon?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure. Can't wait to make the trip.
Good.
Always wanted to live there. Buy round-trip tickets. We'll save money that day.
Oh, dear. I'm so glad you feel that way. Happy birthday, Buck Rogers.
What?
I'll see you later, dear. I've got a little errand to do.
You're quite sure, Mrs. Burns, that your husband wishes to volunteer to go to the moon in our rocket?
Oh, I'm positive. He's simply dying to go.
Mm-hmm. Then, in the name of the American Rocket Society, I accept that brave man's offer. We'll launch the rocket tomorrow.
Oh, now, this will make him famous, won't it?
Famous? Madam, within an hour, every newspaper in the country will carry your husband's name in headlines.
That's it. I want the name George Burns on every tongue. I want George Burns to be famous.
Oh, don't worry. He will be.
Oh, I can see the headlines now. Gracie Allen's husband flies to moon.
Yes. I'll call the radio network so the top news commentators can get this on the air immediately.
Oh, there's strange news tonight. Oh, yes, for years they wanted to send a man to the moon in a rocket. And now they're sending George Burns. And tonight people are saying, is that the same as sending a man? Well, your guess is just as good as mine.
Good evening, friends. Well, there's a remarkable development in the news. Yes, a development which I'd like to point out particularly. George Burns is making a most extraordinary trip. No, he's not going to Russia in a carrier. Oh, no. No, he's going to the moon in a rocket. Happy landings, George.
Gee, almost 5 o'clock and still no birthday greetings. Even Gracie went off and left me. 15 years I've been on the radio, giving my all to the public. And what does the public give me? That's what they gave me. Oh, that's the door. Come in.
Western Union for George Burns. Sign here, please.
Well, I finally got a telegram.
Hey, telegram. There must be at least 200 here.
200?
Yeah, here you are.
Oh, wait, son. This calls for an extra big tip. There.
Gee, thanks. I can go to a nightclub on this.
You can?
Sure, this'll pay my streetcar fare all the way.
200 telegrams. I guess that's why I didn't get any all day. They saved them to deliver in a bunch. Let's see who this one is from. The American Rocket Society? We salute you on this day of days. The name George Burns will live forever. Now, why should the American Rocket Society send me birthday? Oh, I guess they want me to buy my fireworks from them next 4th of July. Here's one for my insurance company. Best of luck. Last week, you allowed your insurance to lapse. Thank you very much. Huh?
I'm back, darling.
Oh, hello, Gracie. Gee, honey, I thought people didn't remember my birthday. But just look. Hundreds of telegrams from all over the country.
My goodness.
Why, there's even one here from your mother. I always thought she detested me. But just read this.
Oh, dear George, Gracie always said you'd go far, and at last it looks like you'll go far enough.
See? Your mother thinks I've just about reached the height of success.
Oh, well, George, maybe I'd better explain about these telegrams. You see, they're not...
What's there to explain? Great public idol is having a birthday, and the people want to congratulate him. That's all.
Oh, these telegrams have really made you happy, haven't they, dear?
This is the happiest day of my life.
Oh, well, then enjoy yourself.
Imagine all this fuss because I'm 37 years old.
How old?
38.
How old?
39.
How old?
Well, the exact figure doesn't matter. I'm 10 years older than you are.
Oh. Imagine all this fuss just because you're 25 years old.
Yeah. That's probably more telegrams. Come in.
Hello, all.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Hello, Meredith.
I thought you were Western Union.
No, I'm Musicians Union. George, I just dropped in to say congratulations. The whole town's talking about you.
Really?
Yes.
I wonder if those other two chaps got this much attention.
Other two chaps?
Yeah, they were presidents or something. Abe somebody or other, and George Ellington, I think it was.
You mean Lincoln and Washington?
Oh, yes, those are the names. It just skipped my
George,
mind.
those are the two greatest Americans that ever were produced in this country.
Well, now we are three. And you went by the way of Syracuse.
I wish that you were from my hometown of Mason City, Iowa, George. Just so we could put a bust of you in the public library right alongside our other hometown hero, Longfellow.
Longfellow was from Mason City?
Yes, sir. Sam Longfellow.
Oh, Sam, that's the tall Longfellow.
That's the
The
fellow.
one with the face, yes.
The first man to ever use the interlocking grip.
Playing golf, huh?
No, milking cows.
And there's a bust of Sam in the public library?
Yes, sir. And I only wish you were a Mason City boy, George, because in my opinion, you'd be a bigger bust than Sam.
Goodbye, Meredith.
Goodbye, all.
Meredith Wilson and his chiffon music. To each his own.
another bunch of telegrams that just came, George.
Really? How monotonous.
Well, aren't you even going to look at them?
Why bother? They all say the same thing. How fortunate the world was to have me born in it. One knows that, doesn't one?
Yes, one does. And I couldn't mention which one.
Do I detect a faint note of sarcasm, Grace?
Grace? Oh, goodness, no.
I don't want you to feel that I'm impressed by all this flattery. Actually, it bores me.
Really?
Yes. Would be such a relief to hear someone say, George Burns, you're not so great.
All right. George Burns, you're not so great.
That's odd. Now that I hear it, it just sounds silly.
Well, I suppose I shouldn't complain. I wanted you to be famous.
And you may rest assured that my fame is the lasting kind. I'm not the sort of man who flashes into the air like a skyrocket.
Silly boy.
I beg your pardon.
Nothing, dear, nothing.
I wonder why Hattie hasn't called.
Who?
Hattie.
Hattie?
Hattie Truman. That chap in Washington.
Oh.
I thought perhaps he'd have Margaret sing Happy Birthday while he accompanied her on the piano.
Now, George.
Oh, bother. Someone at the door. Grace, would you say come in? I want to save my voice for a personal appearance tour.
Oh, now, George, be yourself. If you're going to act this way, I'm not so sure I want you to be famous.
Want me to be? I don't see what you could possibly do about it. I'm a public idol. The people worship me.
George.
I'm a steak in the meat market of their hearts. A fillet on the platter of their affections.
And a ham in the living room of my house.
Please, dear.
Hey, what's the matter? Don't you answer the door over here?
No, Bill. George is too important.
Well, I can't say I blame you, George. You really are a big man.
Oh, you're so right, lad. As I just said to Grace, why hasn't Hattie called?
Hattie?
Oh.
Not Hattie. Hattie.
Hattie Carnegie?
No. Harry. See, that's what he calls the president.
Oh.
Marshal Stalin is Joe, and the King of England is George II.
George II?
Yeah, he's George I.
Well, I still say I can't blame you, George. There's a terrific story about you in this evening's paper with a picture and everything. Would you like to see it?
Oh, no, thanks, Bill. If I look at my picture, I'll only get conceited. You may read me the headlines.
Okay, George. It says, George Burns volunteers for death-defying rocket trip.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. I'm a big... What?
That's what it says.
But it can't.
Well, here's the article right in the most prominent spot in the paper, next to the Maxwell House coffee ad.
Well, read it.
Okay, it says, Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure. Yet it costs only a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold.
No, what does it say about me?
Oh, the ad doesn't mention you, George. It just goes on to say that careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees, plus radiant roasting, give Maxwell House that famous flavor.
Bill?
Yes, sir, the flavor of Maxwell House is so wonderful that it's bought by more people than any other brand at any price. So insist on Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Bill, the article about me. Where does it say I'm going?
To the moon.
Oh, well, if that... The moon?
Oh, George, stop getting so excited. You're not going to fly up there alone.
I'm not?
No, you'll be in a rocket.
Rocket schmocket. I can't go to the moon.
Well, look, dear, I'm sure there's no danger. The man said the rocket would fly very smoothly. There'll just be a little jerk at the takeoff.
There will be if you can catch him. Goodbye, Gracie. See you later, Flash Gordon.
Gracie, did you tell those people I'd fly to the moon in that rocket?
Yes, dear. I wanted you to become famous so you could take your place beside Columbus and Napoleon and Washington.
That would put me beside... They're dead. Then all those people sent me wires because they thought I was going to the moon. Not because it was my birthday.
That's right, dear.
Well, I'm not going to the moon. You get your hat and coat, young lady. We're going down to that rocket society and get me out of this.
Well, I can't understand why you're so scared about a little trip to the moon. The way you act, you'd think I was sending you someplace dangerous, like the peace conference.
Get your hat. Let's go.
Well, mister, I'm back, and this is my husband, George Burns.
Yeah, look...
Well, it's a pleasure to shake your hand.
Yes.
You're a brave man.
Yeah, but I...
You're the kind of man who laughs at death.
I do, huh?
Yes. You were scheduled to leave for the moon tomorrow, but I'm afraid I have bad news for you.
I'm going tonight, huh?
No. You're not going at all.
I'm not?
He's the kind of a man who laughs at life, too.
I know what a disappointment this must be to you, Burns.
Yes. I feel miserable.
Well, I'm glad you decided to cancel the rocket trip. A man shouldn't leave his wife for such a long and dangerous journey.
Oh, we didn't cancel it. Another man volunteered, and he pleaded so desperately, we decided to let him go.
He's willing to leave his wife?
Oh, yes, I explained that he might never see her again, but he only grew more determined.
My goodness, who is it?
I'll introduce you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop.
Well, I still haven't got a birthday greeting from anybody.
Happy birthday,
Oh,
dear.
stop with that.
Oh, come on, smile, George. Birthdays are fun. In about 5 years, I think I'll have another one myself.
I can't get over it. Here it is my birthday and nobody cares.
Well, I care. I spent all morning trying to fix you a birthday cake. But I'm afraid it won't look very pretty. You just can't get good candles these days.
They're bad, huh?
Oh, terrible. Every time I put the cake in the oven, they melted all over it.
Good night.
And now stay tuned in for the Kraft Music Hall, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Get Bird's Eye and get the best. For example, get the best peas you ever tasted. Bird's Eye Peas, as garden fresh as peas just picked from the vine. Bird's Eye Peas come ready to cook, and they're thrifty, no waste. Get Bird's Eye Peas tomorrow, but be sure they're Bird's Eye. Remember,
it can't be the same if it ain't got that name. Get Bird's Eye frosted foods.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's impossible to imagine a more exciting film, says Rona Barrett. Rex Reed calls it a colossal triumph. Months before its release, it stunned and overwhelmed special preview audiences. The movie is Midnight Express, rated R. See it soon at a theater near you.
The all-new Sexy Capri, sticker price under $4,700.
That's a miracle.
I believe in miracles. Where you from, you sexy thing?
Full instrumentation, gauges, tack, 4 on the floor, and with equipment added to match Celica GT Capri's hundreds less.
That's a miracle. I believe in miracles.
And Capri has strut-type front suspension with stabilizer bars standard.
That's a miracle. I believe in miracles. Where you from, you sexy thing?
At the sign of the cat.
How does your foot spray stack up against odor eaters? Well, it would take up to 4 cans to get the 3-month protection of 1 pair of odor eaters. Most sprays are full of powder, and they can be a little messy. Odor eaters are full of activated charcoal, just about the most effective odor destroyer known. How about perspiration? Odor Eater soft foam absorbs it, helps feet stay dry. Get odor eaters in white or new brown color, and super tough odor eaters for sneakers and work shoes. They destroy odor all day for 3 months.
Here's Cheryl Ladd.
If your hair doesn't have enough body, change it with Wella Balsam Extra Body Conditioner. I did, and I love it, because Wella Balsam Extra Body gives my hair all the body I want, but still keeps it looking clean and healthy. Helps protect against damage from blow dryers, too. So if your hair doesn't have enough body, change it with patented Wella Balsam Extra Body or original Wella Balsam. You'll love your hair.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
For a better breakfast, start with Cheerios. It's made from oats, good old-fashioned nourishing oats, all ready to eat. And now, Cheerios presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Miss Case Meets the Hornet. Listen carefully. How far have you walked today?
How far is it from your house to your favorite hideout?
How far do you travel on your favorite Saturday hike?
That sound can tell you how far. Every click's a step. Yes, every click's a step on the official Lone Ranger pedometer.
Pedometer. Pedometer. That's a wonderful invention that measures how far you walk.
We have one of these official Lone Ranger pedometers for you, and we'll tell you how you can send and get it in just about 12 minutes from now.
Britt Reed frowned as he watched the parking lot attendant race cold motors, jam on brakes, and generally mishandle the cars that had to be moved. Then the attendant entered the young publisher's new convertible and touched the starter button.
Hey, go easy. That's a new motor and it's cold. You needn't race it like that. Okay, buddy. Be careful. Confound it, who taught you to drive? Get out, I'll handle her. Something's gone haywire. It wouldn't surprise me. Get out and let me in. Look here, mister, the gears are shot. That car was mechanically perfect when I drove in here.
Now, look, mister, we hear that every day. We're not responsible, see? Just read the ticket I gave you. We don't assume no responsibility at all, see? That's the rule. You don't like it, I can't help it. I just work here.
Who owns this lot?
It's one of the Philbrick service chain.
Philbrick. He owns most of the lots in town.
Yeah, and he makes the rules. You don't like the rules, you see Philbrick.
I may do that.
Hi, Casey. Is Reed in his office?
Yes, he is.
Gunnigan was telling me he had trouble with his new car.
Yes, one of the Philbrick parking lot attendants stripped the gears.
Hello, Oxford.
Reed, Gunnigan was telling me about the trouble you had at the parking lot.
It's high time those parking lot operators were made to assume some responsibility.
Did you talk to Mr. Philbrick?
No, Miss Case, I've changed my mind. When I noticed a small item for the next edition, I decided to do my talking where it'll do some good.
A small item?
What's that, Reed?
There's a new proposal before the city council. A new ordinance.
Oh.
If passed, it'll make parking lot operators responsible for any theft or damage that occurs while cars are in their care.
By golly, if the council passes that, they'll be doing something.
For a change.
Please get a copy of that ordinance, Miss Case. We'll study it. I think it's the kind of thing the Sentinel should get behind and push.
Well, now, Philbrick isn't a Tunny.
Save it, Boswell. Never mind the fancy legal talk.
Just tell me what this new ordinance will mean to me.
If the ordinance goes through, it will cost you plenty. You'll have to bond every one of your attendants. You'll be held responsible for anything stolen from a car in one of your lots, and for any damage that's done.
How much will it cost me?
Well, you operate numerous parking lots. You can probably get insurance to cover...
Maybe it'd be smart to ensure the defeat of the ordinance. How many councilmen would have to vote against it to defeat it?
We have a 7-man council. It will take 4 votes to pass the ordinance or 4 to defeat it.
4, huh?
Rogers is in Florida. He won't be voting. So if you can get 3 councilmen on your side, you can prevent passage of the ordinance.
I financed Norton's campaign. I can count on him to vote against it.
You did a couple of favors for Hardwick.
Yeah, he'll see things my way.
1 more is all you need on your side.
Let me see. Jackson, Ray.
You can't reach either of them.
Sharkey.
Sharkey proposed the ordinance.
Grayson. Yeah, that's it. Grabber Grayson, the boy with the itching palm. I think I can make a deal with Grayson.
What's your step, Philbrick? If you're going to offer Grayson some cash, make the offer a good one. He won't go for anything petty.
All right, Boswell. That's all I want to know.
What's so funny, Axford?
Oh, by golly, Reed, this editorial you wrote.
Is that the way it affects you?
It's Philbrick I'm thinking of. Suffering snakes, when he sees how the Daily Sentinel's getting behind that new parking lot ordinance, he'll throw a fit.
Well, you might get busy, Axford, and follow up that editorial with some personal interviews. Go and talk to the man on the street. Meet John Q. Public. I'd like to fill a column every day with opinions of people who have a grievance against the conduct of parking lots.
I'll do it, Reed. That I will. Oh, Cassie, did you see the editorial Reed wrote?
See it, you goon. I typed it.
That's so. I keep forgetting.
Mr. Reed, I was just talking to Ed Lowry about the ordinance.
He's kept in close touch with the councilman. What's his opinion?
Well, the vote is likely to be nip and tuck.
It'll take 4 votes to pass the ordinance.
One of the councilmen is in Florida, and 2 of the others are, well, they're palsy-welsy with Philbrick.
Yes, I know. Norton and Hardwick.
They'll definitely oppose the ordinance.
Jackson, Sharkey, and Ray will vote for it. I'm sure of those 3.
Uh-huh. That's just what Lowry said. And that puts the deciding vote in Grayson's hands.
Grayson.
That guy, Grayson. He's a fence straddler if ever there was one.
It's too bad you don't have a sword you could dangle over his head.
Huh?
This city needs regulation of parking lots.
I wonder if we can find some way to put Grayson on the right side. I wonder.
That evening, Britt Reed called Cato, his faithful valet, into his bedroom.
We're moving out, Cato. We're going to call on Grayson and try to make sure he votes the right way.
You go to his home?
Yes. He's living alone while his family's in Florida. I'll go as the Green Hornet and offer him a bribe. A small bribe.
You think small bribe make him vote for ordinance?
Oh, Cato. I'm pretty sure Grayson could be bought, but not for $50. When I offer him a bribe like that, he'll be highly indignant. He'll be pretty angry. I hope he'll become antagonistic because I'm going to make him think I'm acting on behalf of Philbrick and trying to bribe him to vote against the ordinance.
Oh, that's a very good idea, Mr. Britt. He becomes angry and votes against Philbrick, which is just what you want.
That's the idea, Cato. Come on, we'll get the Black Beauty and move as the Green Hornet.
Councilman Grayson lived in one of the city's better residential districts. His house, surrounded by lawn, set well back from the street. Britt Reed guided the Black Beauty to a stop behind a car parked at the curb.
Grayson seems to have company.
Perhaps we go away, come back later.
Take the wheel, Cato. Take the Black Beauty around the next corner at the right. It's a dark street. I think you can wait there.
You getting out?
Yes. Grayson's house has low windows. I can see who's calling on him. I'll wait until the visitor's gone.
I'll wait until you come?
That's right.
It's a pleasure to talk to a man like you, Mr. Grayson. I think we understand each other perfectly.
I want you to understand just one thing, Filbert.
Yes?
My mind was definitely made up before you came here tonight. Your contribution has not influenced my position concerning this new ordinance.
Oh, of course not, Mr. Councilman.
People would misinterpret your generosity. Our negotiations must be kept quite secret. I shall have to insist that the $5,000 be made up of small bills. That is, nothing larger than a 20. I must further insist that you make the delivery in person.
Depend on it. I'll be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. You be alone? It's a pleasure to talk to a man like you, Mr. Grayson. I think we understand each other perfectly.
I want you to understand just one thing, Filbert.
Yes?
My mind was definitely made up before you came here tonight. Your contribution has not influenced my position concerning this new ordinance.
Oh, of course not, Mr. Councilman.
People would misinterpret your generosity. Our negotiations must be kept quite secret. I shall have to insist that the $5,000 be made up of small bills. That is, nothing larger than a 20. I must further insist that you make the delivery in person.
Depend on it. I'll be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. You be alone?
Yes. My family is out of the city.
I'll be seeing you. Good night, Grayson.
Good night. $5,000. I can use it.
Good evening, Grayson.
Why, you're the Green Hornet.
So you have a deal with Philbrick.
You. What do you want?
I had certain plans in mind, but your deal with Philbrick changes everything.
I'm going to call the police.
You're going to take a nap, and when you awaken, you'll find yourself tied and gagged.
You, wait. Wait a minute. Put that gun away.
It shoots nothing but gas. I'm not through with you, Grayson. That's only the beginning. Well, that should keep you out of mischief until I can make new plans.
Is there a need of fast escape?
Wait a minute, Cato. Don't start the car.
You see Grayson?
Philbrick was with him. He's returning tomorrow night with a $5,000 bribe.
Well, then all your plans no good.
I have another plan. We'll have witnesses on hand when that cash changes hands.
Will that ruin both Philbrick and Grayson?
They both deserve it. Now listen to me carefully, Cato. I had to gas the councilman so he couldn't tell Philbrick that the Hornet knows about the bribe. Now, here's a door key.
I take it?
Yes, and stay with Grayson. We'll have to keep him a prisoner in his own home. Keep him tied and gagged. He'll have to stay there all night, perhaps all day tomorrow. I'll drop in on my way to the office in the morning. You won't be disturbed because Grayson's family's in Florida.
Oh, very well, Mr. Brick.
Now, keep your face covered with a mask and don't let Grayson hear your voice. I'm going home and work out the details.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Stand by. Here it comes. Right now, we're going to tell you how you can send and get your official Lone Ranger pedometer, that amazing invention that tells how far you walk.
Just imagine, when you get your official Lone Ranger pedometer, you can tell how far you walk in a day.
You can measure the distance from your house to your favorite playground.
You can tell how far you travel on hikes.
Or listen, suppose you want to make a secret map or chart. With your official Lone Ranger pedometer, you don't have to guess about distances. You can mark them all down accurately from one point to another.
It's really terrific. Not just a toy, but a real scientifically designed distance recording instrument. Something that every adventure-loving, fun-loving boy and girl in America should have.
It's so new that you probably have never heard of anything like it. So let me spell it for you. Pedometer. Pedometer.
Here's the way it works. You just set the indicator at 0, hook the pedometer on your belt or pocket, or tie it on your ankle, and start walking.
Every step you take is registered by a click on your pedometer, like this. Yes, every click's a step, and the distance you travel is registered automatically on a colorful revolving dial.
All you have to do is look at the dial, and you get an instant reading. in miles, and in quarters of a mile.
At any point, you can check your Lone Ranger pedometer and tell just how far you've gone.
It works in very much the same way as the speedometer does on your family car. And it's one of the niftiest-looking devices you can imagine. The special distance recording mechanism is all tightly enclosed in a keen, shiny metal case, round in shape and just a little bigger than a regular pocket watch.
Send for your official Lone Ranger pedometer at once, so you'll be able to tell how far you walk.
Hurry! We're going to have to close up this offer very soon. Time is clicking away very fast.
If you send right away, you can get one of these amazing instruments for only 25 cents. Believe it or not, only 25 cents and $1 top from Cheerios, that nourishing cereal made from oats, all ready to eat.
When you send for yours, just say, "Send my Lone Ranger walk meter." No need to say pedometer, just walk meter.
Be sure you print your name and address. Enclose one Cheerios box top and only 25 cents in coin. No stamps, please.
Mail immediately to Green Hornet, Box 36, Box 36, New York City, New York. That's Green Hornet, Box 36, New York City, New York.
Now to continue our story. In his apartment, Britt Reed realized that he had a difficult problem.
How can I expose Grayson without becoming known as the Green Hornet? I need help that Cato can't give.
The young publisher paced the floor of his study, considering the situation from every angle. It became more and more obvious that he needed a trustworthy confederate. In the past, there had been a girl named Linda Travis who had come from the West at the request of Britt's father to observe how Britt handled the Daily Sentinel. Linda had learned that Britt was the Green Hornet, and for a time, before returning to the West, had worked with the young publisher on several of the Green Hornet's adventures. Britt thought of Linda and wished that she were back.
If there were just someone like Linda, someone smart, capable, someone I can trust implicitly.
Britt sat down, leaned back in the chair, and closed his eyes. As he thought of Linda, he sensed a stirring in some deep recess of his mind. He seemed to hear a girl's voice.
I'd like to speak to you.
It was a familiar voice.
I've been with the Sentinel a long time.
Miss Case.
I'd like a chance at the job Miss Travis left.
Smart, capable. I can trust her implicitly. And what was it she said the other day?
I'd like to know the Green Hornet. He must be all right.
Lenore Case is the girl. I'm going to trust her all the way.
Britt was at the Grayson home early the following morning. He met Cato in the hall, inquired about the councilman, then put on the Hornet's mask and topcoat, and entered the bedroom.
I'm removing the gag, Grayson. But don't try to yell or I'll silence you in a hurry. There.
What's the meaning of this? A prisoner in my own home. Where's that other masked man?
He'll be back after I've left. Meanwhile, you're going to make a few phone calls.
Phone calls?
It's early. I think we can get the councilmen before they leave their homes. I mean the other councilmen.
Councilman?
You'll ask each of them to come here at 8:30 this evening for a secret meeting. Make it clear that they're to park their cars away from the house. Also, that they're to be on time. And you'd better make it strong.
Britt Reed dialed the phone numbers, then held the gun on Grayson while the councilman talked to each of his fellow members. When the last call had been completed, the young publisher joined Cato in the hallway. He took off his mask and reversed his topcoat.
I've gagged Grayson again, Cato.
Hands are tied?
Yes. You stay here on guard. I'll check with you later.
You go to office now?
Right. I have something very special to tell Miss Case. Miss Case, I have a rather lengthy communication here. It carries an urgent request that I follow specific instructions in the hope of correcting an evil situation.
Oh?
In place of a signature, there's a paper seal. Look at it.
Good heavens. The Green Hornet. Mr. Reed, what does it say? Why did he send it to you?
Now, we can assume that he knows my stand because of our editorials concerning the parking lot ordinance. He's asked for help in a plan that may expose Councilman Grayson as a bribe taker.
It looks like a long letter.
There are very specific instructions. I'm to find a girl who is smart, courageous, and reliable. Miss Case, do you want to help the Green Hornet?
Well,
If you do, you'll have to follow instructions to the letter. Ask no questions. Go through with the plans no matter what happens. It's entirely up to you.
Do you want me to do it? Do you think I could?
If I didn't think so, I wouldn't have discussed the matter.
Then count me in. What are the instructions?
Britt Reed read detailed instructions, then folded the Hornet's letter and put it in his pocket.
Is everything clear?
I'm to meet the councilman, escort them into Grayson's den, and keep them from wondering where Grayson is until Philbrick arrives.
Yes. I'll call for you and take you to Grayson's home.
Britt Reed took Lenore Case to the Grayson home and left her in the library. He excused himself, but instead of leaving the house, he crept upstairs to Grayson's bedroom door and signaled to Cato.
Close the door, Cato. That's it. Now keep very quiet. Miss Case is downstairs.
Oh.
I told her I had to leave for a little while. I'm going to go outside and watch things through the window in case of trouble. Is Grayson well tied and gagged?
Oh, yes, sir.
And you sneak out the back way. Get the Black Beauty and park it around the corner. Be sure the horn is working. We might want to let the councilman see the Hornet make a getaway while I'm around to avert suspicion.
I understand.
Now, stand near the corner so you can see when I signal with the flashlight. Get going. The councilman will be arriving in a few minutes.
Here's Jackson. Now we're all here.
Well, go right in there, Mr. Jackson.
Well, looks like a council meeting. Where's Grayson?
I've been instructed to see that you gentlemen are made comfortable. There are cigars and cigarettes, and there's wine on the table.
Cigars, cigarettes, wine. I want to know why we were called here.
Yeah, so do I. My time is valuable.
Please, gentlemen, just be patient until 9 o'clock.
And what then?
You have only a few minutes to wait, and then you'll know everything.
Well, I want to see Grayson. Is he here or isn't he?
Yes, where is he? Why did he summon us so urgently?
I can tell you nothing. I'm sure you'll have all the answers at 9 o'clock, or thereabouts.
The doorbell.
2 minutes to 9.
Gentlemen, I'm going to answer the door. I'm going to take the visitor into the room adjoining. This door is slightly open. You can hear all that's said. And I think you'll hear plenty.
Who is the visitor?
It's Mr. Philbrick, owner of the chain of parking lots. Please go right into this room, Mr. Philbrick.
I don't get it. Where's Grayson? Who are you?
Do you think I'd be here if Grayson didn't trust me to handle certain affairs? Sit down, Mr. Philbrick.
He trying to play cagey?
Well, he has to be careful. After all, he doesn't know you very well. You might be trying to frame him.
Why should I do that?
Did you come here alone?
Yeah, of course I came alone.
You have the cash?
You tell Grayson to come here if he wants to see the cash. I'll deal with him personally. No one else.
I'm sorry, Mr. Philbrick, but I must see the money. As a matter of fact, I must examine it and make sure it's unmarked.
I'm not saying another word like talk to Grayson. You go get him.
Mr. Philbrick, I'm sure you can appreciate Mr. Grayson's position. When a member of a council accepts a $5,000 bribe...
You needn't be so blunt.
Why be otherwise? I think it's...
Don't bother, Grayson.
Sit still or I'll shoot.
Where did you come
Luck
from?
was with me. I managed to cut the ropes with a razor blade.
What's up, Grayson?
Plenty. The Green Hornet's held me prisoner since last night.
Last night?
Yes. He heard you and me make our arrangements.
But this girl
Obviously, he sent her to collect the $5,000. A very neat trick.
So you're working with a Green Hornet?
No, I'm not.
We've got to find out who the Hornet is and shut him up for keeps.
Well, you heard the councilman, sister. Speak up. Who is the Hornet?
I can't tell you.
Oh, yes, you can.
Grayson.
Jackson, you here.
We're all here. We heard all we need to hear.
Put the gun down.
Stand back, all of you. You hear me? Stand back or I'll fire.
Frame up there in the next room. They heard everything.
That's exactly right. You're through, Grayson.
Through? Yes, I'm through because of you and the Green Hornet. But I'll get even. I'll get you.
Grayson, don't be a fool. Put that gun down. That girl's not working with the Green Hornet. She's Miss Case.
I don't care who she is. She's ruined me and she'll pay. She'll pay with her life.
Not tonight.
The Hornet.
Here he is, the man.
Grayson in the doorway behind you.
No.
Take it, Grayson.
Yes.
That'll hold you. Take over, gentlemen.
Britt Reed slammed the door, raced down the corridor, and out the front door. On the porch, he quickly reversed his coat and pulled off his mask. Then, knowing that the councilman would be in hot pursuit, he cried out with no effort to disguise his voice.
Stop! Stop! Get that man!
Jackson, Norton, and Miss Case found Britt Reed staggering on the porch.
Mr. Reed.
Where did he go?
Reed, it's you.
I just arrived. The door flew open and fairly exploded in my face. Someone rushed out, and for an instant I was half blinded by some sort of gas.
It was the Green Hornet.
That's right. The Green Hornet just left here.
Great Scott.
Did you see where he went?
Well, I can't be sure. I think he disappeared around that corner.
Look, that car just shot out of a side street.
That horn.
That's him. That's the Green Hornet.
He's gotten away.
A fine thing. He shoots me with that gas weapon after all Miss Case and I did to cooperate with him.
Oh, but Mr. Reed, the cooperation was highly successful.
Oh, what happened?
Sharkey, Ray, and Hardwick are inside watching Philbrick and Grayson. Reed, we're all witnesses to an attempted bribe.
And an attempted murder. To think that I accepted campaign contributions from a crook like Philbrick.
Well, it seems that I'm just too late for all the fun.
It's awfully nice of you to take me home, Mr. Reed. It's far out of your way.
Yeah, that's the least I can do after sending you on an assignment that, well, it might have meant death.
Mr. Reed.
Yes?
I hope I'll have another chance.
Another chance?
I'd like to work on another case with the Green Hornet. Do you think he'll ask me to?
Oh, Miss Case, how should I know what the Green Hornet will do?
Just between the two of us, Mr. Reed, I think you know a lot about what the Green Hornet does.
Cut the Lux Street Pepper. Green Hornet exposes bribe. Councilman indicted by grand jury. Read all about it. New city ordinance imposed on parking lots. That's the Lux Street Pepper.
Remember, you can have one of our official Lone Ranger pedometers, the amazing invention that measures how far you walk. But please keep this in mind so you won't be disappointed. We have only a very limited supply of these wonderful pedometers, so you'll have to hurry, and I mean hurry with a capital Hurry. The way orders are pouring in from fellows and girls all over the country, we may have to close this offer up quick and without notice. Better send for yours at once, not later than tomorrow. Send only 25 cents in coin, 1 single quarter, and 1 Cheerios box top to Green Hornet, Box 36, Box 36, New York City, New York. I'll repeat. Send to Green Hornet, Box 36, New York City, New York. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by Cheerios, the breakfast cereal that's made from good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, the Masked Rider of the Plains brings outlaws to justice in another exciting adventure when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The smile on your face is there because you know that your mouth tastes great. And it's nice when their teeth are getting strong and the clean in your mouth is Colgate.
Colgate is more than a brisk, clean taste. With regular brushing, Colgate's fluoride penetrates the surface of tooth enamel. Not this fast, but it gets in and fights cavities.
And the clean in your mouth is Colgate.
Want to win $15,000? Look for details in Sunday's paper and at your local store.
Feelings, nothing more than feelings.
Well, I have a brother in Los Angeles that I call. I enjoy talking to him. He's my only brother. It's like normal brothers. We used to fight like cats and dogs, but no one else could hit him but me. I always maintained that I got the bulk and he got the brains. He's just a wonderful guy, and I enjoy calling.
I'm hurting in places I didn't know I had. They got me doing things I never thought I could. Feeling good, feeling strong, part of something I belong.
The Army can make you feel a lot of ways. Challenged, trained, and proud.
With this time, with these people, with this feeling, feeling good, feeling good.
Let yourself go to Pizza Hut. Go for new super style.
More sausage.
More cheese. Our new super style pizzas are a whole lot more.
More pepperoni. More mushrooms.
More of your favorite toppings than ever before.
More everything.
Let yourself go to Pizza Hut. Go for new super style.
New super style from now on.
It shouldn't hurt to be a child, but sometimes the way we treat our children hurts. What can we do to stop the hurt?
I'll show my child some love.
And understanding. I'll write for information.
For information.
I'll treat my child as a person, not...
I'll talk to a troubled parent.
I'll spend more time with my children, starting tonight. I want to love.
Not hurt. It shouldn't hurt to be a child. Write Prevent Child Abuse and stop the hurt.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and the hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. The masked rider of the plains was the greatest champion of law and order the West ever knew. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought crime and criminals to the length and breadth of 7 states. But justice meant more to him than the letter of the law, and he was always ready to match wits with a man who used legal means to rob honest men and women. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading west for Stockton! Hello, Silver! Away! Old Nate Warren, his work-crippled body resting in an easy chair, watched his wife closely. She was standing at a window on the farther side of the room, and...
Is it Matt, honey?
I think so, Nate. Wait till it gets a little closer. It's so dark outside, it's hard to see. Uh-huh, it's him, all right.
Can you see how he looks?
Now, how could I this time of day? What's the use of your upsetting yourself so? I declare, ever since Matt rode into town, you've been acting like you figured Mr. Thorne would tell him no.
Wouldn't surprise me none.
Why should he?
'Cause he'd pay him to. That's why.
But if Matt'll be able to take up that note,
He'd rather Matt couldn't. So's he could take over Matt's horses and sell them to the Army itself.
But I didn't think Mr. Thorne knew about the letter Matt got from Captain Ives.
Who's going to say what Thorne knows and what he don't? All I said was I told Matt to keep still about it. That don't mean Thorne ain't found out. I've knowed that highbinder for quite a spell now. Where there's a chance for a profit, he finds out plenty.
But I know that...
Shh, quiet.
Hello, Ma. Well, Pa, how you feeling tonight? The ache gone out of your legs any?
Never mind me, son. You know what your ma and me are waiting to hear. How'd you come out?
The way you said I would.
He turns you down?
Guess so.
Oh, Matt, he wouldn't even give you one more week.
No, not a day even. Fact is, I'd have been better off if I'd asked for a year. Then he'd likely figured I was just hoping for things to get better. Asking for a week made him suspicious. Everything else being equal, he knew doggone well a week wouldn't be no help. So he guessed I had some kind of deal on the fire.
Didn't I tell you about that fella, Ma?
Oh, what a shame.
Well, that's that. Week from now, and I won't have to worry no more about how to make a horse ranch pay. I won't have any. It'll be thorns.
And then when Captain Ives gets here, he'll have to buy horses from him for the Army.
Yep.
Oh, it won't be that bad, will it, son? You'll be able to pay off part of the note in cash, won't you? That'll leave you some horses.
Oh, I haven't a dime.
What, there was 500?
It's gone.
Gone, Matt? But what...
Wait, Hattie. Matt, did I hear you right? Did you really say the cash you've been saving is gone?
All of it.
Where? How?
Well, it don't matter none, does it? It's gone. Talking about it won't bring it back. There's been expenses, of course.
Doctor's expenses.
Oh, now, Pa, I told you
that... the doctor you brought to see me didn't cost you none extra. That he was in town visiting from the east. Didn't charge you no more than Doc Macklin does.
I told you
But if your 500's gone, I'm betting it's 'cause you sent for that Sawbones and had him come special.
Now, look, Pa.
Ain't that so?
Well...
Ain't it?
Well, all right, it is. But doggone it, when I seen you moping around day in and day out, Pa, when maybe a good doctor from the east might be able to make you well again, but it was just for your own good.
Now you'll lose everything you own on account of it. Well, if you'd had any sense, you'd have saved enough horses to sell to the Army to get started all over again.
Oh, let's not talk about it, huh? I just don't feel up to it.
I shouldn't think you would.
I gotta go out. I ain't unsettled yet.
Oh, Nate, you shouldn't have been cross with him.
Why not?
He spent that money for you.
It shows he's a fool.
Oh, but
for the
Pa...
past 10 years, he's been a fool. What's he mean by wasting good cash for grub and doctors and such on a stove-in old has-been like me? Ain't I lived my life? You think all the sawbones in the world can ever make me good for anything again? Anybody but a fool would have told me to pack up and get long ago.
Oh, Nate.
Now, what's the matter with you?
For a minute, I thought you really were angry with me.
Well, I am. I waited till I was flat bust for coming here. And he proved he didn't have good sense by taking me in.
Taking us in?
Well, you've kept house and cooked for him. You've earned your keep.
But, Pa...
I never. But I'm gonna.
Huh?
And, Hattie, you're gonna help me.
I'll do anything Nate, you know I will.
And first off,
Get my boots and gun belt.
Do what?
You heard me. Then find me a horse and help me get aboard it.
Nate, you haven't ridden for 10 years.
It's about time I did.
You're not leaving this house.
I am.
No, you're not.
Look, honey, listen to me.
Yes?
I'm about done for. No matter what kind of care I took of myself, I ain't got no great time to live.
Nate, don't talk that way.
Oh, listen. I'm just stating facts. When I say what happens to Matt is more important than anything that happens to me, well, that's a fact, too. So get me my boots and the gun belt, honey, then put me on that horse. Afterwards, the law can have me, but Thorne won't never collect on that note.
4 hours later, a horse slowly entered the outskirts of the town of Stockton. In the saddle was a man who could barely keep his balance. Horse and rider halted before a dimly lit office, and then...
Oh, boy. Oh. Injun! Hi there, Injun!
What matter?
Speak English, eh? Good. Give me a hand to get down. I reckon I'm some shakier than I figured to be.
You get hurt?
Nothing like that, Injun. Just old and stove in. Here, just kind of hold me steady while I slide out of this here saddle. Thanks. Thank you kindly. Wait a second. Nope, I'll never make it by myself, Injun. What do you think of an old morsey horn like me that can't even walk by itself without asking help? Wouldn't think a fella like me was good for much, huh?
Where you go?
Just inside there, Injun. Just far enough to scotch a snake. Don't savvy that, do you? Well, maybe it's just as well you don't. Look, you mind helping me get to the door?
Me help.
What's your handle?
Me name Tonto.
All right, then, Tonto. Let's go.
Here, door.
Don't open it. I can make it inside when I'm ready. Now then, let me see. Yeah, better have a look at my shooting iron first. All primed.
What you do with gun?
Injun, you can ask me lots of things, but that ain't one of them. Now, let me give you a word of advice, eh?
What that?
Make tracks. Because I got a notion the farther you travel inside the next 2 minutes, the less you're going to have to explain.
It was still later that same evening when Matt Warren burst into the parlor where his mother was seated in.
Ma, I thought you said Pa turned in.
My lands, ain't it?
His room's empty.
Why, son, you must be mistaken.
I ain't. I tell you, I looked. I looked in his room to see if he was sleeping comfortable, and he wasn't there. Even his bed hadn't been touched.
Well, what could have become of him?
That's what I'd like to know. You think he'd have been loco enough to try going outside without telling anybody?
Why, don't seem like he would.
Yeah, I'll take a look. Maybe... Say... Ma.
Yes, Matt?
Did you help him to his room?
Well, now, that's a silly question to ask.
Did you?
Of course I did.
And helped him to bed, too?
Don't I owe a son since your pa's been crippled? Now, I think you better
And if you
go
helped him to bed like you say you did, how do you explain his bed not being touched?
What?
Ma, you know something about his disappearing. You must. Where'd Pa go? What happened to him?
Matt, you're talking foolish.
No, I'm not. There's only 2 ways to explain about his bed. Either you never helped him in there, Ma, or you did. Then he left afterwards and you made his bed again when he was gone. Either way, you'd have to know about it. Now, what's this mean?
Son, I...
Carry him in.
Say, what the...
A masked man. Oh, Nate.
Got it, Injun. Why'd you have to do
Now,
this?
what in blazes...
One moment. Put Nate in that chair, Kemosabe.
Damn it. Why couldn't you have left me be, Injun? Why'd you have to go and spoil it anyway?
Oh, what's happened?
Ain't none of your business.
But what were you...
I'll explain if your father won't, Matt. He tried to call on Thorne tonight, but luckily for him, it was Tonto he asked to help him to the office.
You was calling on Mr. Thorne?
With a 6-gun.
Oh, you didn't mean to...
What I meant to do is my affair.
But look here,
Matt, he meant to help you, even if he doesn't want to admit it. Tonto stopped him, brought him to me, and I got the story out of him.
Oh, was trying to help me? How?
He would have shot Thorne, taken the note he holds, and destroyed it.
Did you go crazy?
No such thing. Why shouldn't I have drilled this skunk? Don't he mean to put you out of business?
But you'd have been jailed.
And what if I was?
You are loco.
Quit calling me that. I ain't. Would have saved you, wouldn't I? What's the difference between jail and any place else when you're too stove in to get around anyhow?
So you'd have gone to jail for me.
If Tonto hadn't meddled...
Oh, I don't know what to say.
Then don't say nothing. This for you, Tonto. You too, Mr. Masked Man. I wish to heaven...
That way you'd stayed out of this, I know. But would you feel better about it if I told you we can help Matt, and without having to kill to do it?
Huh?
You'd help me?
Yes.
What for? What are my troubles to you?
Thorne needs a lesson. Perhaps he's within the law this time, but I've heard enough about him to know the law doesn't mean much to him. Inside or out of it, he's a money grabber.
And then some.
But
Wait. Matt, as I understand it, an officer is coming here to buy your horses for the Army.
But he won't get here till after that note's due. Thorne will get my horses for half of what they're worth to make up what I owe him, and, well, I'll be left with nothing.
You have nothing else with which to pay?
Not a thing. You see, I lease my land and pay rent for these buildings. The horses I raise are all I own.
The Thorne couldn't just take your stock without your permission. The sheriff would have to put them up for sale, and Thorne take his money out of what they brought in.
But there ain't a market for fine stock around here. That's why selling to the Army'd be my only chance to stay in business till things get better. But now what'll happen is Thorne will bid in them horses himself, dirt cheap. He'd likely end up owning them with me still in debt to him.
When is that note due?
4 days.
And when can Captain Ives get here?
Not for a week yet.
Very well. Promise me one thing. Don't let the sheriff put your horses up for sale until the note is due.
I wouldn't have anyhow.
Good. Come, Tonto.
Hold on. You said you'd help.
I will.
How can you?
Matt, that's something you'd better not know. Good night.
What do?
I think we'll do what Thorne's done several times, Kimosabe. Yep.
What that?
We'll step outside the law. Ready? Uh-huh. Then let's go. Come on, old fellow.
Get up,
Ho, Silver! Away! The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. 4 days passed. The note held by Thorne fell due, and immediately afterwards, a moneylender took steps to seize Matt Warren's stock. Both Thorne and Matt appeared before Judge Luther, and...
Judge, that note's past due. Matt owes me $1,000, can't pay.
That's so, Matt? Can't you pay it?
Well, I can't now, but I would if Thorne would give me another week.
Well, Thorne, why don't you?
Why should I?
Well, I sure wouldn't say you needed that $1,000 real bad. I always understood you was right well off.
If I am, it wasn't by letting folks owe me money beg off from paying it.
No, I reckon not.
But doggone it, I'm not begging off. I want to pay it, and I will if you don't...
If I let you take your time about it. Well, that's not the way of doing business.
No, your way of doing business is to grab a profit no matter who gets hurt by it.
That's a lie, blast you. I won't have you talking like
Here,
that.
stop it. Both of you. Now then, any more of that, and I'll tell the sheriff to get in the fight. He'll handle you both. Hear that, Sheriff?
Sure did, Judge.
Remember it.
Well, I'm sorry, Judge. But doggone it, you'd be mad, too, if you was me. The only reason Thorne's making me trouble is because I was idiot enough to ask him for just a week to get that 1,000 in. That showed him I was figuring to make a deal, so he decided to make it himself.
Matt, right, Thorne?
I don't know what he's talking about, and neither does he.
I suppose if the judge tells the sheriff to auction off my horses, you won't bid them in yourself.
I'll have to. I don't know anybody else would buy them.
You'll get them for almost nothing.
I'm not in the horse breeding business. They ain't worth much to me.
But you've got a darn good notion you'll find out where I figured to sell them, ain't you?
I don't know what
Maybe you'll be able to bid in my stock for less than 1,000. Then while I still owed you the difference, you'd hunt out the buyer I had in mind, sell the horses to him, make a big profit, and all the time with me still in debt to you.
Why, confound you, I'll show you if you... I wasn't going to say anything.
Then don't act like you was.
Judge, you aren't going to let my horses be put up for sale, are you?
Matt, I'll have to admit I kind of sympathize with you.
Well, then can't you do something for me?
The law's the law. You owe Thorne money. You can't pay it. So he's entitled to get his cash the best way he knows how.
But it ain't fair, I tell you.
Sheriff.
Yeah?
I'm authorizing you to seize Matt's horses, advertise an auction, and sell them off.
Right.
From what you take in, you'll take out whatever the sale costs the county, plus any taxes maybe Matt owes. Then you'll give Thorne what he's got coming, or what you kin of it. After that, if there's any cash left...
There won't be.
As I was saying, if there's anything left after that, it belongs to Matt. See that he gets it.
Sure.
Thank you, Judge. Now, I would like to...
Ben! What's the idea of busting in here without being told to? Sheriff, see that Ben
Well,
gets...
I gotta see Matt a second, Judge. It's important.
Why, you
Couldn't I see what Ben wants, Judge? It wouldn't take but just a second, and maybe it is important.
All right, but then tell him to get out.
Thank you.
Judge.
Well?
About the auction. If it could be real soon, I'd appreciate it.
Anxious to get them horses, huh?
Not exactly that, but then...
Well, there ain't going to be no sale.
What?
You threatening me, Matt?
No.
Then just what you mean by what you said.
Only what I told you. There won't be no sale because there ain't no horses. Ben just brought the word. They've been stolen.
Well, it's a trick.
No, I tell you...
Judge, if they were stole, Matt stole them himself. He stole them and cheated me out of what's rightfully mine.
Look here, Thorne.
But it won't work, blast you. I'll see that you go to jail for it. You're nothing but a sneaking thief.
Thorne left the courtroom and hurried on foot to the cafe a block distant. There he sought out a dark, heavy-set man named Fresno, and taking him to a corner table, told him what had just happened.
And you figure Matt stole them horses himself, Thorne?
Of course he did.
Why would he steal what belonged to him in the first place, eh?
To keep them horses from being sold to me, you fool. To stop the auction.
Oh.
But I told him he wouldn't get away with it, and he won't. Fresno, I'll have that fella jailed.
Uh-huh. I don't blame you.
But that'll take care of itself. What's important right now is getting them horses back.
Yeah?
And in a hurry.
The sheriff will hunt for them, won't he?
Yes, but so will you.
Me? If the sheriff
Can't
hunts
you
for 'em-
understand they have to be found in a hurry? Can't you get it through your head that I can't wait for the sheriff to take his time finding them? Now, what have you learned about Matt's deal?
Nothing. Nothing at all. He ain't talked.
Didn't you go out to his place?
Sure. But none of them talk.
Well, there you are. I know someone must want to buy, or Matt would never have asked for extra time to meet my note. If them horses can be put up at auction, I'll get title to them. Whoever that buyer is, he'll come to me. He'll have to.
Then what are you worrying about?
I'm not worrying because I don't know the buyer. I'm worried because I don't know how soon he'll get here. What if he got here in time to bid against me? Then where'd I be? I couldn't bid more than he does, or I'd never be able to sell them to him at a profit. If I bid less, he'd get the horses, and I'd just get the amount of the note.
And do you want more than that, eh?
I want every last penny I can make out of this deal.
So I'm to look for them horses myself.
You're to look for them and find them. You need money?
I was born needing it.
Then locate that herd, and there'll be $100 in it for you. But find it within 2 days, then there'll be 100 more. Now get busy. Go out to the Warren place and pick up the trail.
For the next few days, the countryside was thoroughly searched for a clue to the disappearance of Matt Warren's horses. Fresno, the sheriff, and Matt himself led parties of expert trailers, but with no success. The animals were followed without difficulty until their trail crossed a wide expanse of hardened lava. And there all signs vanished. Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, kept an eye on these searching parties without allowing himself to be seen. Then, late one afternoon, he heard himself hailed by the masked man.
Howie! Oh, Scout. Oh, fella. Oh. Silver. Oh, they're steady. Oh, where are the search parties?
Them over that way.
Still investigating those blind canyons off the lava field, huh?
Them not Pine Horse, though.
But they will soon, Tonto.
Them Pine Trail?
And not that. I doubt they could find the horses in the next month without a hint.
That's right.
But it's time they got a hint.
What you mean?
Captain Ives is on the Stockton stage.
Oh.
He'll be in town before nightfall.
That's good.
So now's the time to carry out the rest of our plan, Tonto. But we'll have to take care of him. Matt's under suspicion. We must be sure the law doesn't become certain he's behind what we've done. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Hurry, old fellow. Hurry! When the stage arrived at Stockton, Captain Ives, in civilian clothes, descended, inquired the way to the Warren place, and arrived there just after dark. Matt's mother opened the door in response to his knock, and...
Yes?
Good evening. This is where Matt Warren lives?
Uh-huh. I'm his ma. Step in, won't you?
Thanks. I'm Captain Ives. Your son has probably mentioned me. Oh, good evening, sir.
Howdy, Cap. Have a chair, won't you?
Thank you, I will.
Sure. Sit down, make yourself comfortable. Matt's my son. Right now he's cleaning up. Been in the saddle all day. Call him, won't you, Ma?
Uh-huh.
He'll be here in a second. But, Cap, I'm afraid you got here too late.
Too late? But I thought he understood that I was
he
coming.
knew when you'd get here, Cap. That ain't it.
But surely he hasn't sold his stock without letting me know.
It ain't that either. Well, this is him now, Cap. Maybe he'd better tell you about it. This is that army fella you was expecting, son.
Oh, howdy. I wish I could say I was glad to see you.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I ain't told him what happened yet, Matt.
Oh. Well, Captain, you made a long trip for nothing. Right now, I couldn't sell you a horse if you offered me all the cash in Texas. Crook stole every critter I own.
No.
Sorry, but that's the way it is. And you can't find no trace of them. It's like they've been swallowed up. That's what I've been doing today, trying to pick up the trail.
Well, that is too bad.
Maybe you had a long trip all for nothing, Cap, but Matt's flat busted.
Is that true?
Yep, this cleans me out. Oh, but of course, that don't concern you, and I'm right sorry you've had to waste your time. You still have to get horses somewhere, though, I suppose.
Yes, we need remounts badly.
Well, I'll give you the names of a couple of fellas I know in the States you might look up. But you'll be staying the night, won't you? You must be right tired.
Frankly, I'm tired enough, and I'd like to stay, but I'm afraid I can't. You see, I haven't much time. If you'll give me the names of those men you mentioned, maybe I'll still have a chance to catch tonight's stage.
Oh, sure. Now, let me see. Oh, over near Grover, there's Max Duncan. He's got some mighty fine horses. And Ridge Lawson's got a place over by the...
The horses.
What?
Matt, outside. They found them.
What's that?
Ma, do you
Must
think...
be them, son. There's all them horses, and I see Mr. Thorne and the sheriff. That's them now.
Well, I'll be a hop toad.
Come in.
Hang on, Injun Fresno. Bring him on in here.
Right.
You found the horses?
Howdy, folks. Yep, every one, Matt. My deputies are turning them into your corrals right now.
What's he saying?
And what's more, here's one of the crooks that stole them.
Me not crook.
By thunder, it's Tonto.
It was me that seen him and trailed him to the canyon where they'd had the horses hid.
Yep, it was Fresno tipped us off. Likely they was holding the horses till they seen their chance to run them across the border.
But you got them back. Sheriff, I wish I could tell you how much I'm appreciating this.
Shucks, Matt.
Not so fast.
Huh?
I guess you're forgetting that court order, Matt. Them horses are going to be put up at auction. They don't belong to you anymore. As a matter of fact, your guess was right. I'm going to bid them in. Sheriff?
Yeah, Thorne?
I demand that you hold the auction at the first possible moment.
Good.
Huh? Who are you?
Captain Ives of the United States Army, commissioned to buy cavalry remounts.
Then you're the fellow Matt was going to deal with.
Yes. I'm willing to pay $5,000 if his stock meets with Army specifications. Are you prepared to go over that figure?
Right.
5,000? Oh, of course he ain't. It was you, Captain. He figured to sell them horses, too. Oh, think of it. 5,000. It'll pay the $1,000 I owe and leave us $4,000 over.
Ain't that fine?
And you can just bet those horses will be what you're looking for, Captain. You won't find better anywhere.
This ain't right. He ain't got
Holler
no
all
right
you
to...
want to, Thorne, but I'm scared them horses were found too late to do you any good.
But don't you...
That don't mean you don't owe me $100 for finding them just the same. You'll pay up or I'll take it out of your hide.
This ain't legal. I'll see Judge Luther.
You shut up or I'll see the judge.
What?
You told everybody in town I'd stole my own stock. Try to spoil things now, and I'll sue you for every dollar you got.
And Matt'll have a good chance to get it, too.
Finding the engine with the horses proves you lied about me.
I didn't mean it, Matt. I never meant to call you a thief. You won't sue, will you?
Not if you don't meddle.
The horses are yours if you want them. But, Redskin, I'll see that you hang as high as a kite.
Some other time.
Who's that?
Up with your hands, everyone. Now to outside quickly.
Me go.
That masked man's one of the crooks. Sheriff, arrest him. Go after him. He's the
You're
one that
welcome to follow, but you won't find us. Adios.
Sheriff, why don't you go after him?
Oh, those are the two fellas that promised to help me. And instead, they tried to rob me.
Well, son, I'm wondering about that. I'm wondering a lot.
Hail, Silver, away! The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Greasy dirt can be a problem all over the kitchen. How do you clean it?
Oh, it has to be ammonia. Ammonia?
What if I told you ammonia's good for some jobs, but not for greasy dirt? Top Job cleans greasy dirt. Straight ammonia can't.
I'm from Missouri, and you'll have to show me.
Let's see what happens.
Mine isn't budging. Yours is coming out. The ammonia side is sticky. It's a grime.
The Top Job side feels real smooth and clean.
Top Job, the tough kitchen cleaner for tough, greasy dirt.
King Carol has New York's music at the King Carol prices New York loves. Rock. Classical. Latin. Broadway, country, soul, jazz. King Carol has more different records and tapes than anybody. Now, all RCA records on sale, including Elvis, a Canadian tribute, and limited edition gold vinyl, and Daryl Hall and John Oates Along the Red Ledge, featuring the hits.
If you haven't heard about King Carol, it's time you did.
Peter Frampton, the Bee Gees, Kiss, Linda Ronstadt. You'll find them all in one exciting weekly magazine, Circus. Every week, Circus Magazine reveals the truth about the incredible rock and roll scene.
I'm Jerry Rothberg, editor of Circus Magazine, and I want you to read the toughest, timeliest, gutsiest magazine around.
Read Circus for in-depth reporting about the new drug laws, the facts about birth control, and how to buy stereo equipment. Circus Magazine in color, now at your newsstand every week. Pick up your copy today.
Kurt Russell, as a campus scientist, makes an amazing discovery.
Invisible?
Disney's Now You See 'Em, Now You Don't. Sunday at 7, 6 Central and Mountain on NBC. Bob Hope salutes the World Series with special guests Danny Kaye, Glenn Campbell, Steve Martin, The Muppets, Cheryl Teagues, and more. Catch it Sunday.
Americans see the smaller car as their salvation. What they don't know is that 4- and 6-cylinder engines rev higher, run hotter, and are murder on oil. That's why they need Castrol. In lab tests, the 2 leading motor oils showed significant breakdown in viscosity. Castrol didn't. And that's important, because after the motor oil breaks down, who knows what could break down next? Castrol, the oil engineered for smaller cars.
Get details on Castrol's $2.50 per euro supplier offer at your nearby TSS store.
That's right, Greasers. It's the terrific 10, turning the years back to the fabulous 50. Rockin' and roll into your favorite golden oldies. Sha-na-na, Wednesday night at 7:30 on Channel 4. And Grease for Peace.
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Hey, look, boss. Look at this. An ad in the Star Times out-of-town newspaper. Yeah.
Box 13, Adventure Wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. Well, this looks like the right answer, Tony.
Mm.
I think I'll write a letter to Box 13.
The letter was postmarked from a city in Nevada. It came airmail, special delivery to Box 13 and me. It sounded like a great chance to grab a change of scenery and maybe a little fun. Fun? Brother, how wrong could I be?
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Triple Cross.
Just run an advertisement in the Star Times, one that reads, Adventure Wanted, will go any place, do anything, and see what you get. A lot of them can be interesting, like the one I listened to Susie read. The one that came airmail, special delivery from Nevada.
Enclosed is enough money to buy you a plane ticket to Los Meros. You want adventure? All right. Come to Los Meros, register at the Paradise Hotel. Wait in your room until you're contacted.
And that's all it says, Susie?
That's all, Mr. Holliday. There's not even a signature even. It's what's called an ominous letter.
What kind of a letter, Susie?
Ominous. That means it's not signed by anybody.
The word you mean is anonymous.
Oh.
But you could be right after all. Well, Susie, lock up the office and look for me when you see me with a new plot and a nice tan. A new plot and a nice tan, I said. I got the plot, but the tan almost turned into a beautiful white pallor, the kind that goes well with lilies. The plane trip was smooth. The trip from airport to the Paradise Hotel was nice and easy. And the hotel itself, well, it was the only one I could remember that looked like the ads in the travel folders. Oddly enough, there was a room reserved for me in my name. Okay, somebody checked and found out who I was. I explored the suite, thinking maybe I'd get a lead on what this was all about, but it was just a fancy set of rooms, all newly decorated. I sat down, and then about a half hour later... Come in.
Message for you, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
Just a minute. Who gave this to you?
A man, sir.
What kind of a man? What did he look like?
Oh, just a man, sir.
Oh, I see. A head, 2 eyes, nose, 2 ears, and a mouth. That his description?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what he looked like.
Good. Then I'll know him when I see him. Oh, did he ask for an answer?
No, sir. He just told me to bring the envelope to you. Will that be all, sir?
Huh? Oh, yes, thanks. Well, 2 $100 bills. And a message that said, buy a red carnation in the flower shop and put it in your lapel. After dinner, go to the casino roulette table, buy $200 in chips and put them on number 18. If you win, walk away, wait 10 minutes, and put half the winnings on number 22. After you play, wait in the casino. So, with a carnation in my lapel, I bought $200 in chips and walked to the roulette table. There weren't many players. It was a little too early for the big crowd. So I waited a minute and watched the play. Took a look at the croupier, but I might as well have been in Timbuktu. He didn't give me a tumble. Okay, the best way to see what was going to happen was to see. I shoved the whole 200 on number 18. One or two of the other players placed bets, and then...
No more bets, please. No more bets. Number 18, red and even. Your chip, sir.
The croupier shoved the winnings across to me. I watched his face. If he had any expression, it was on the soles of his shoes. Well, maybe $7,000 win was coming around here. I left the table, sat down, and did a little problem in arithmetic, which figured out to be $126,000. That's what I'd have if number 22 came up. And, brother, it looked from where I sat as though it would. The 10 minutes went by, and I walked back to the table. Waited until the wheel stopped.
Number 16, red and even. Place your bets, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Slowly, I shoved 3,500 in chips to number 22. This time, the others around the wheel did look. 3,500 at 35 to 1. Then the wheel began to slow up.
No more bets, ladies and gentlemen. No more bets, please.
That croupier was as cold as the floor of a mausoleum. Somebody dropped a pin, and I heard it hit the floor. The white ball clicked, clicked, clicked its way until...
Number 22, black and even. Your chip, sir.
I cashed in the chips, and there I sat, with $126,000 tucked away in my inside coat pocket. Somebody had that wheel fixed for a killing. I began to wish I was back in my office. I didn't like it. A crooked play. Why? Who? I made up my mind to go to the owner of the place and wash my hands of the whole thing when...
Oh, there you are, Mr. Holliday. I've been looking for you. I have a message for you.
Yeah?
Well, it's verbal this time, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, what is it?
You're to go into the bar and wait.
Is that all?
Yes, sir.
The same man gave you this message?
Yes, sir.
Did he still have a head, 2 eyes, a nose, and 2 ears?
Yes, sir.
All right, here you are, kid.
Oh, thank you.
You know, if this keeps up much longer, you'll be able to retire on my tips alone.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday. Will that be all?
How much did this character give you to forget what he looked like?
Oh, nothing, sir. Nothing at all.
And a smart boy like you should have taken a good look the second time.
Huh?
Especially since I asked about him after the first message.
Oh, he was big, dark, a little mustache, and he had a little white scar over his right eye.
Will you take $5 for that information?
That's all right, Mr. Holliday. No charge for that service.
Good boy. I'll see you later.
Yes, sir, Mr. Holliday.
I walked toward the bar, wondering what was coming next. I didn't like that fortune burning the cloth in my pocket. The bar was like my suite. Fancy, rich, and expensive. I climbed up on one of the stools, and the bartender came over and...
Yes, sir. May I serve you, sir?
Got any ginger ale?
Yes, sir. What with, sir?
Oh, by itself. Just a glass of ginger ale.
Just a ginger ale?
Uh-huh. You see, I like the bubbles.
Champagne has bubbles, too.
But they're still around the next day. Just a ginger ale.
Yes, sir, of course.
Excuse me, is someone sitting here?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Thank you.
Here you are, sir. Ginger ale.
Thanks.
The usual, please.
Okay. Yes, sir, may I?
You got a light?
Of course.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Here you are.
Thanks. Why do you drink ginger ale?
I like it. Why do you drink martinis?
Same reason, I guess. It's a brilliant conversation, isn't it?
Well, I've heard better.
You're not very friendly, are you?
A Boy Scout is always friendly.
And does good turns. So I hear.
Do you want to be helped across the street?
All right, I'll shut up.
I took a good look at her. There was something scared looking about her. She was nervous. Well, so was I, because the minutes were passing and I still had that money. And I wanted to get rid of it. But I wondered about the girl, whether she had any part in this. I watched her out of the corner of my eye. She picked up her bag, reached for a lipstick, and then...
Oh, clumsy.
So it's true what they say about women's handbags. You get the stuff on the bar, I'll pick up the kitchen sink off the floor.
I'm so sorry. Did the powder spill on you?
No, it's all right. Yeah. Here you are.
The mirror didn't break, did it?
Nope, you're still good for 7 years more.
Thanks. Thanks ever so much.
I told you I was a good Boy Scout.
You have a nice smile.
Want a toothpaste commercial to go with it?
Now, don't be nasty.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm just as nervous as you are.
Let's talk about something else.
She chattered away, and
It really is
I
a
listened with
lovely
half an
place,
ear.
isn't it?
Once in a while, threw in a yes or a no. And the clouds began to gather. The mirror at the back of the bar went back and forth. The people got bigger, then shrank to midgets. Somebody drove a plane through my head. It buzzed around and made a bad landing on my brain, then...
There you are. Feeling better now? You'll be all right. Just lie there, take it easy.
Sure, Hey, I'm in my room.
Of course. We brought you here.
We?
I'm the hotel physician, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, what happened?
Just a fainting spell, nothing serious.
Fainting spell? What are you talking about?
Fainting spells. Your wife told me you get them.
My what told you what?
No. Just lie back.
Whose wife said what?
Well, your wife. She's got to have a prescription filled.
Now, listen, Doc, hand me my coat, will you?
It's better if you lie here.
It's better if you hand me my coat. Give it to me.
Oh, very well. There you are. What's the matter?
Was my wife in this room?
Of course, she came up with me.
Uh-huh. Doc, what would you do with $126,000?
What? 100? That's an odd question. What would you do with it?
I don't know. Because I haven't got it anymore.
Now, back to Triple Cross, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
So there I was, $126,000 in the red. If it was meant to be taken from me, then somebody was working it the hard way. Sure, the girl slipped something in my ginger ale when I picked up the stuff that fell out of her handbag. She took the money. All right, I wanted no more of it. I was going to head for the nearest exit, running, not walking, when... Come in.
You Holiday?
Yeah. Do I know you?
Call me Tony. I'm the guy who wrote the Box 13.
Oh. All right, goodbye, Tony.
Sit down.
What's the idea?
Funny, I was going to ask you that.
If we're playing 20 questions, let's skip the other 18, Tony.
I got a big one left. Where's the dough?
You tell me.
Give it to me.
Well, I didn't like him. I didn't like the gun he was playing with either. And I didn't like the little white scar over his right eye or the little black mustache. I was willing right then and there to cross him off my friendship list. But I told him what happened.
It's a great story. Ain't heard one like it since I read fairy tales.
Well, I don't care if you believe it or not.
You got no regard for your health, Holiday.
Look, Tony, I'm leaving this place
You'll
now.
be too heavy to carry out if you take one more step. That's better. Now, what kind of a frame is this?
Once more, you tell me. I played a crooked wheel downstairs. I don't like that.
You got adventure, didn't you?
I don't want anything that's crooked.
Look who's talking. Who was the girl?
Believe it or not, I never saw her before.
What did she look like?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Ever try to take a good look at anyone in that bar downstairs? It's too dark to even see a lighted match.
You're smart, Holiday. The game with the girl is neat, awful neat. You get the dough, play doggo. Act like the girl slipped you Mickey. Later she turns up with the dough and you two split.
Now talk sense, Tony. I didn't know why I came to Los Morris in the first place. I didn't know how I was going to get that money. How would I have time to dream up that frame with the girl?
Yeah. Yeah, I never thought of that. Okay, Holiday, maybe you're telling it straight.
Okay. Now can I go?
No. You get that money back first, then you can go.
I don't think I'll stay for the ninth inning, Tony.
The game has not started yet, but you get that dough.
How?
That's your problem, but get it.
Look, Tony, I'm backing out of this. You know I can go to the sheriff.
No, you won't. Because there'll be a tail on you from now on out. One move like you're going to the law. Understand?
Okay, I get it.
And there'll be somebody in this room to see that you don't use the phone. You'll be covered like a pool table, Holiday.
What if I can't find the girl? What if I can't get the money back?
The boss will be awful mad.
And?
There are worse places than Los Maros to spend a lifetime. If you live.
Ever have one of those dreams in which you try to run away from something and can't? Well, this one, with my eyes wide open, was really something. Tony and I went downstairs. Two other characters detached themselves from chairs when Tony nodded at them. Brother, I was covered. It looked hopeless. With Tony not far behind, I asked the doctor if he'd ever seen the girl who said she was my wife. Well, there was no dice there. Then I remembered something. I told Tony I was going back into the bar.
Bar? What for?
Now, look, Tony. Let me do it my way. I'm the one that's on the spot, so let me play it the way I want.
Okay. I'll watch. And don't try for a quick steal, because the boys outside know who to look for. Go ahead.
Thanks. What would I do without you, Tony?
I don't know. Because you're not going to be without me. Remember, I'll be watching.
Yes, sir. May I serve you? Well, feeling better, sir?
Well, much. Where were you when I fainted?
At the other end of the bar, sir.
Oh, yeah. So you were.
It wasn't our ginger ale, sir.
No, it wasn't. I just have a loose head, and when I shake it, it comes off.
May I serve you something, sir?
Yes. An answer to a question.
Well, what's that, sir?
Who was the girl who sat down next to me?
I don't know, sir.
Oh, yes, you do.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Quit the sir business. You knew that girl.
Why do you say that?
Because when she sat down, she asked for the usual, and you brought her a martini. And you said okay when she asked you.
What does that prove?
The martini proves you knew who she was. The okay means she wasn't a guest of the hotel. No bartender as polite as you are would say okay to a lady guest. That makes sense?
Why do you want to know who she is?
Does that make any difference?
Yeah, because I wouldn't want to see her in trouble.
I'll try to keep her out of it.
I won't tell you.
Ever see a picture of Alexander Hamilton?
What are you talking about?
Well, here's one. And funny enough, it's on a $10 bill. In fact, his picture's on all 5 of these bills.
Yeah. Her name's Kathy Lee. I think she has a place at the Las Palmas courts.
Thanks. Put these pictures in frames, will you? I found the Las Palmas courts. And, of course, Tony behind me all the way. The name list in front said Kathy Lee lived in number 8. I looked around before I turned in the walk. Yeah, Tony was closer to me than varnish on a tabletop. I found number 8 and stopped for a second. Looked for a phone line, but there wasn't any. I knocked at the door. No answer. I tried it again. Then I heard Tony whisper from the shadows.
Try the door, Holiday.
I did. It was unlocked. Tony coached from the sidelines.
Go on in.
I went in and closed the door behind me. It was dark. I decided to risk a call. Kathy? Kathy? Kathy Lee? She wasn't there. I fumbled my way to what felt like a dresser and a lamp. Turned it on, and what I saw made me turn that light off fast.
What's the matter?
She's dead.
What are you talking about?
You heard me. She's dead.
You sure?
Well, go in and look.
You go back in and look for that dope. Go on.
Now, look, Tony, I don't know any more of this. That poor kid's dead, murdered. I want you to call the sheriff.
No, you don't. I said you go back in there and look for that dough.
You look for it.
Leave my fingerprints all over the place. Now you go back in there and hunt.
Don't be a sap. Whoever killed her took the money. Don't you see that?
Maybe. But we'll play this angle all the way. Now stop talking and get in there.
I hated to turn on that light, but I had to. I didn't look at her. I looked through the room. Then I found something. A plane ticket to San Francisco, leaving that night, and a boat ticket for South America. They were in an envelope, but the information on the envelope said there would be 2 reservations. I put it back where I found it because I didn't want Tony to find it on me. And there was something else. A locket with a man's picture in it. I took it off his chain and shoved it in my pocket, and I left.
Well, Holiday?
It's not there. I told you it wouldn't be.
Stand still. Back toward me.
A frisk, Tony? You don't trust me, do you?
Shut up.
No, I told you.
Who killed her?
Find that out, and you'll know where the money went.
Come on.
What's so funny?
Holiday, right now I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
Tony was right. People at the casino saw me win that money, and somebody must have seen the girl with me. Then I got the Mickey. The money was taken, the girl killed. Who did it? Me, Dan Holiday. Because the girl clipped me for the money. Well, this was a beautiful frame. Any art gallery in the country would be proud to hang it. But I knew something Tony didn't. The plane and boat tickets. 2 seats. One for Kathy and her murderer. Somebody who left her tickets in her bungalow to make it look as though she was in on the $100,000 job by herself. Sure. Now her killer was taking a plane. In 1 hour. In a boat to South America. I could have told Tony, but I wanted to wrap it up myself. Besides, I wanted to get the whole thing to the law. On the way back to the hotel, I figured something out for myself. But I'd have to see the boss of the casino, and I thought I knew how to do that without Tony tagging along. The casino was full. I stopped. Tony stopped.
What's the idea? What now?
I've got to think.
Up to your room.
No.
You want to get hurt?
Sure, go ahead. Shoot me. Now. In front of all these people. You know, Tony, you wouldn't get 10 feet.
Smart, ain't you? Okay, what's now?
I'm going to play blackjack.
What?
Want to watch? I sat at the blackjack table. I had as much interest in the game as Aunt Mamie back in Iowa, who never saw a deck of cards in her life. But I had an idea, and I played it for all it was worth. Look, dealer.
Yes?
I didn't like that last deal.
I beg your pardon, sir.
I said I didn't like that last deal.
Well, return your money, sir.
Never mind the money. Who runs this place?
Hey, what is that guy trying to put on over there?
It worked. In 3 seconds, I was surrounded by muscle boys, and Tony was hotter than a New York sidewalk in August. But he couldn't touch me. A minute later, I sat across the table from the owner of the casino. I told him what happened, and when I finished, he stared at me and said,
You're trying to tell me somebody let you win that money on my wheel?
I am?
You're crazy. The wheel's straight.
But you know I won that money.
Sure I do. Anytime $100,000 slides across, I know it.
But this time it was fixed. The croupier was tipped I was to win.
Wait a minute. Marty, send Frankie up here right away. Huh? Oh. Okay, forget it.
What's the matter?
Frankie, the croupier, went off duty just after you won. He's not back yet.
And he won't come back. Now, somebody planned to take the house this evening for that money. Somebody who couldn't risk getting it himself. So I'm the logical one. No one knows me here. I'd look like just another player. Later, Mr. Fix-It plans to pick up the money and beat it. Who? Someone besides yourself who could get to the croupier and bribe him to fix the wheel. Got any ideas?
Yeah. One. My partner.
Well, that's it, then. It's got to be.
But the girl, she doped you. That was a hard way to get the money from you.
Listen, I've got an idea, but I'm a little cramped for room. Some of your partner's boys, particularly a guy named Tony, are glued to me. Get some of your boys to shake them off, and I'll bring that money back to you.
How do you know where it is?
I know.
Okay, Holiday. But remember, fast play, and I'll find you if it takes the rest of my life.
It's a deal. Now, how about the boys?
They won't follow you. Marty, that guy will leave my office. Some mugs are tailing him. Stop him. Got it? Good. All right, Holiday. You're on first base. Go ahead.
I was sure he'd be at the airport, and I wasn't wrong. He was sitting in the shadows on the outside. I walked over to him, and he looked up.
Holiday, I thought you would be...
Thought I'd be framed, huh, Frankie?
What are you doing here?
I've got a message from Kathy Lee.
Kathy? She's...
You ought to know you killed her.
Ah, you're crazy.
Not only that, you've got $126,000 in that bag. $126,000 that looked like easy money.
Shut up.
That money doesn't mean a thing. It's the girl who counts, the girl who was willing to do what you told her to do. The girl you triple-crossed and killed after you double-crossed your boss who bribed you to fix the wheel.
It's too bad you're so smart, Holiday.
It's too bad you led with that right, Frankie. Somebody call the police to come and clean this up.
The croupier was... Oh, please hurry, Mr. Holliday. I want to hear the ending.
All right, Susie, all right. What do you want to know?
Well, how did you guess that Kathy Lee was the croupier's girl?
Well, her locket had his picture in it.
Oh, they should have given you the money as a reward.
No, thanks, Susie. They can have it.
But there's one thing I don't understand, Mr. Holliday.
And that's?
You didn't get a tan at all. You're just as pale as when you left.
Oh, $126,000. A murder and a tan, too, she wants. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. Watch for him in his new picture, Saigon. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville with original story by Russell Hughes and original music composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production supervision is by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production.
Your Lung Association has free information on how to quit smoking. Please write for it. They care about every breath you take. They really do.
Electric Light Orchestra on Rock Concert tomorrow night at 1.
It's got 4 wheels and reflexes so quick it almost seems alive. It's perfectly balanced to perform and perform and perform. It's the wide-open sports car, MG Midget. A moving experience. The lowest priced authentic sports car on the market. MG Midget. Strong, honest, fun, young. MG Midget. From British Leyland.
Homeward bound, coast of New England.
You got 6'2" feet.
The Navy. See a recruiter or call toll-free. It's not just a job, it's an adventure. From blazing heat to paralyzing cold, season after season, the J.C. Penney battery has the power to start your car over and over, year in and year out. And it never needs water, ever. It's so dependable, it's warranted for as long as you own your car. If it ever fails to accept and hold a charge, return it with proof of purchase. We'll replace it, free. It's the last battery your car will ever need.
Hey, I want to return these certs.
Now?
Yeah, they're all covered with specks.
Those aren't specks. They're Certs flavor crystals. Try one. And Certs gives you 30-minute breath protection. I mean, the candy may be gone in 5 minutes, but Certs with Redson keeps on freshening your breath even after 30 minutes.
I'll put another log on the fire.
Certs with flavor crystals keeps on working even after 30 minutes.
Guess who Robert Altman and 20th Century Fox have invited to a wedding? Carol Burnett, Mia Farrow, Geraldine Chaplin, Desi Arnaz Jr., Vittorio Gassman, Dina Merrill, Lauren Hutton, Lillian Gish, Howard Duff. A nervous nurse, a senile bishop, a happy mother, a lost family, a fight, a fall, a reunion, an accident, a stampede, infidelity, passion, romance, all come together in a wedding to end all weddings. Rated PG, now playing at a theater near you. Check newspapers.
You wish a blindfold, monsieur?
No.
A last request, a beer, perhaps.
No, something special for a change.
For change?
I request the bull.
Bull?
He means a Schlitzmertlicker bull.
When you want to change your pace, get yourself a big, bold taste.
Nobody makes malt liquor like Schlitz.
Put the bull where your beer is. The Schlitz malt liquor bull.
Here comes the best of Creedence Clearwater Revival. 20 original super hits. Original CCR. Lodi, Looking Out My Back Door, Green River, Midnight Special, and the best of Creedence Clearwater Revival. 20 original hits.
Available at participating stores.
If you suffer with athlete's foot, you should know what these students helped us prove. Here at the University of New Mexico, in a major clinical study, proof that nothing is more effective than Desenex. We used students with sore, itching athlete's foot to test #1 Desenex against the 2 other leading brands. Results? New scientific evidence that short of a prescription, nothing is better than Desenex. Nothing. So if you're still suffering with athlete's foot, don't blame Desenex.